A very good morning and Jai Jagat to one and all present here. Dear teachers, can we all please stand up and give a huge round of applause to our esteemed members of the management for their support, guidance, and unwavering commitment to the cause of education. Thank you, dear teachers. You may please be seated. And I request all of you to kindly maintain silence in the auditorium. All the in-charges on discipline duty are requested to kindly see to it that everyone is settled as soon as possible. Another round of applause for our respected founder director, Dr. Mrs. Bharti Gandhi. She's waving her hands at the August gathering. And I request you all to kindly wave back at her. Thank you, dear teachers. You may please be seated. Once again, a very good morning, Jai Jagat, and a very warm welcome to one and all present here. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome each one of you back after a refreshing summer break. I hope you all found time to rejuvenate, reflect, and recharge, because as we stand on the threshold of a new academic session, our shared mission to shape young minds awaits us with renewed vigor. Before the classrooms echo once again with the voices of eager learners tomorrow, today let us take a moment to pause and celebrate you. Yes, you are dedicated, passionate, and hardworking teachers whose tireless efforts have turned dreams into reality. Your commitment has paved the way for the remarkable achievements of our students, be it academic excellence, co-curricular triumphs, or their strides in global platforms. And today, as we honor our proud achievers and acknowledge other competitive milestones, we know in our hearts that behind every success story, there stands the relentless dedication of a teacher. Speaking of success stories, today is indeed a historic moment for our CMS family. We beam with pride as we share that our very own CMS alumnus, Shubhanshu Shukla, has created history by reaching the International Space Station, becoming a symbol of aspiration, courage, and global recognition. Shubhanshu's incredible feat is not just his alone. It belongs to every teacher who nurtured him, guided him, and instilled in him the courage to dream beyond the stars. What greater testimony to your impact than knowing that someone you taught is now representing humanity beyond the earth. To our visionary management, whose unwavering support, foresight, and dedication continue to steer us towards excellence, heartfelt gratitude. I stand witness to how their constant encouragement and guidance make all the difference. A special mention for the esteemed principals, headmistresses, in-charges, coordinators, the heads of departments, the innovation wing, and our ever-supportive head office team, whose silent yet steadfast contributions ensure the smooth functioning of our mission every single day. Thank you to the entire CMS fraternity for rendering your unwavering commitment to the cause of education. I also extend a warm welcome to our esteemed guests, parents, and children present here. Your valuable presence and continuous contribution elevate this institution to greater heights. Dear teachers, over the past week, You have immersed yourselves in rigorous trainings, sharpening your skills, exploring innovative methodologies, and embracing new perspectives. I'm confident that you are now charged up, brimming with fresh ideas, and ready to create magic in your classrooms once again. The world is evolving, and so are we. But one thing remains constant: the extraordinary spirit of CMS educators who not only teach but transform lives. As we embark on this new academic journey together, let us remember we don't just teach subjects, we ignite curiosity, instill values, and empower children to change the world. Once again, welcome back. Let's make this year unforgettable for our students, our institution, and for ourselves. And now it's time to surrender ourselves to the Almighty, seeking His guidance, wisdom, and strength as we prepare to nurture young minds once again. Today, as we bow our heads in prayer, let us also remember with pride and gratitude our illustrious CMS alumnus, Shubhanshu Shukla. We pray for his protection, his courage, and his safe and proud return to earth. May the blessings of the Almighty be with him on his historic journey. I request everyone to kindly rise for the school prayer, which will be followed by our national song, Vande Matram. Over to the teachers of RDSO campus for further proceedings. the dedicated teachers from RDSO campus for leading us so gracefully in the school prayer and Vande Matram. You have truly set a positive and uplifting tone for the day, reminding us of our values, our nation, and the strength we draw from unity and faith. It is my privilege to extend a warm invitation to a visionary leader and a constant source of guidance, respected Susmita Ghosh ma'am, Superior Principal and Head Qued, whose unwavering commitment, exceptional leadership and dedication to the cause of education have always inspired us to strive for excellence. Over to respected ma'am for her welcome address.
Teachers standing there in the aisle, please settle down.
I request all the teachers present in the auditorium to kindly settle down. And I also request all the in charges and coordinators who are on discipline duty to kindly take it up very seriously. And please do the needful. We will begin only when there is silence in the auditorium. And I request for your understanding. I request Mrs. Amani to kindly arrange a few more chairs so that the teachers at the back can settle down. Thank you.
There are chairs in front here which are all vacant.
All the teachers who are unable to find a chair, kindly note that there are vacant chairs in front, at the back, and even in the balcony. Please occupy those chairs as soon as possible.
Dear teachers, right here, up here in front, there are vacant chairs. Why can't you all move here? Please move to these chairs. The ones who are standing in the balcony.
So then there are some chairs that are visible. They are in between. They are infills. Infills are available. Yeah. Infills. बीच में जगह है बहुत सारी.
There are vacant chairs in between. Again, there in the right wing, there are vacant chairs here. No, there are vacant chairs here again. Gaganpreet ma'am, there at the back. I think it's the World Parliament.
I think we can say that we're in the happy position of having so many teachers that this hall is falling short. So please, teachers, see if you can find, there are spaces that are in between that are infills. For example, I can see that in the balcony on my extreme left at the top, there's one teacher sitting on the front row and there's another 3 chairs that are vacant. There are lots of infill chairs available
right in the front
over there.
also.
Yeah. There are a lot of chairs, infills that are available. If you haven't got a place, please just find a place.
Fine.
I think another minute, and then, because the RDSO teachers have just arrived.
Dear principals, I'll be grateful if you can be with your staff for the next 5 minutes and ensure that they have adequate arrangement, and in case chairs fall short, they should move upstairs where there are vacant chairs. About the? Yeah, I think so. Okay. Just finish this one. Dear teachers, can we have silence, please? We are waiting for silence. Yes, teachers? Respected founder director, respected manager, respected president, respected Dr. Gaurav Agarwal, members of the management, principals, headmistresses, teaching and non-teaching staff of campuses, head office staff, and members of the Innovation Wing and the Quality Assurance and Innovations Department. It is an immense pleasure and honor to welcome each one of you to the welcome ceremony before the start of the new session on 1st July 2025. As we gather here today, we mark the beginning of another exciting year filled with opportunities, growth, and the promise of excellence. On this occasion, we remember with reverence and immense gratitude our late founder manager, Gandhi sir, who coined a phrase in CMS, "It can be done." He taught us to dream big and reach for beyond the stars. And as I say this, our very own alumnus, Shubhanshu Shukla, is docked in space conducting scientific experiments. City Montessori School has always stood as a beacon of holistic education where the development of intellectual, moral, and emotional facets of our students is paramount. Our school motto, Jai Jagat and Victory to the World, reflects our commitment to fostering global citizens. Today, we celebrate you, our teachers, who have been the pillars of our institution. Your unwavering commitment to nurturing young minds, your innovative teaching methods, and your relentless pursuit of excellence in all fields have not only enriched the lives of our students, but have also set benchmarks in the field of education. As we embark on this new journey, let us reaffirm our dedication to our core values: love, empathy, respect, and excellence. These values are the foundation of our school's legacy and are the driving force behind our mission to educate, inspire, and empower our students. This year brings with it new challenges and opportunities. with the advancements in technology and the ever-evolving educational landscape, it is crucial for us to stay ahead of the curve. I'm confident that with your expertise and innovative spirit and the series of workshops and continuous professional development that you have undergone in these past 2 weeks, you are armed with tools in your kitty to be prepared to welcome the students and give them a wonderful experience. To our new teachers, welcome to City Montessori School family. We are thrilled to have you with us and look forward to the fresh perspectives and energy that you will bring to CMS. To our returning teachers, thank you for the continued dedication and for being the guiding lights of our institution, taking our students from strength to strength. In conclusion, let us embrace this year with enthusiasm and a renewed commitment to excellence. Let us inspire our students to dream big, to strive for greatness, and to become compassionate global citizens. Together, we will uphold the esteemed legacy of City Montessori School and continue to make a difference in the lives of our students. Thank you, and once again, a heartfelt welcome to each one of you. Let's make this year truly remarkable. All the best, dear teachers. Jai Jagat, and thank you.
Thank you, respected ma'am, for addressing the August gathering and for sharing your words of wisdom and for blessing the teachers as they prepare to commence another year of shaping young minds. Moving ahead, let's now talk about the World Parliament. It is often said, technology may build machines, but it is the human mind that builds technology. With that thought, I warmly welcome you all to the much-awaited event, the World Parliament, where knowledge, experience, and ideas from across the globe come together. Today's topic of the World Parliament is one that is both exciting and thought-provoking. Can artificial intelligence replace humans? In this era of rapid technological advancement, AI is no longer just a concept from futuristic movies. It has become an essential part of our daily lives, assisting in education, healthcare, industries, and even our homes. But amidst these innovations lies a deeper question. Can AI truly replace the essence of humanity, our emotions, creativity, empathy, and wisdom? Or will technology remain a tool while human intelligence continues to lead with vision and values? In this special World Parliament, our esteemed educators will present their views, engage in healthy discussions, and reflect upon the possibilities, limitations, and responsibilities surrounding artificial intelligence. Let us now begin the enriching session surrounding AI. Over to the teachers of Gomti Nagar Extension Campus for the World Parliament.
You know, Mrs. Chandra, I just finished reading Sir Isaac Asimov's story, The Fun They Had. And it makes me wonder, will AI take over our job someday?
Come on, Mrs. Gupta. That story is about robots teaching kids in the future. But I believe AI can actually help us and not replace us.
Help us or replace us? I mean, Isaac Asimov had 3 robot laws. But what if AI gets smarter than us? And what to stop them from deciding we are necessary?
But that's the thing. The 3 laws of robotics have been designed to keep robots in check. The first is they can't harm humans. Second, they must obey us as long as it doesn't harm us. And the third, robots must protect their own existence as long as it doesn't conflict with the first two.
I get that. But sometimes I think, what if AI gets to know more than the laws? And what if it figures out a way around them?
That's where we need to guide AI development carefully. Besides, educators bring something no robots can: empathy, understanding, and real inspiration. Robots can never replace a good teacher who truly cares.
True. But imagine the possibilities. AI grading the papers instantly, making personalized lesson plan for each student. It might free us to do more creative work.
Exactly. Let's embrace it. AI is a tool, Mrs. Gupta, just like a calculator or a computer. It is the future, and I say, let's make it our ally.
Well, as long as it doesn't start taking our tea breaks.
Let me ask the devil himself. Hey ChatGPT, will you replace us teachers in the future? And keep the reply short, simple, and smart.
But I cannot replace the unique qualities of a teacher. Teachers bring empathy, understanding, and personal connection that AI cannot replicate. Think of me as a tool to make your work easier, so you can focus more on inspiring and guiding your students. Together, we can create a better learning environment.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed delegates, welcome to this session of the World Parliament. Today we gather to discuss a pressing issue that has far-reaching implications for our societies: critical thinking in the digital era through media literacy. We are at a crossroads where media consumption has become the norm. The ability to think critically and engage with information has never been more indispensable. The digital age has revolutionized how we access and disseminate information. However, with this transformation comes a critical responsibility, one that we must instill in our society through effective education systems.
Absolutely. As misinformation spreads faster than ever, students, parents, and educators must possess the necessary skills to discern, evaluate, and engage with information wisely. Whether it is the internet, social media platforms, YouTube, or AI tools, our daily digital interactions require us to be equipped with critical thinking skills. Today, we are joined by a distinguished panel of educationists, policymakers, scientists, and delegates, all of whom will help us explore what it means to be a responsible digital citizen.
The floor is now open for our delegates to share their insights on the first agenda for today's discussion: emerging social trends in the digital space. I invite member nations to raise their placards. Member nation Canada, to share your valuable insights.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. A 2023 Pew Research study revealed that nearly 50% of US teens get their news from social media platforms like TikTok, YouTube, and Instagram. The rise of short-form video content has fundamentally reshaped attention spans, making it more challenging to engage deeply with information or critically analyze it. Social media algorithms further aggravate this issue by creating echo chambers, reinforcing existing beliefs, and limiting exposure to diverse perspectives. Additionally, the prevalence of AI-generated content, including deepfakes, has raised concerns about the ability to distinguish fact from fiction online. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Nation Canada. for raising this pertinent issue. We must confront the challenges and ethical dilemmas that are a part of digital space. I now invite member nation Russia to elucidate on the same.
Thank you, Chair. Russia believes the digital landscape is undergoing a fundamental shift, shaped by key trends such as the explosion of social media influencers, rise of virtual reality, and augmented reality. The prominence of influencers has turned digital platforms into arenas for shaping opinions and even driving political discourse. Russia observes the use of artificial intelligence in content creation and moderation, enabling users to become active and discerning participants, not passive consumers in the digital world. Spasiba, Chair.
Thank you, member nation Russia. In the same line of discussion, our second agenda for today is critical thinking as a global educational priority. I invite member nations to elucidate on how to embed critical thinking and media literacy into the education system. Member nations, kindly raise the placards. Member nation USA, you are recognized.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I stand before you today to stress upon the importance of fostering critical thinking through media literacy to build informed citizens capable of rational decision-making. In the United States, we are committed to developing a robust framework that emphasizes digital literacy and critical thinking. Our efforts include the New York City Digital Blueprint, a program that teaches students how to navigate the digital world responsibly. Furthermore, the International Society for Technology in Education provides a comprehensive framework for educators to guide students to not only become consumers of information, but also active creators and disruptors of misinformation. Thank you.
Thank you, member nation USA, for showcasing the myriad benefits of digital literacy for students, educators, and all of us. We delve further into this discussion, and member nation Switzerland, you are recognized.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. As a supporter of UNESCO's Education for Sustainable Development Goals, Switzerland champions educational reforms that put critical thinking at the heart of curriculum design, teacher training, and digital learning initiatives. Switzerland strongly believes that critical thinking is the 21st century skill that must be made the global educational priority. In a world facing challenges like climate change, AI, social inequality, young minds must be equipped not just with knowledge, but with the ability to question, to analyze, and to innovate. Swiss School embed critical thinking in the heart of cross-disciplinary learning, enabling each child to work collaboratively and to review information critically. Thank you.
Thank you, member nation Switzerland. This brings us to the glaring question of integrating digital and media literacy into the curriculum, which is our third agenda for today. We will now transition into this discussion and would request member nations to raise the placards. Member nation Australia, you are recognized.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Australia recognizes that technology does not exist in a vacuum. It carries responsibilities that affect individuals, communities, and nations alike. The rise of misinformation and digital misinformation poses a direct threat to societal well-being. Therefore, we advocate for initiatives that promote digital literacy, empowering students with the skills needed to critically evaluate information sources and make informed decisions. Furthermore, we emphasize the ethical implications of artificial intelligence and emerging technologies. We must prioritize human rights, dignity, and fairness, ensuring that these technologies will shape the future of our youth positively. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate from Australia. Your remarks bring a very vital dimension to our discussion. I invite member nation France to add further.
Merci, Honorable Chair. The integration of digital and media literacy into national curricula is not a mere option, it is an urgent necessity. In France, we are witnessing an increasing number of students who are not only digital natives, but also digital consumers. The digital competence framework adopted by the European Union emphasizes that digital literacy goes beyond technical skills. In 2023, France launched a nationwide initiative to integrate media literacy into all levels of education. One notable example is the education program, which provides students with workshops on how to identify miscommunication. We are ensuring that learners engage themselves with digital spaces safely and responsibly. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate from France. Your example of the education program highlights how media literacy can be effectively integrated into the curriculum. Moving forward, we will address the crucial issue of misinformation and digital disorders, which is the next agenda. Member nations to raise your placards. I invite member nation South Korea to respond.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. As we know, the spread of misinformation in the e-world is a grave threat to the mankind. According to a study by MIT, the spread of misinformation is 6 times more than the factual information on Twitter. We are in contact with tech firms and educational institutions to provide students with the skills to help them identify and fight misinformation. We are also working on a framework to guide students in proper fact-checking of the information provided online. This way, we can stop the spread of misinformation and save ourselves from the ill effects of digital disorder. Thank you.
Thank you, member nation South Korea. As we continue to witness the rapid spread of false information, the consequences of misinformation cannot be overstated on mental health. I now invite member nation Germany to throw some more light on this issue.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Germany recognizes the growing concern regarding digital disorders. With over 90% of the youth having access to smartphones and internet, many of them are caught in the vicious cycle of dopamine spikes through social media. Doom scrolling and excessive screen time are also linked with mental health disorders like anxiety and depression. To tackle this problem in Germany, we have launched the Digital Detox Initiative in the year 2023. This empowers the youth to take action towards their excessive screen time and to set realistic boundaries on so. It sets a tone and tackles it to strike a balance in their real life and digital lives. Thank you.
Thank you, member nation Germany, for sharing your initiatives such as the digital detox. These are key examples of how we can tackle the harmful side effects of digital consumption while promoting healthy habits. Moving to the next agenda, I now invite member nation UK to speak on promoting digital literacy and ethical use of digital resources.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. as we discuss the transformative potential of artificial intelligence in shaping human civilization, AI has the ability to revolutionize education, enhance productivity, and address complex global challenges. However, it also raises critical concerns regarding ethical implications and the need for robust regulatory frameworks. It is crucial that we strike a balance between innovation and responsibility. Collaborative international policies, investment in research, and awareness among citizens are essential to harness AI's benefits while safeguarding human values and rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of UK, for this insightful deliberation as it opens an important debate. Will AI dehumanize education? We will now move to a moderated caucus. The topic for this discussion is strategies for implementing digital and media literacy in education to keep it safe and humanized.
Member nation Japan wants to share in the moderated caucus.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Alongside educator training in digital literacy, we must also consider training parents and guardians. Investing in the training of educators, parents, and guardians is essential for creating a safe, humanized educational experience. By equipping them with necessary skills, we foster a supportive community that prioritizes learners' well-being, empowers critical thinking, and ensures that digital interaction enriches rather than hinder education. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Nation Japan. By empowering students, we foster a sense of responsibility and ethical awareness. This aligns with the broader goal of cultivating critical thinkers and future-ready leaders.
In this direction, I would request Member Nation New Zealand to respond.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Today, we stand at a pivotal intersection of education, technology, and well-being. Schools all around the world are now adopting programs that seamlessly link emotional intelligence with media literacy. By teaching students emotional intelligence, we equip them to recognize their feelings and reactions, thereby fostering resilience in an environment where online pressures can be overwhelming. Integrating media literacy helps the students critically evaluate the content they consume and produce. The students learn to appreciate the real-life consequences of their words and actions online, thereby nurturing empathy and compassion within their digital communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Nation New Zealand, for sharing your strategies. As we leverage technological advancements, we must prioritize ethical considerations to ensure their responsible use. I would invite Member Nation India to share your insights on the ethical use of AI and technology.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. India now has over 900 million internet users, with 65% being youth. While this presents vast opportunities, it also raises concerns about ethical digital use. A 2024 study by Eden Markey found that only 25% of Indian students can identify credible online information. To tackle this, the National Digital Literacy Mission aims to educate 25 million people by 2025 on both digital skills and ethical practices. We are also promoting critical thinking and fact-checking among students. These efforts are vital for national security, democratic health, and informed citizenship. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate from India. Your country's efforts to address the ethical issue and the ethical use of digital resources are a vital part of the global effort. We now invite a representative of the world's largest school, City Montessori School from Lucknow, India, to share about their valuable practices, how they equip young people with the skills to navigate the digital world responsibly.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, today I stand before you representing City Montessori School, a beacon of holistic education and global citizenship. At CMS, we realize that digital tools and ethical use of AI are not optional. They are essential skills to shape our future leaders. We have integrated digital literacy across all grade levels, and emphasizing on critical thinking, online safety, and media discernment. Our curriculum includes coding, robotics, and fundamentals of AI, all skills necessary to shape our future leaders. At CMS, we don't just teach technology. We ensure that technology remains a force for good. Thank you.
The House appreciates the effort put in by City Montessori School. Such schools need to be emulated in each and every way if we have an inclination to make future-ready leaders. Thank you, delegates and representatives, for your active participation and collaborative spirit. Let us remember that our goal is to prepare students for an ever-changing digital landscape, ensuring they are equipped with the tools to navigate it with critical thinking and discernment. The House applauds all of you for your contributions on this vital issue. Let us continue to advocate for digital and media literacy, fostering a brighter future. With this, the session of the World Parliament today is adjourned. Thank you.
That was a truly remarkable and enriching session of the World Parliament by the talented teachers of the great Gomti Nagar Extension Campus. I must say, the depth of thought, the clarity of ideas, and the balanced perspectives shared today reflect the wisdom that only educators can bring to such global conversations. The topic, "Can AI replace humans?" is indeed complex. Yet our teachers presented it with such intellect, responsibility, and vision. A heartfelt appreciation to all the teachers who made us reflect, question, and envision the future with both caution as well as hope. Let's carry forward the spirit of meaningful discussion as we continue our efforts to shape a better world where technology and humanity walk hand in hand. Thank you once again, dear teachers of Gomti Nagar Extension Campus, for the thought-provoking World Parliament. And now we will witness a session on breast cancer. And this announcement is specifically for the gentlemen sitting in the auditorium. With utmost respect, I kindly request our male staff members to please step out of the auditorium for a short while. Tea has been arranged for you all, where lunch is supposed to be served to the lady staff members. And I request Mr. Zamani to kindly coordinate with the gentlemen sitting in the auditorium so that they can quietly gather outside the auditorium. It will be a half-an-hour session, and with utmost respect, after the session is over, we will request all the staff, all the male staff members to kindly come back to the auditorium. Thank you for your cooperation and understanding. I request all the in-charges and coordinators to kindly ensure discipline in the auditorium as we prepare to witness the session. Once again, I request the in-charges and coordinators to ensure that there is no noise in the auditorium. And that the movement is quite swift. Over to respect Geeta Didi.
Teachers, Teachers, I just want to assure you this is not a sexist measure. This is just to spare the women folk, the female teachers, any embarrassment in case there was, should not be. But we felt that it was put to me that some of the teachers might feel discomfited if male staff are there because of some of the content of the talk. So that's the reason. Sorry, male staff, sorry for inconveniencing you, but here's your opportunity to just enjoy yourself with a cup outside and network with each other. We can probably host a separate session for all the male staff together with their spouses if you all want it. By popular demand, we can do that separately, providing our guest speaker, Dr. Gaurav Agarwal, agrees to that. So I think girls can stay. Girls can stay. It's important for girls to stay. There are a few female students. And I have to say that after the gentlemen have departed, the hall is looking distinctly less occupied. So it just makes me realize what a lot of male staff we do have. We used to think that CMS is a school that is overwhelmingly a school of female teachers, but I think probably about perhaps 15% of the hall has emptied. So but I'm sure that you will find this talk of enormous benefit. All of us will. All of the female staff will find this talk of enormous benefit for themselves. I can see some of the grade staff, they're just probably about to leave. They're gathering their bits and pieces. And I think that as pretty much all the male staff have left, it is my great pleasure to introduce our guest of honor for this morning, Dr. Gaurav Agarwal, Senior Professor and Head of Endocrine and Breast Surgery at the Sanjay Gandhi Postgraduate Institute of Medical Sciences in Lucknow. It's my honor to introduce our distinguished guest of honor for today's Vidya Parv, Teachers Welcome Function, Professor Dr. Gaurav Agarwal, who is a leading name in the field of endocrine and breast surgery. I call it oncology or surgical oncology, that is his discipline, and I wait to be enlightened as to what is the difference, and perhaps Dr. Saab will explain the difference between endocrine surgery and oncological surgery. So he's at the SGPGI, one of India's premier medical institutes. He also serves as a member of the institute body, the apex decision-making authority of the SGPGI, and he has previously, so in other words, he's an administrative leader at the PGI at a very senior post. And he has previously served as the PGI's chief medical superintendent. A globally respected academic and clinician, Dr. Agarwal is recognized as a key opinion leader in breast cancer and endocrine surgery, and is currently the president-elect of the Indian Association of Endocrine Surgeons. He has also served as past president of Breast Surgery International, which is a testament to his global leadership in surgical excellence. Dr. Agarwal's work has earned him a place in the Stanford University list of the world's top 2% of most cited scientists in the year 2020, again in 2022, and again in the year 2023. With over 260 indexed research publications, an H index of 48, and more than 9,600 citations, his scholarly contributions are both vast and impactful. A convener of the SGPGI Breast Health Program, he has been at the forefront of community health, spearheading over 2,000 public awareness events in the past 2 decades. He's also a TEDx speaker, known for his engaging talks on breast cancer awareness and early diagnosis, which he will be also addressing here today. His work has earned him numerous national and international awards, orations, and research grants, and he remains a sought-after speaker at leading medical conferences around the world. We are deeply honored by Dr. Gaurav Agarwal's presence this morning and are very grateful that he has joined us to inspire our teachers and staff with his insights into health and wellness. Friends, I'm sure that Dr. Gaurav Agarwal will tell us the statistics about how many people, how many women are affected by this, but I know people in my own family who have been affected by it and who have been recipient of his surgical interventions and extremely, extremely professional care. I know of some other staff of CMS who have also been beneficiaries of Dr. Gaurav Agarwal's expertise and his very compassionate and extremely professional approach to really grateful for his time. Dr. Gaurav Agarwal, please. Can you welcome him warmly?
Good morning. Thank you, Dr. Geeta, for such an elaborate and flattering, humbling introduction. I hope I'm worthy of some of it. It's such a pleasure for me to be here this morning to participate in this Vidya Ka Parv, which I feel is a novel concept, a very laudable one, of initiating the new academic or the upcoming academic year by welcoming all the most significant members of this CMS family, the ones who don't tire motivating and shaping young minds to take up their careers, their goals in lives. I am one of those. I may not have been fortunate to study at CMS, but I'm equally fortunate to have benefited from teachers like you, from their guidance, from their mentorship, and indeed, that has brought up me to become, I hope, a responsible Indian citizen, aware of my duties. So this morning I remember with reverence late Dr. Gandhi and the few times that I've been privileged to have discussions with him, all his advice and mentorship that we all Lucknowites have been privileged to gather. I'm equally thankful to the leadership of the CMS today for having invited me today and then giving me this opportunity to address all the members of CMS who are gathered here. And I was asked to talk about an issue which is both very important for our society, for the community, and is especially very close to my heart. And that is about some health awareness issues, specifically of vital importance for women, the most important pillars of strength of our society. And while I would be talking to a gathering of women primarily, but I feel it must be said that whatever I'm going to talk about regarding breast cancer awareness and the need for early diagnosis, screening, awareness, is of importance to the entire society, entire community, and not only for women. As husbands, as sons, as brothers, and just a male family member, it's equally my and all men's responsibility to be aware of these and guide our family members, our sisters, our mothers, wives, with their emerging or potential problems in their lifetimes. So, Do I have the slides here? Oh, okay, I can't see that. Is there a moving mic that I can use so that, okay. All right, so while that comes up, uh, why are we talking about breast cancer? Well, yes, I can, but I can only see myself there. So it doesn't matter. I'll wait for an, yeah, you're right. Thank you, that's so much better. So, why are we talking about breast cancer this morning? I know this is an important occasion in the academic year for the school, but we can only function well in a society or in a profession when we would be healthy. And I mean, unless you have those privileges in life of being healthy, being well fed, well looked after, you would not be able to give your best. And so it is important that we take care of our own health so that we are useful and we can contribute to the society and to the nation. Breast cancer is the commonest cancer in women today globally, and India is no exception. We are also seeing a huge number of women coming with, unfortunately, with breast cancer and scare of breast cancer. Not every woman who has a breast lump or a breast problem has cancer, but there are numerous other problems that might arise. So I would, as I go forward, talk to you about what cancer is and what is breast cancer specifically. But I feel that it is important for all of us in this hall, the women here, that I emphasize on you why we should all be aware about this common disease and how we can prevent premature death, suffering, and a lot of other problems in the society and in our families by just being aware and being a bit careful. So I would be talking about breast cancer awareness and early diagnosis and how this important message can save lives and save breasts. I'm sure many of you have had family members or you have known people who have unfortunately been diagnosed and treated with breast cancer, and some even may have succumbed to the disease. But we can prevent all that to a large extent with some bit of awareness. So I bring greetings to you from SGPGI. Dr. Gandhi was very kind in introducing my institute as a center of medical excellence. And yes, we all take pride in being at the forefront of medical research and bringing all the benefits that medical research brings to us, to the society and to the community of Lucknow. Within the institute, we have formed a small society or an association which we call SGPGI Breast Health Program. We've been functioning for more than 25 years now, and the primary goal of founding this society was to create awareness about breast cancer, the commonest cancer in women, and to bring about early diagnosis, screening, and prevent deaths on account of this. So here I bring greetings again to you all from SGPGI Breast Health Program, and our motto has been, our guiding sentence has been, to save lives and save breasts. So all my talk would be centered about this statement that you see on the screen: breast cancer awareness, early diagnosis, and comprehensive treatment can save lives and save breasts. How? First, a few facts about breast cancer in our country. As I said earlier, breast cancer is the commonest cancer afflicting women globally, as also in our own country. At some stage, a few decades ago, cancer of the uterine cervix used to be the commonest, but it is now the second commonest one because with improving hygiene, menstrual hygiene, better postpartum care, we have improved the hygiene or the cervical hygiene, resulting in reduction of cervical cancer incidence. But unfortunately, at the same time, there's been a drastic increase in the incidence of breast cancer, and as a result, breast cancer has now overtaken as the commonest cancer in women in India. In the entire world, in majority of the countries, breast cancer is the commonest cancer. In India, it accounts for about 30% of all cancers that can occur in the in the women. Cancer is a disease which can afflict any organ, any body part. Breast is one of those. And for the women, roughly about 30% of all cancers that can occur in the women's body, they arise from the breast. Even worse is the fact that even though it is a common disease, it is a commoner cause for death, cancer-related death in Indian women. Roughly about 50% of all cancer-related deaths in women in India can be accounted for by breast cancer. Yet again, unfortunate fact about breast cancer in India is that unlike the Western countries or the developed countries where breast cancer is a disease of aging women, postmenopausal, beyond 60 years age, in India, unfortunately, a significant proportion of those who are affected by breast cancer are younger. Well, it is bad to lose a family member or see her suffer at any age, but it is worse if that person is young in a relatively more productive age group for the society. So I think it is a sad state, but we have an opportunity to improve this status. And that opportunity lies in the form of making aware the society about breast cancer being the commonest cancer, and then equipping women or the society as a whole with some knowledge and wherewithals or methods to detect the disease early so that it can be cured. It doesn't lead to premature death or suffering. And this can be done by this trinity of awareness, breast self-examination, and screening. This will lead to diagnosis of breast cancer at an early stage, and I'll explain what stage means as we go forward. And if detected early enough and treated properly and comprehensively, we can offer cure to a vast majority of patients who have breast cancer. So, a few years ago, this article was written in one of the leading scientific journals, The Lancet, and it says that breast cancer has overtaken all other cancers in Indian women, and it is looking as if we are looking at or looking ahead to a breast cancer epidemic. It indeed has become an epidemic. Today, roughly about a fifth of all breast cancers that occur anywhere in the world, they are seen in India. I mean, shouldn't surprise us with our mammoth population. And there is a definite increase in the incidence of breast cancer. Incidence means the rate at which, or in proportion of women who would develop a disease or any condition during their lifetimes. And when we talk about annual rates, that means whatever will occur during 1 year, one calendar year. And the current incidence has gone up to 36 per 100,000 women in certain cities like Chandigarh and certain northeastern populations. Whatever data that we are talking about, they come from various cancer registries. And I'll discuss this a little further. But there is an upward trend partly because of better diagnosis. Equally, there is an upward trend in incidence because of our changing lifestyles and certain other changes in our bodies. As I said, whatever data I'm talking of, they come from the National Cancer Registry Program of Government of India, which the Indian Council for Medical Research conducts. And since the year 2020, every year we know that more than 2 lakh women are diagnosed with breast cancer in our country. New cases of breast cancer every year. So the cumulative lifetime risk is 1 in 29 Indian women are expected to develop breast cancer during their lifetime. So if I consider some 2,000 women sitting here, 1 out of every 30 or maybe 3 out of 100 would develop a breast cancer, statistically speaking. And this probability is higher in urban women. Women with urban lifestyles, women with rural lifestyles, they have much lower risk, lesser risk. So unfortunately, I'll have to say this, that each one of you sitting in this hall have a risk of developing breast cancer. I shouldn't be scaring you. And that's certainly not my motive. But I must make you aware that unfortunately, there's no way we can predict which of the women would develop breast cancer. And that means that all of us need to be equally aware of this disease. So some basic things. What is cancer and what is breast cancer? So I'm sure majority in this hall know that any human body, any animal body or including human body are made up of billions and trillions of cells. So cells in a way are the building blocks of the body. These cells by themselves are living beings. They take birth, they grow. Eventually, after fulfilling their life cycle, they die. So there is a life cycle of birth, growth, and death. And this is all programmed. It is well programmed. If unfortunately some of the cells lose this realization when they would have to cease to grow and die, they can continue to accumulate, making a lump of cells. And some of these lumps of cells can then eventually develop a property or acquire the property of spreading to other body sites. And that is what cancer is. In context of breast, I'm sure all of you know, human breasts have basically two different components. One is the glandular component, which produces milk for the newborn. And the other component is the ducts or the pipes or minute pipes which bring milk to the nipple for the newborn to suckle. So it's usually the inner lining, cells of the inner lining of the ducts which are the root cause for these cancers. Some cells in these ducts, they can acquire property to reproduce or keep replicating incessantly without inhibition to make lumps, and eventually some of them may become cancerous and they can spread to other body parts, causing a threat to the human life. So now this is what breast cancer is, but the issue today is how we can reduce the suffering and premature death because of cancers. And as I said earlier, this we can do by this process which involves 3 steps: early detection, comprehensive treatment, and all this will be improved by more and more research. And the key part today for this gathering is the early detection. And this itself has 3 components. Awareness. What does awareness mean? Awareness of the fact that breast cancer is a common disease. It can occur to anyone. And all of us together, all stakeholders, the community at large, the doctors, social workers, the government, everybody must put our head together to make the society aware of this possibility. Also make them aware of how do we diagnose the disease early. And that is by screening and participating in certain early detection programs. Screening, I'll come to what screening means, and this is an immensely useful exercise by which we can reduce the suffering due to any disease, including breast cancer. And then finally, arriving at a definite diagnosis by undertaking certain interventions like examination by a doctor, by conducting certain tests like mammography or an X-ray, and biopsy if required. So all that put together can lead us to an early stage diagnosis, and that can ensure how we can cure majority of the patients and not let them die because of the disease. So what do we all need to be aware about? Firstly, the fact that breast cancer is a common disease. It can occur to just about any woman. As I said earlier, sadly, it is impossible to predict that which of you are not going to develop breast cancer during their lifetimes. It's something similar to walking on the street. Can we predict that which of whom of us would undertake or would possibly meet an accident someday? So it's being alive is by itself a risk factor for various diseases. So we cannot predict who's at risk, but of course we can certainly predict who amongst us are at a specifically higher, unusually higher risk of developing various diseases, but that doesn't mean that others are totally immune to it. Sadly, none of us are immune to breast cancer. Then we need to be aware about certain risk factors. What are risk factors? If I take this same simile as I used earlier, walking on the street, if you are driving a two-wheeler, you can meet an accident which can lead to a premature death. That's a possibility, but if I am sitting at my home, not venturing out on the street, I will not meet with, I can still die of various other causes, but I'll certainly not meet with an accident or will be run over by a truck. Of course, God forbid, some exceptional events occur that even that can be a possibility. But walking on the street in a way is a risk factor for meeting an accident on the street. Similarly, there are certain facts about our lives which make us more prone to develop cancers and breast cancer specifically. This does not mean if you have any of those factors associated with you, you would certainly develop breast cancer. Again, so walking on the street, majority of times you do not meet with an accident, but one in, say, a million times or one in 10,000 times, we do stand that risk. Similarly, if we have those factors associated with us, there is a slightly higher chance for you to develop breast cancer compared to others who do not have those risk factors. Then we also need to be aware about the various signs and symptoms. What are the problems that you might identify in yourself, which you should be aware of and you should be afraid of or wary of, which should prompt you to seek medical attention. If in case it requires, then treatment too. So, and also we need to be aware of how we can arrive at an early stage diagnosis. How can we diagnose cancers at an early stage, which is the curable stage. As the stage advances, which means as the disease volume increases and the disease spreads to other body part, it makes it less and less curable, more and more problematic. So how do we diagnose the disease, any disease for that matter, and breast cancer specifically at an early stage so that we can cure it? And this involves two different things. One is screening, the early, and the second part is the early diagnostics. And once, if you have some problem which may be significant as per the assessment of a doctor, take evaluation in form of mammography, biopsy, and undertake complete treatment, comprehensive treatment with patients without any delay. So that is the whole pathway to improving breast cancer outcome. Can we prevent breast cancers? Perhaps not. Except for very few exceptional women where we can identify certain genetic mutations, and so we can bring down the possibility of cancers by doing some interventions, prophylactic interventions. In majority of women, sadly, we cannot prevent breast cancer. But what we can certainly prevent is suffering due to the disease and premature death. And this is all achieved by awareness of breast cancer and early stage diagnosis. And let me elaborate how. So let's first talk about risk factors. I have explained to you what a risk factor means. In context of breast cancer, these risk factors can be internal, which are within ourselves, and then they can be external. So the internal risk factors are like our genetic constitution, for example, certain other life traits that we may have, a family history. These are all very personal, innate kind of things which we have. And then the environmental factors, pollution, for example, the kind of food we eat, certain other factors that we are exposed to. So those are like external risk factors. How many of you have been aware of a man being affected by breast cancer? Anyone? Oh, I see a few hands, but just a very few. But then how many of you have been aware of a woman being affected by a breast cancer? Almost everyone. So that is because being female, the female gender by itself is a risk factor. The fact is, 1 out of 100 cancers in the breast occur in a man. Rest 99 occur in women. So, and the reason is the breast or breast growth and development is spurred by the female sex hormones, the estrogen and progesterone. And it is these hormones which are responsible for initiation of cancer in the breast. So, of course, those hormonal levels are much lesser in men, and that is why women are at a definitely higher risk or an excessively higher risk of breast cancer. Cancers in general, breast cancer as well, are problems of advancing age. As the age advances, the probability of or risk of cancers increases, and breast cancer specifically is a disease primarily of postmenopausal women beyond 55, 60 years age. But as I said earlier, in our country, unfortunately, we also see quite a few women in younger age who develop breast cancer. Now, I must repeat here, just for the sake of, just to ensure that you do not misunderstand this concept of risk factor, I'm repeating that if these factors are associated with your life, you should not immediately jump to a conclusion that you're going to develop breast cancer. This only means that your risk for, your chance for developing breast cancer is slightly higher compared to those who do not have these things associated with them. Women who have not married, who have not given birth to a child, or those who have given birth to 1 or 2 children beyond, or their age at first childbirth was beyond 35 years age, they stand a slightly higher risk of developing breast cancer compared to women who have given birth to numerous children and at a relatively younger age. These are certain other risk factors like starting menopause beyond 55 years age or being very young when you had your menarche, which means starting of menses. Similarly, one of the most important modifiable, so all those things that I have talked about so far, you do not have control over those. These are there with us. Can you decide what age you would develop menopause? Can you decide when would you start your menarche? Perhaps not. But you can certainly decide for yourself how fit, physically fit you would be. If you can stay close to your ideal body weight, neither overweight nor underweight, that is the lowest possible risk of breast cancer. Obesity, lack of physical exercise are certainly linked to greater chances of developing breast cancer. At certain stage, many years ago, a few decades ago, for postmenopausal osteoporosis, we used to advise certain hormone replacement treatments. Fortunately, with medical advancements, those forms of treatments are no longer frequently used. So those kind of treatments used to increase the risk of breast cancers. But these are relevant because women who took those treatments 20 years or 10 years ago are still alive and they are at a risk of developing breast cancer. Certain contraceptive pills, again, fortunately, current generation contraceptive pills are not as risky. They do not increase the risk of breast cancer as much. But a few decades ago, the women who would have consumed those contraceptive pills may now be at a risk of developing breast cancer. If there's one protective factor, a most important protective factor against breast cancer, that is breastfeeding. In a way, nature has created female breast for providing milk to the newborn. If that function has not been fulfilled, it's like a nature's way of coming back at you and punishing one with higher possibility of developing breast cancer. Why do I say this? Women who have breastfed at least 2 children for minimum of 6 months, they have considerably lower risk of developing breast cancer compared to women who have never breastfed a child or those who have breastfed only 1 child or for a much lesser duration. So, I'm repeating, breastfeeding is the surest way of preventing breast cancer or reducing the risk of breast cancer. There are certain other lifestyle factors. Again, majority of these are modifiable. These are within our control, whether whether we allow our body to be affected by these or not. Tobacco use in any form, in form of smoking tobacco or chewed tobacco or whichever other form, raises the risk of various diseases, including cancers and breast cancer too. Same is true with alcohol usage. If there's no alcohol usage or very modest alcohol usage, the risk of breast cancer is lower compared to the women who consume considerable amount of alcohol. As I said earlier, lack of physical exercise and excessive consumption of red meats too lead to higher risk of breast cancer. And there are certain protective factors. These are well worth re-emphasizing. Physical exercise, activity, staying close to ideal body weight, and consuming healthy, balanced diet, including fresh fruits, green leafy vegetables, and exercising daily. Those are like your surest way of reducing the risk of breast cancer. Then there is, as I said earlier, there are certain innate or internal risk factors, and one of the most important ones is the family history and the genetic constitution. Again, this is something we can't change, but these are facts that we are born with or we come to this world with. There are certain genetic forms of cancers. Have some of you heard about this story, the story of Angelina Jolie, the famous Hollywood actress? So that unfortunate family had a genetic trait of developing breast and ovarian cancers in various family members. So Angelina Jolie underwent bilateral risk or double mastectomy even before she developed any cancer. The reason was that her doctors could identify that gene mutation, genetic defect, which leads to breast cancer development. And even before that happened, she underwent this prophylactic or preventive mastectomy, and then of course replaced by or reconstructed with plastic surgery. And she also underwent oophorectomy, removal of ovaries, to reduce the probability of ovarian cancer. So certain gene mutations can run in families, leading to genetic forms of breast cancer and ovarian cancers. And if we can identify those, we can do some prophylactic intervention, preventive interventions to reduce or almost eliminate the risk of breast cancer. And that, if this is again a risk factor for breast cancer. This is because we share genetic makeup within a family. Also, majority of times, various members of the family have similar lifestyles, similar kind of food habits, similar lifestyles as a whole. And that leads to similar environmental exposure and similar risk of breast cancer. So that was some talk about risk factors for breast cancer, being aware about it, and if in case you can do something about reducing your risk, like undertaking daily exercise, staying close to your ideal body weight, not consuming tobacco and alcohol, and being generally aware about breast cancer. Now, as a next step, let me talk about this concept of screening. Now, majority of times, we are diagnosed with a disease because we have a symptom, we have a problem, and we go to a doctor, and the doctor examines us, conducts some tests, and arrives at a diagnosis. However, it is equally possible that we do not wait for a symptom to arise or appear. We undergo a preventive checkup. It's like if you're driving a motor vehicle, don't you take it to the garage once every 6 months or a few months for a preventive checkup. So in case the motor oil has run down or has gone down, or there's some problem, even before it stalls your machinery, the car, you undertake preventive or curative steps. Similarly, all of us need to undergo preventive health checkups, especially beyond 40 years age, to identify any factors which are either indicative of a disease, including breast cancer, or maybe leading to cancer or other diseases later on in life. So that is the concept of screening. In context of breast cancer, we advocate that beyond 40 years of life, beyond 40 years age, every woman must undergo an annual clinical breast examination by a doctor. In all likelihood, these checkups would include a mammography. Mammography is a specialized kind of X-ray. I'll elaborate that a little later. But this is capable, by doing a mammography, the doctor can pick up a very tiny lesion even before it can be felt by the person herself or by even a doctor. And if required, whatever other tests can be done, and then the patient can be cured. This is all that a doctor or a woman can do while visiting a doctor. But one can also do something wonderful, something uniquely available to all women by themselves, and which is breast self-examination. Each girl beyond 20 years age must learn how to examine her own breasts. I will talk about it a little later, but you don't have to expose yourself to anyone. You don't have to go and face inconvenience or shame or whatever other problems that might come with a visit to a doctor. You have to do on your own, in the privacy of your own homes and or living rooms. And you can examine your own breast. In case you find something abnormal, something amiss, you can then visit the doctor, undertake whatever tests that may be required, and in case you have a disease, get cured even before it goes out of hand. So screening for breast cancer is essentially by visiting a doctor once every year, undergoing whatever test you may have, but equally being aware and doing breast self-examination helps. Now, coming to awareness regarding the warning signs. If you have any of these, you may be at risk of developing breast cancer. Now, before I move any forward, just as I talked about risk factors, these are like tiny risks of developing cancer. Similarly, majority of symptoms that can occur in the breast are very common. If I ask women in the hall, how many of you have had pain in the breast, especially during or just before the menstrual cycle, the menses? I assume, say 1/10 of those who have actually suffered it would raise their hands, which is understandable. But it is a common symptom. Almost, I can very well generalize that there's almost no girl, no woman who never has had pain in the breast during or just before the menses. So it is a common symptom. That doesn't mean all of these symptoms are linked to cancer. Similarly, majority of symptoms in the breast are common, including lumps. So only some of them are because of cancer. So what are the commoner symptoms which you should be aware of? And these are the ones which you should be checking yourself when you're doing breast self-examination. Asymmetry in the breast is common, which is by birth. Many girls have one breast larger than the other. But if you had a fairly symmetrical breast, or whatever was your original form, now recently, out of nowhere, you find one of your breasts is growing larger compared to the other. This is a reason why you should visit a doctor. It doesn't mean that you have a cancer, but unfortunately, unless checked properly, one cannot be sure whether there's a sinister disease lying underneath. Dimpling or puckering of the skin. A lump or without a lump, if there's a dimple on the breast skin or puckering of the skin, this can be a problematic thing. Lump in the breast, a painless lump in the breast is the commonest symptom with which breast cancers are diagnosed. But unfortunately, lumps in the breast are so common that almost again, there's hardly any girl or woman who has never felt a lump in her breast. Many of these lumps, they come and go. You one day or close to your menses, you might find one, and then later on, a few days after the menses are over, that lump is gone. It is not because of a cancer. Such lumps which remain there, which do not come and go, even those, majority are not cancerous. Those are not because of cancer. The statistics is only 1 in 10 women whom we see in the breast clinics, in our clinics, with a lump, eventually turn out to be due to a cancer. Unfortunately, unless we check, unless we test the woman, undertake proper clinical examination, if required, mammography and ultrasonography or imaging, and in certain number of women, some biopsies, we cannot be certain about whether that particular lump is because of cancer or something not so sinister or some other thing which doesn't require treatment or requires some minor treatment. So lumps are commonest symptom either in the breast or in the underarms, in the armpits. So if you find a new, especially painless lump in the breast or in the underarms, please do not ignore, consult a doctor right away. Discharge from the nipple again is a common symptom, but rarely or uncommonly this can be due to an underlying cancer, especially if the discharge is bloody or blood mixed. Close to menopause, many women have some watery discharge from the nipple. That is again not because of a cancer, but in younger age or at any age, if there is a bloody or blood mixed discharge, please do not ignore it, consult a doctor. If there's a change in the shape of the nipple, or if there's a scaly rash or sore in the nipple, and not necessarily not linked to breastfeeding, when women are not either lactating or pregnant, and this kind of a scaly rash is visible, then again this can be dangerous. Do not ignore it. Pain in the breast, I've talked about it earlier, is common and usually not linked to cancer. But if there's a pain in certain portion of the breast and which is not going away, it just stays, it is constant, then please do not ignore it. Okay. Now, as I said earlier, change in the shape of the breast, pulling in of the nipple, in the nipple, pulling in of the nipple, or any destruction of nipple can be a dangerous sign. Again, do not ignore it. Is there something we can do to improve this projection? Okay. Swelling or warmth, redness, darkening of skin in certain part of the breast can be a danger sign. Again, do not ignore it. And if you find any of these signs or symptoms, do not ignore it. Go visit your doctor. This can be a gynecologist or a surgeon, and they will examine you, and if required, undertake certain tests to diagnose the cancer. So the clinical examination by a doctor by itself is it can be very helpful. It can give us a lot of clues whether we are dealing with a cancerous problem or non-cancerous problem. So do not ignore any of these symptoms. Go visit your doctor, who may undertake a mammography. Now, what is mammography? It's like I'm sure all of you know what X-rays are. These are deep penetrating rays with which you can visualize depth within the depth of various tissues. When applied to breast, we call them mammography. And this gives us this kind of pictures. Now, what you see, these are on your right is the left breast, and within the depth of that breast, you see a rather white structure. I'm sorry, I can't use a marker here. The oblique white lines that you see, those are your pectoral muscles, and everything beyond that is the breast shadow, and within the depth of breast, there's a white spot that actually is a cancerous lesion. So by using mammography, we can see deep inside the breast. This is also possible by using ultrasonography. Ultrasonography, again, I'm sure all of you are aware of what ultrasound is. It helps us image deep within various body parts, as also the breast. And by using mammography and ultrasonography, the doctors can visualize any lesions or any tumors inside the breast. And then, if required, they will undertake a needle biopsy. Now, there are certain myths about biopsies in general and needle biopsy. So often women come to us and ask, oh, I've been told that if I undergo a biopsy, it will cause spread of the disease. And it is certainly not true. A needle biopsy is a specialized way of arriving at a tissue diagnosis. What we do is, we put in a tiny needle at the core of the tumor or the lump that you may have felt, take out some tiny bit of tissue from within that core, and that is then examined by the pathologist. And that step by itself is the confirmatory step for diagnosis of breast cancer. And unless we are certain about the diagnosis of cancer or a breast cancer, we can't treat. So this biopsy is critical, and if in case by way of this we arrive at a diagnosis, we then undertake comprehensive treatment of breast cancer. This comprehensive treatment is a combination of various forms of treatment. Surgery is the foremost and the most important or most useful form of treatment, but by itself, surgery may not be totally curative. We have to augment the benefits of surgery by use of or judicial use of combination of rest of the treatments, which include radiation therapy. Radiation therapy is use of certain ionizing radiation to kill cancer cells, but this is beneficial only after surgery. Another form of treatment we often use is chemotherapy and hormone treatment and biological treatment. So it is ideal that all this treatment is done at one single place where all these various forms of treatment and diagnostic tests are available under one roof. I'm fortunate that I work at a place where we have a good team. And then so it also brings me to the fact that breast cancer is not something which can be cured and treated adequately by one single person. We need a whole dedicated team for it, and each member of the team is equally important. Of course, the surgeon leads this team because we are often the first point of contact for these patients, but we, on our own, we can't achieve much. We have to have a good quality pathology, we have to have a good quality radiology, and then medical treatment and radiation treatment to be able to cure it. So, as I said, the treatment is a combination of various forms of treatment. Surgery is by and far the most important one, and I feel it is important for me to discuss. Often it is misconstrued that once a lady has a breast cancer, she would have to lose her breast. We will have to remove the entire breast by surgical means. That is not true. Today, a majority of women who have early stage breast cancer, we can cure them by removing just the tumor and not the whole of the breast, and preserving the breast or conserving the breast, thus conserving the shape and symmetry and cosmesis of the breast. Removal or losing a breast is psychologically a big impact on that lady's psyche. So we try not to do that unless it is absolutely essential. So by and large, we try to remove just the tumor and some bit of normal tissue around it and preserve or conserve the rest of the breast, conserving the shape of the breast. And then subjecting the breast to radiation therapy, which is delivered using such high-tech machines, and also wherever required, treating the patients with chemotherapy. Chemotherapy are drugs which are highly effective in killing cancer cells. So a certain dose of those cancer-directed medicines are delivered usually through the veins in cycles. While they are very useful, effective in killing cancer cells, they also come with some bit of side effects. So we have to take care of the side effects too. But these are curative in majority of cases. And as I said earlier, breast cancer is driven by the female sex hormones, the estrogen. So we can use certain medications, pills, to reduce the levels of those hormones or effect of those hormones. And that is how hormone treatment is effective in about 60% of all breast cancers, and we use it for an extended period of time. Roughly about a fifth of all breast cancers, we are able to identify another driver mutation, a genetic or molecular step, which we can inhibit by use of molecular agents or biological therapy in form of Herceptin. I'm sure some of you would have heard about Herceptin drug and similar other biological treatments. So by use of all these various forms of treatment judiciously and comprehensively, we can achieve cure in majority of women who have undergone appropriate evaluation and where we have been able to diagnose the disease at an early or curable stage. Unfortunately, once the disease is at an advanced stage, we can't cure many of them. So what is this concept of stage? I'm sure some of you might be inquisitive about it. We divide breast cancer, or for that matter, any cancer, into 4 stages, or rather 5. Stage 0 is when there is no cancer. Stage 1 is when the breast cancer is limited to within the breast. There is no involvement of the breast skin or the chest wall or the rib cage underneath, and there's no spread to any other body parts. Stage 2 is when the breast tumor itself has become a little larger, but still has not involved any of the other body parts except for lymph nodes in the armpit. Stage 3 is when the cancer has involved the skin or the rib cage, but still has not spread beyond the breast and the armpit. And stage 4 is what we call as the last stage, when the cancer has spread to, say, liver, lungs, bones, and other body organs, and that is the last stage. Now, staging has a bearing on the outcomes. If the patient is diagnosed in stage 0 or stage 1, you can see we can cure 100%, all of them, by appropriate treatment. This appropriate treatment is, as I said earlier, comprehensive multimodality treatment, a combination of surgery, radiation, chemotherapy, biological treatment, hormone treatment. So, diagnosing a cancer, if at all you have to develop cancer in your lifetime, if it is diagnosed as stage 1, we can cure it almost certainly. If it is diagnosed at stage 2, 90% of those women who are diagnosed in stage 2 can be cured. If it is diagnosed stage 3, roughly about 1/3 of them are not cured. 2/3 can be cured. And if it is diagnosed in stage 4, sadly, no more than 20% can expect to be cured for long term. So it makes sense that we diagnose cancers in an early curable stage, because it is curable in early stages, unfortunately not so treatable or curable at later stages. So those were some of the thoughts that I thought are worth sharing with you all. I hope I've been able to convey to you the importance of breast awareness, the need for screening and early diagnosis, and the breast and how comprehensive treatment can be helpful. And as the last part of this whole discussion, I'd like to take you through the process of breast self-examination. This is something that I talked about can be done by yourself, and it is very useful in detecting any subclinical or any very early changes in your body. As I said earlier, every girl beyond 20 years age should be taught about how to perform breast self-examination. It can be done while you are in the privacy of your living room or your bathroom. It is best done in front of a mirror to start with, and then with some moisture on your hands. So one way of doing it is doing it in your shower. You can examine yourself while showering. How do you do that? Once every month, mid-cycle, starting 20 years age, examine both in standing and in lying down postures, and with flat of your hands, look for the shape and size of your breast. Look for any changes in the breast, like puckering of skin or discoloration or alteration of the nipple. Now, it is important that you do not examine yourself close to the time when you're going to have your menses. As we talked about it earlier, it's very common to find lumpiness in the breast or engorgement and pain in the breast close to the menses. So it is best that you examine yourself, say, about 7 to 10 days after you have had your menses. That is the time when the breasts are supple, non-tender, not painful, and so if in case you have a lesion or a tumor, you will be able to detect it easily. So this is a stepwise guide to how do you examine. First, in the privacy of your living room or the bathroom, stand in front of a mirror. Make sure that both your shoulders are at the same location. Expose yourself from chin down to your umbilicus or belly button. See the symmetry and shape of your breast. Just inspect, look at the mirror and see if there's any change in the shape or size of your breast, symmetry of the breast, and try to appreciate the changes that I talked to you about earlier. Having done it while with your arms by the side, then raise your arms, clasp the hands behind your head, and again do the same. This may help you decide or decipher certain other lesions that might arise. The next step, you put your hands on the hip and then clasp or press. Again, looking for any change in the shape, symmetry, and the appearance of the breast in general. Thank you. And having inspected the breast, having looked at the breast closely, next step is to feel your own breast. Now, how do you do that? You do it, you feel your right breast using the left hand and the left breast using the right hand. You use the flat part of the fingers, the middle three fingers, and not by pinching in between thumb and the fingers. Because breast by nature are like lumpy organs. So you do not want to feel for those natural lumps. You want to feel any diseased lumps only, and that is best done by using the flat part of fingers, as you can see in this picture. So use the pads of the fingers, not the fingertips. You can use the fingertips to start feeling around your nipple and then keep going outwards, making larger and larger concentric circles outwards. Eventually, take your hands right up to the armpit to feel the armpit as well. It is best done by first lightly touching your breast, feeling for any superficial, any lumps which are close to the skin. And then apply a little bit of pressure, not enough to feel for the rib cage, and then feel for any lumps. And as a final step, apply sufficient pressure to feel for your ribs and the rib cage, and again feel for any lumps. And by doing this, you will be able to feel any lumps that you may have. If in case you have a new lump, which is not painful especially, don't delay it. Go consult a doctor, and if required, undergo whatever test. And then finally, pinch your nipple to see if there's any discharge. Now, this may be a little bit uncomfortable, but it's all well worth. See if it is there. If there's a new discharge, again you need to consult. Having examined or felt your breast while you're sitting, now you lie down, put either a small pillow or a folded towel underneath your shoulder, and then again feel for the same in a similar manner as I told you earlier. And this way you'll be able to feel better. I'm sure you will be able to find these kind of guides at various resources, various places. These are equally available on our website, the sdpjbreasthealth.org.in, and various other places. Numerous women healthcare magazines or women magazines like like the Femina, they also provide these kind of resources. So the idea is for you to learn how to do breast self-examination, undertake it regularly. It is best that you make a calendar or a diary and keep noting down what did you feel when you felt it last. If there's any new change, what did you feel? And then consult a doctor if in case there's any significant new problem that you detect. So I'm sure there would be some questions in minds of some of the women in the audience. I'll be very happy to address those. And in fact, I would encourage any thoughts, any comments and questions that you might have in your minds. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, respected sir, for that informative session and also for your thoughtful gesture. If there are any questions, we are willing to take them up, dear teachers. Yes. Please come up on the stage and put forth your question so that we all can benefit from the same. Dear teachers, it's a brilliant opportunity to ask questions and gain information on this very crucial topic. And I believe we must put our hands together for our esteemed management as well, who planned this session on breast cancer for safeguarding our lives. And thank you very much once again, respected sir, for your valuable presence here.
Jai Jagat, everyone. Sir, actually, my question is that two of my paternal aunt, that's my buaji. Both the buaji suffered from this breast cancer. One of younger one died at the age of 52. Within 3 months of diagnosis, she died. Elder one also suffered from the same disease, but she is survivor. She is 68 years old. She was diagnosed, but she survived. My question is that we three sisters, so is it really we all are going to suffer from the some stage of life, and what precaution we can have to minimize the risk?
Firstly, a round of applause for the lady here for bringing out so courageously the dilemma of so many of us sitting in this audience. Many would not be able to gather that courage to speak it out. My answer to you, ma'am, number one, you have just provided me an example of what I talked about, that genetic risk is there, and if in case there are numerous members in a family who have had breast cancer, rest of the members have slightly higher risk of developing breast cancer. So you must be aware that this is a risk which runs in your family. You must do breast self-examination, as I discussed to you. Beyond 35 or 40 years age, every woman in your family must participate in breast cancer screening, which means you have to identify a reasonably knowledgeable doctor in your vicinity, visit them once every year. This can be a breast surgeon, it can be a gynecologist who has some training in breast oncology, and they would undertake, if required, mammography or other forms of tests to see if you have a breast lesion or you are starting to develop breast cancer. If in case you do have a cancer, it should be treated without any delay in a manner that it can cure you. This was the first part of advice to you. Now, second part is, within your family, you have had good and bad experience. One bua unfortunately succumbed, the other is surviving. The difference could well be the stage at diagnosis. I mean, by and large, if we are able to diagnose the disease at a first or second stage, we can cure it. However, unfortunately, if it is diagnosed at a later stage, third and fourth, we cannot cure it. So it is possible, I do not know the specifics of your family, but it's quite possible that one of your buas at a late stage at which it was diagnosed, the other was diagnosed at an early stage.
Yes.
And also the quality of treatment may have differed.
Yes.
One may have undergone better quality treatment compared to other.
Yes.
But that is also, that has a limited value. The more important part is stage at which the disease is diagnosed. So please do not be afraid. Not the question that you asked, not every woman in your family is going to suffer, but a few may. So what is the answer or the solution? The solution is being aware and undertaking breast self-examination, screening.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Jai Jagat, everyone. So thank you so much for that valuable information. Sir, I have a question in mind. In most of the cancer cases, we are told that the use of plastics, like where we eat food from the plastic containers, is a common cause of cancers. Is it the same in breast cancer also?
Yes, whatever applies to health problems in general, cancers in general, applies to breast cancers too. So while we know there's a loose or in a general way, there's a linkage between environmental pollution, including contamination with plastics, with diseases as a whole, cancers, breast cancer too has a link to it. But it is not such a straightforward or direct link like genetics that I can tell you that if you have to reduce your risk of cancers or breast cancer, you can do away with plastic usage.
And sir, the use of microwave?
The same is true with microwave. There are certain facts and then certain possible facts, and then the third part is the myths. So when it comes to microwave, it is bordering the myth. With plastics, there are scientific evidences available linking use of plastics and contamination of microplastics with diseases and cancers. With microwave, there is no such evidence. So please do not fall for such myths.
Non-stick cookware also, yes.
Okay. Now, I do not know specifically about non-stick pans, but it is possible that the non-stick coating of these pans have certain chemicals which, if they leach out into your food, they may increase the risk of various diseases. Again, whatever I can tell you with confidence is whatever is available as scientific evidence. Unfortunately, there is no scientific evidence to my knowledge linking use of non-stick pans to breast cancer, so I cannot say that it is so. Air fryers, again, I'm not even aware if there's been any study which has linked air fryers with breast cancer risk.
So we are saved in a way.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And a general statement that can be made is there are various risk factors for various diseases, many of which are common to all diseases as a whole. So the protection against all of them is a healthy lifestyle, a balanced, healthy diet, exercise, staying close to ideal body weight, not being overweight, and generally avoiding all such things which lead to diseases like tobacco, alcohol, and certain other addictions.
Thank you so much.
Jai Jagat sir. So my question is, if a person is suffering from cancer, let's suppose an unmarried woman is there, she's suffering from cancer, and the cancerous tumor is being removed. Will she be able to... so my question is that if the woman is there who's suffering from cancer and she is unmarried, let's suppose her cancer is being cured, will she be able to breastfeed furthermore? Yes.
Okay. It's a rather complex question. So we are talking of a minority of all breast cancer patients who are so young that they would later on go on to give birth to a child and breastfeed one. So if the disease was diagnosed at a stage when we just had to do a minor surgical procedure, removing just a lump and not the whole breast, and not treating her with any major treatment later on, like radiotherapy she would certainly be able to breastfeed. However, a woman who has had a stage 2, stage 3 or worse cancer and has undergone comprehensive treatment for cancer, including cancer chemotherapy and radiation, it is difficult to predict whether she would be able to breastfeed or not. There are numerous changes because of the treatment by themselves that occur that may prevent her from breastfeeding. So this is unfortunately a question which I cannot provide a straightforward answer. It all depends on a specific case, what the specific needs for that particular patient were.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, dear teachers, for putting forth your queries. And thank you very much, respected sir. Today's discussion has been a timely reminder that health is not an option, it is the foundation of everything we do. The awareness you have shared, sir, about breast cancer, its early signs, the importance of regular checkups, and most importantly, breaking the silence around it, is truly invaluable. Can we have another round of applause for respected sir? Dear teachers, we must step towards safeguarding our lives and the lives of those we care for. Breast cancer, a term that evokes fear, yet also reminds us of the power of awareness, early detection, and timely action. I'm sure all of us will carry forward this message, not only for ourselves, but as ambassadors of awareness for our families, friends, and community. Once again, heartfelt gratitude to you, respected sir, for your time, your knowledge, and your thoughtful gesture. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a moment of honor and pride for all of us as we welcome our esteemed chief guest, Honorable Mr. Alok Ranjan, retired IAS and ex-Chief Secretary, Government of Uttar Pradesh. We welcome you, sir. He's a distinguished personality whose remarkable achievements, unwavering commitment to excellence, and dedication to service continue to inspire many. We feel truly privileged to welcome you, respected sir. Honorable sir, as a leader, is known for his integrity, visionary thinking, and decades of dedicated service to the nation. And he has been instrumental in driving transformative initiatives. Respected sir, your commitment to public welfare, administration, and nation building continues to inspire countless individuals, and your presence today is a source of immense pride for all of us. Thank you for sparing your valuable time and for gracing the occasion. To formally introduce our esteemed chief guest, Mr. Alok Ranjan, I now invite on stage the visionary leader, our esteemed manager, Professor Geeta Gandhi Kingdon, whose unwavering commitment to education and excellence continues to inspire us all. Respected ma'am, may I kindly request your good self to introduce our honorable chief guest to the august gathering. Thank you.
It's my great honor today to introduce a distinguished leader, acclaimed author, and an eminent bureaucrat, Mr. Alok Ranjan, retired IAS officer and former Chief Secretary to the Government of Uttar Pradesh. An alumnus of St. Stephen's College, Delhi, where he studied economics, and a gold medalist MBA from IIM Ahmedabad. Mr. Ranjan joined the Indian Administrative Services in 1978, securing an impressive All India rank 4. Incredible. Across his 38 years of exemplary service, All India rank 4, you understand the significance of that, teachers, more than anybody else. Across his 38 years of exemplary service, he held some of the highest positions in governance, including Chief Secretary, Infrastructure and Industrial Development Commissioner, Agricultural Production Commissioner, and Principal Secretary to departments such as Urban Development, Education, and Finance. At the national level, Mr. Ranjan also served as Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Defense. Post-retirement, Mr. Ranjan has continued to serve the nation as a thought leader, academic mentor, and public speaker. He's currently associated with institutions such as IIM Lucknow and Jaipuriya Institute of Management as a visiting and adjunct professor, delivering courses on leadership, ethics, governance, and happiness. He also chairs a policy think tank, advises multiple academic and industrial institutions, and he serves as an independent director on the boards of reputed companies. An accomplished author, Mr. Ranjan has penned 6 insightful books, including Making a Difference, IAS as a Career. Another book is titled The Collector Today. Yet another is titled Ethics for Civil Services. And another one, Happiness and Well-Being. He regularly contributes to leading national dailies such as the Times of India, Economic Times, and the Millennium Post. We are deeply privileged to welcome him And I want to note something more beyond what was written down. Mr. Ranjan's hobbies include reading and writing. He's passionate about things that make a difference to society. He made Agra district completely literate in the year 1992. He implemented the Lucknow-Agra Expressway, which we all enjoy and take advantage of. Raise your hand if you've been on that express. I think there's hardly any hand that has not gone up. Every single hand almost has gone up. So you have been the direct beneficiaries of his personal efforts. And he also led the Lucknow Metro Rail project. So the metro that we enjoy today is the outcome of the dedicated efforts of himself and his team that he led in order to deliver such a beautiful, clean, exemplary public service that the metro provides. And it brought a new culture to the city of Lucknow, a culture of cleanliness and an example of how we can change the culture of a place. And I think one of the main things that is exciting him, interesting him after his release from the public administrative duties so that he can devote himself to those causes that are dear to him, spreading happiness in society through his foundation. I think this is the topic that interests him and excites him the most at the moment. And I'm happy to say that in just a short while, Alok Ranjanji will share with you all and with us his research on and his findings about happiness and well-being. Friends, happiness, there is a whole science, there is a whole body of research that has looked at the topic of happiness and what are the factors that are conducive to happiness and what are the factors that vitiate happiness. So it is so absorbing, it is so interesting. I've had the privilege of hearing him, and that is when I said that I would like, sir, if you could please come and give the same talk to our teachers or some version of it. And Mr. Alok Ranjan was speaking to our school's psychological counselors, to the group of all of our psychological counselors, and we all felt that this was a talk that everyone must hear. So we're very grateful, sir, that you're here today, and we look forward just in a bit to hearing you. We wanted to show you a short film, if you will first permit. It's about our group captain, Shubhanshu Shukla, our alumnus, who has just gone into space, and when his name is taken, everybody breaks into spontaneous applause. So we will all see this film and really remind ourselves again and again and again of the sweetness of he is a finest product of the outcome and an outcome of your endeavors, teachers. Many of you are teachers who taught him directly. Nageshwar sir is here. Lipika Kale ma'am is here. People who have taught him directly, who are still serving over here, even though he left CMS 23 years ago. So, and Mrs. Gauri Khanna's name must be taken. She's the principal, she was the principal, now retired, of the campus that produced this great hero of this heartthrob of our country. And this person who has made science, exploration, astronomy, and, curiosity, he has made a person, up to now the heroes and heroines for our children are film stars, sports personalities, music world personalities are seen as heroes and heroines. But today, because of Shubhanshu Shukla, a scientist and an explorer is seen as a hero. So many children have come to our principals. The principals tell me that so many of our children are now saying, I want to be an astronaut. So we have to have that sort of an influence on the lives and thinking and aspirations of millions and millions of children of India is a tremendous place to be. And one thing I want to say about him, and I don't know whether it will come across in the film, I hope it does, is that if you read yesterday morning's Times of India, on the front page, it reported what Shubhanshu Shukla's conversation with our Prime Minister Modi ji was, and it summarized that he said that India looks bigger from space than when you look at it on a 2D map. But another thing he also said is that here, from up here, I do not see any boundaries or any lines sort of demarcating different countries. It seems like one home. And this is our ethic, unity in diversity. So this has been the core message. And if you were to sum up the essence of the thinking of my revered father, if you were to sum up what he stood for and what he spoke about relentlessly throughout the 65 years that he was at the helm of affairs of this school, the one value that he cared for and which he deeply, deeply cared to propagate and disseminate throughout the world, and for which he made strenuous efforts, was this precise thing, Jai Jagat, the motto with which he started the school 66 years ago. And he cared so deeply about instilling this value of Jai Jagat and of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, treating the whole earth as one family. And our alumnus from space has reaffirmed that value, how proud we all are and how proud my father's soul is today. Thank you.
At this point, we are coming up on terminal count. Our crew access arm has been moved out of the way and our launch escape system is armed.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff.
आजा आजा जिंद शामी आने के तले आजा जरी वाले नीले आसमाने के तले जय हो जय हो आजा आजा जिंद शामी आने के तले आजा जरी वाले नीले आसमाने के तले जय हो।
नमस्कार मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, वाटर राइड 40 साल बाद हम वापस ब्रिज में पहुंच गए हैं और कमाल की राइड थी। इस समय हम 7.5 किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड की रफ्तार से पृथ्वी के चारों तरफ घूम रहे हैं और मेरे कंधे पे मेरे साथ मेरा तिरंगा है जो मुझे बता रहा है कि नहीं हूँ, मैं आप सबके साथ हूँ। ये मेरी इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन तक की जर्नी की शुरुआत नहीं है, ये भारत के ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की शुरुआत है और मैं चाहता हूं कि आप सभी देशवासी इस यात्रा का हिस्सा बने। आपका भी सीना दिल से चौड़ा होना चाहिए, अब भी उतना ही एक्साइटमेंट दिखाइए। आइए हम सब मिलकर भारत की इस ह्यूमन स्पेस प्रोग्राम की जर्नी की शुरुआत करें। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Very warm welcome, first of all, to the first family of the astronaut of India that's going to the International Space Station. Our very own Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, Pride of India Shubhanshu Shukla, son of Lucknow, and of course, alumnus of City Monastery School's Aliganj campus from age 3 to 18. We celebrate today for several reasons. First of all, Shuk hamara beta hai. Secondly, he's the pride of India, the pride of Uttar Pradesh. Thirdly, we celebrate this incredible role model that he is, with admirable personal qualities. Fourthly, we celebrate his missions representing this extraordinary contribution to the expansion of the frontiers of science and technology. Fifthly, we celebrate the values with which Shuks grew up at City Monastery School for 15 years. The biggest value of space travel is that it gives a person see the oneness of humanity in a real sense.
Major Tom to ground control. I'm stepping through the door, and I'm floating in the most peculiar way.
Hello everyone, Namaskar from space.
I'm thrilled to be here with my fellow astronauts, as Peggy said, 1 veteran and 3 rookies, and wow, what a ride it was. Frankly, when I was sitting in the capsule in Grace yesterday on the launch pad, my only thought in my mind was that let's just go. After 30 days of quarantine, it was a feeling that I just wanted to go. The excitement and all was, probably far away. It was just the feeling that let's just leave here. We showed you joy and grace. This is Swan, a great symbol. It looks really cute. The capsule itself, Grace, has been very kind. I was not feeling very great when we, got shot into the vacuum. But since yesterday, I've been told that I've been sleeping a lot, which is a good sign. So I think that's a great sign. I'm getting used to this quite well, enjoying the views, enjoying the entire experience, learning like a baby, learning the new steps, learning how to walk, learning how to control yourself, everything, learning how to eat. I have to say thank you so much, guys, for making this happen, and I'm sure that we are going to have a great time.
नहीं एक जश्न है भारत, रग रग में है जीत की आदत, ऐसा हुनर दुश्मन भी सलामी दे। तू सूरज हम तेरे उजाले, तुझसे जुदा नहीं होने वाले, आखिर तक हम सफर तिरंगे के। जय हिंद जो नस नस में है, हर बाजी फिर बस में है, सिंध ठान के हिंदुस्तान बोले। सुजलाम सुफलाम मलयज शीतलाम सस्य श्यामलाम वंदे मातरम। सुजलाम सुफलाम मलयज शीतलाम सस्य श्यामलाम वंदे मातरम।
I know that you're very excited to get your astronaut number.
And so I'd like to give these guys their astronaut pins. So we'll start with Shubhanshu Shukla, astronaut number 634.
Thank you, Peggy. Oh, so I am number 634. That's a privilege. No, but to be fair, it is a privilege to be amongst the few who have got the chance to see the Earth from a vantage point that I have been able to see now. It has been a wonderful ride. The minute I entered the International Space Station and you guys, this crew, you just made me feel so welcome, as if you literally opened your doors, like your house doors for us. That's true. So, and I'm very, very confident that the next 14 days are going to be amazing, doing, as you said, advancing science and research and working together. Thank you so much.
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। हम इसके लिए जो है ईश्वर को धन्यवाद करते हैं और उन सभी लोगों को जिन्होंने हमारे बच्चे को दुआएं दी है।
अच्छा लग रहा है, शुभांशु के स्पेस पहुंचने में बहुत गर्व का पल महसूस हो रहा है, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है।
It is a wonderful level of achievement, and everybody is electrified. All of CMS, all 62,500 students of CMS are incredibly excited, and they feel a part of his mission.
आपके प्यार और आशीर्वाद से सुरक्षित मैं इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन पे पहुंच चुका हूं और बहुत आसान दिख रहा है यहाँ खड़े होना, लेकिन थोड़ा सा मुश्किल है, थोड़ा सा सर भारी है, थोड़ी तकलीफ हो रही है, लेकिन ये सब बहुत छोटी चीज़ें हैं और कुछ ही दिनों में हम इसके यूज्ड टू हो जाएंगे। और ये पहला पड़ाव है इस जर्नी का, और अभी आगे 14 दिन यहाँ पे रह के हम काफ़ी सारे साइंस एक्सपेरिमेंट्स करेंगे, आप लोगों से बातचीत करेंगे। लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं ये जो पड़ाव है ये भी दिखाता है कि ये हमारी अपनी स्पेस जर्नी का भी एक पड़ाव है। मैं बहुत उत्साहित हूँ और मैं अपने शोल्डर पे अपना तिरंगा जो मैं लेके चल रहा हूँ, मैं मानता हूँ कि आप सब मेरे साथ हैं, तो मैं ये भी समझ लेता हूँ कि आप सब भी मेरे साथ उत्साहित हैं और मुझे लगता है कि अगले 14 दिन बहुत ही एक्साइटिंग जाने वाले हैं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
शुभांशु, नमस्कार।
नमस्कार।
मेरी आवाज में सभी भारतीयों का उत्साह और उमंग शामिल है। अंतरिक्ष में भारत का परचम लहराने के लिए मैं आपको हार्दिक बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। तो सबसे पहले तो ये बताइए, वहां सब कुशल मंगल है? आपकी तबीयत ठीक है?
मैं यहाँ बिल्कुल ठीक हूँ, सुरक्षित हूँ, आप सबके आशीर्वाद और प्यार की वजह से। जब मैं छोटा था, मैं कभी सोच नहीं पाया कि मैं एस्ट्रोनॉट बन सकता हूँ, लेकिन मुझे लगता है आपके नेतृत्व में आज का भारत ये मौका देता है और उन सपनों को साकार करने का भी मौका देता है।
शुभ, आप जो गाजर का हलवा ले गए हैं, क्या उससे अपने साथियों को खिलाया?
जी प्रधानमंत्री जी, ये कुछ चीज़ें मैं अपने देश की खाने की लेके आया था, जैसे गाजर का हलवा, मूंग दाल का हलवा और आमरस। तो हम सभी ने बैठ के इसका स्वाद लिया साथ में और सबको बहुत पसंद आया।
शुभ, परिक्रमा करना भारत की सदियों पुरानी परंपरा है। आपको तो पृथ्वी माता की परिक्रमा का सौभाग्य मिला है।
हम दिन में 16 बार परिक्रमा करते हैं, 16 सूर्योदय और 16 सनराइज और सनसेट हम देखते हैं ऑर्बिट से। इस परिक्रमा में इस तेज गति में हम इस समय करीब 28,000 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की रफ्तार से चल रहे हैं आपसे बात करते वक्त, और ये गति पता नहीं चलती क्योंकि हम तो अंदर हैं, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं ये गति जरूर दिखाती है कि हमारा देश कितनी गति से आगे बढ़ रहा है इस समय।
अच्छा शुभ, अंतरिक्ष की विशालता देखकर सबसे पहला विचार क्या आया आपको?
पृथ्वी बिल्कुल एक दिखती है, मतलब बाहर से कोई सीमा रेखा नहीं दिखाई देती, कोई बॉर्डर नहीं दिखाई देता। लगता है कि कोई बॉर्डर एग्जिस्ट ही नहीं करता, कोई राज्य नहीं एग्जिस्ट करता, कंट्रीज नहीं एग्जिस्ट करती। फाइनली हम सब ह्यूमैनिटी का पार्ट है और अर्थ हमारा एक घर है और हम सब के सब उसके सिटीजन्स हैं। और दूसरी चीज़ जो बहुत नोटिसेबल थी, जब पहली बार भारत को देखा, भारत सच में बहुत भव्य दिखता है।
आपने जबरदस्त मेहनत की है, लंबी ट्रेनिंग करके गए हैं। वहां की परिस्थितियां कितनी अलग हैं, कैसे एडप्ट कर रहे हैं?
यहाँ पे तो सब कुछ ही अलग है प्रधानमंत्री जी, पर यहाँ आने के बाद चूंकि ग्रेविटी माइक्रो ग्रेविटी है, एब्सेंट है, तो छोटी छोटी चीज़ें भी बहुत मुश्किल हो जाती हैं। अभी आपसे बात करते वक्त मैंने अपने पैरों को बांध रखा है, नहीं तो मैं ऊपर चला जाऊंगा।
क्या कोई ऐसा एक्सपेरिमेंट है आने वाले समय में एग्रीकल्चर या हेल्थ सेक्टर को फायदा पहुंचाएगा?
भारतीय वैज्ञानिकों ने 7 यूनिक एक्सपेरिमेंट्स डिज़ाइन किए जो कि मैं अपने साथ स्टेशन पे लेके आया हूं। और पहला एक्सपेरिमेंट जो मैं करने वाला हूं, जो कि आज ही के दिन में शेड्यूल्ड है, वो है स्टेम सेल्स के ऊपर। अंतरिक्ष में आने से क्या होता है कि ग्रेविटी चूंकि एब्सेंट होती है तो लोड खत्म हो जाता है, तो मसल लॉस होता है। तो जो मेरा एक्सपेरिमेंट है वो ये देख रहा है कि क्या कोई सप्लीमेंट दे के हम इस मसल लॉस को रोक सकते हैं या फिर डिले कर सकते हैं। जो दूसरा एक्सपेरिमेंट है वो माइक्रोएल्गी की ग्रोथ के ऊपर, ये फूड सिक्योरिटी के लिए भी बहुत काम आएगा धरती के ऊपर।
आप भारत की युवा पीढ़ी को क्या मैसेज देंगे?
भारत जिस दिशा में जा रहा है, हमने बहुत बोल्ड और बहुत ऊंचे सपने देखे हैं। मैं ये कहूँगा कि सक्सेस का कोई एक रास्ता नहीं होता, आप कभी कोशिश मत छोड़िए।
हमें मिशन गगनयान को आगे बढ़ाना है, हमें अपना खुद का स्पेस स्टेशन बनाना है और चंद्रमा पर भारतीय एस्ट्रोनॉट की लैंडिंग भी करानी है।
जो मुझे लेसन्स मिले हैं, जो मुझे सीख मिली है, वो सब एक स्पॉन्ज की तरह मैं एब्जॉर्ब कर रहा हूँ।
शुभांशु, आज मुझे आपसे बात करके बहुत आनंद आया। आपके मन में जो भाव है,
केवल एक बात अपने मन में रखिए, दैट स्काई इज नेवर द लिमिट, ना आपके लिए, ना मेरे लिए और ना भारत के लिए। तिरंगा आप मेरे पीछे देख रहे हैं, ये यहाँ नहीं था। कल के पहले जब मैं यहाँ पे आया हूँ तब हमने यहाँ पे पहली बार लगाया है, तो ये बहुत भावुक करता है मुझे और बहुत अच्छा लगता है देख के कि भारत आज इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन पहुँच चुका है।
शुभांशु, आपकी वापसी का इंतजार है। अपना ध्यान रखिए, मां भारती का सम्मान बढ़ाते रहिए। अनेक अनेक शुभकामनाएं।
स्पेस से सबके लिए भारत माता की जय।
Thank you, respected Geeta Didi, for very warmly introducing our esteemed chief guest, Mr. Alok Ranjan. And thank you very much for making us witness a short video on our hero, Hamara Beta, Shubhanshu Shukla, who is winning hearts around the world with his down-to-earth and never-give-up attitude. And also with his humility, sense of humor, sweetness, confidence, and a go-getter attitude, spreading the message of unity in diversity, the CMS message from the International Space Station. All right, teachers, raise your hands if you like the way Shubhanshu said, Namaskar from space. I loved it. Can we have a huge round of applause? He was so confident, he had no fear in his heart, and he was somewhere trying to give courage to his family and to the entire India that he is safe and he is happy. Also, did you notice that life is not always about grand gestures? It's about living with simplicity and finding joy in the simple things of life. Could you notice that he had a soft toy with him and he was trying to play with it and find happiness while traveling to the ISS? Did you notice that, dear teachers? That was a very subtle way to face all the challenges head on. So Shubhanshu Shukla has created history, and that truly deserves another round of applause, and we look forward to meeting him on his safe return to the earth. Moving ahead, we will shortly witness a welcome song by the teachers of Gomti Nagar Campus 1. It is often said that teaching is the one profession that creates all others. Behind every success story, every confident stride, and every accomplished individual, there stands a teacher, guiding, inspiring, and shaping futures with quiet determination and unwavering dedication. Today, as we come together to acknowledge and celebrate the invaluable contributions of our teachers, it is only fitting that we begin with a heartfelt musical tribute. This upcoming special welcome song will symbolize the strength, resilience, and indomitable spirit that each of you carry within. You are truly unstoppable, dear teachers, nurturing generations, overcoming challenges, and leaving behind a legacy that time will forever honor. We invite you to receive this gesture with pride, for it is a reflection of your tireless service and the remarkable impact you create every single day. Kindly join me in welcoming our talented teachers from Gomti Nagar Campus 1 as they present this song of gratitude and strength.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for an elated introduction for all of us. We are here to present before you a welcome song and a song which tells how unstoppable you and we are. That says unstoppable. And we are going to begin with this melodious note, and we are showing our gratitude to all of you from one set of teachers to another. Those who are sitting over there, our welcome song sets the tune of joy, togetherness, and celebration. And the song Unstoppable shows that how we go on being unstoppable. So sit back, enjoy this beautiful song, which is brought to you all with our very own talented teachers of CMSGN1. Can we have the track, please?
Welcome, dear teachers, we're glad you're here. Hearts full of joy and minds so clear. You light the way with all you do, guiding dreams to make them true. We sing with pride, cheer aloud, to make every teacher feel so proud. In every lesson, big and small, with care and love, you let it show. Welcome, welcome, one and all, answering education's call. Today we sing and celebrate. We teachers are truly great. Welcome, welcome, one and all, answering education's call. Today we sing and celebrate. We teachers are truly great.
If you all know this song, you can join us in the chorus. Unstoppable.
Old smiles, know what it takes to fool this town. I'll do it till the sun goes down, and all through the night time. Oh yeah, I'll tell you what you wanna hear. Leave my sunglasses on, I'll shed a tear. It's never the right time. Yeah. I put my arm around, show you how strong I am. I put my arm around, show you that I am. I'm unstoppable. I'm a force showing no race. I'm invincible. Yeah, I win every single game. I'm so powerful. I don't need batteries to play. I'm so confident. Yeah, I'm unstoppable today. Unstoppable today. Yeah. Unstoppable today. Unstoppable today. Unstoppable today. I put my arm around, show you how strong I am. I put my arm around, I'll show you there I am. I'm unstoppable. I'm a force showing no race. I'm invincible. Yeah, I win every single game. I'm so powerful. I don't need batteries to play. I'm so confident. Yeah, I'm unstoppable today. Unstoppable today. Yeah. Unstoppable today. Unstoppable today. Unstoppable today. Unstoppable today. Yeah. Unstoppable today. Unstoppable today. Unstoppable today.
What a soulful and Wonderful performance by our dedicated teachers from Gomti Nagar Campus 1. Your energy, your expression, and your message through this song have beautifully reflected the true essence of being a teacher. Truly unstoppable, resilient, and inspiring. You not only nurture young minds, dear teachers, but ignite hope, courage, and confidence wherever you go. Thank you for this heartfelt tribute and for being the guiding force in so many lives. And now it is time for the lighting of the lamp ceremony. I take the proud privilege to invite on stage our honorable chief guest, Mr. Alok Ranjan, our respected founder director, Dr. Mrs. Bharti Gandhi, our respected manager and respected president, CMS, respected Basu ma'am, head qued and superior principal, all the esteemed members of the management, all the respected principals, vice principals, headmistresses, in charges, and coordinators, the dedicated members of the Innovation Wing, CMS alumni, and all our esteemed special guests to kindly come up on stage for the lighting of the lamp ceremony. I request all the esteemed members. I once again request all the esteemed members of the management, respected principals and headmistresses, and the other visionary educators to kindly come up on the stage to be a part of the lighting of the lamp ceremony. This sacred tradition marks the eternal triumph of knowledge over ignorance, of light over darkness, and unity over division. Light is the language of the universe. Just as dawn shatters the veil of night, education shatters the darkness of ignorance. When we light a lamp, it is not merely a ritual, it is an affirmation that darkness, whether in the world or within our hearts, is temporary, and knowledge, wisdom, and unity will always prevail. When we ignite the flame, we ignite curiosity, understanding, and compassion in our minds, creating individuals who do not just exist, but enlighten the world around them. When the mind is illuminated, it ceases to wage wars, both internal and external, and peace, understanding, and unity blossom. This lamp signifies our collective commitment to banish the darkness of division and replace it with the radiant light of faith, tolerance, and global unity. Dear teachers, imagine a world where no child sleeps in fear, no nation lives in conflict. That dream begins by lighting the lamp in our hearts. Thank you, respected sir and respected ma'ams. Moving ahead, we will shortly witness the all-religion prayer. The world may speak in different tongues, follow different rituals, and bow in different directions. Yet the essence of every faith is the same: love, peace, compassion, and the understanding that God is one. At City Montessori School, we believe that true education is not just about books and knowledge. It is about nurturing hearts that respect every faith, every tradition, and every path that leads to the divine. Every religion is like a beautiful ray of light, distinct, yet emerging from the same eternal source. Together, they illuminate the world with wisdom, kindness, and unity. In this belief that we celebrate through the all-religion prayer, a tradition that reflects the spirit of oneness, where prayers rise not from one place, but from every corner of humanity, reminding us that only in unity can peace blossom. And today, carrying forward this divine message, the teachers of Nagar Campus 1 and 2 are ready to present the all-religion prayer dance, a graceful tribute to the beauty of every faith and the unbreakable bond that connects all of humanity. Let's welcome the teachers of Nagar Campus 1 and 2 with a huge round of applause and with open hearts. And let the spirit of peace, love, and unity fill this space. Over to the teachers of Nagar Campus 1 and 2 for the all-religion prayer. Thank you.
मैं सर्वधर्म हूं, मैं ब्रह्म की ओर ले जाने वाला मार्ग हूं। मेरा उद्देश्य मानवता की उन्नति और परमात्मा की खोज है। मेरे अनुसार ईश्वर एक है, परंतु उसके नाम, रूप और परंपराएं अलग-अलग हैं। धर्म के विभिन्न रूपों और प्रतिष्ठानों में भिन्नता के बावजूद मेरा मूल उद्देश्य है विश्व शांति, समरसता और एकता।
कृष्ण हरे कृष्ण 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 श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारे, हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा। श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारे, हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा। देव के नंदन तुमको वंदन, रखते सबकी लाज, सबके स्वामी अंतर्यामी पूर्ण कीजिए काज। परंपार तेरी तू माखन चोर कहावे, भव सागर से सबकी नैया तू ही पार लगावे। भक्तों का सहारा तू बांसुरी वाला, मथुरा के बसैया ओ नंद के लाला। तेरी भक्ति में नाचे सबका भैया। श्री कृष्ण गोविंद, श्री कृष्ण गोविंद मुरारे, हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा। हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा। तुमको रखते सबकी लाज, सबके स्वामी अंतर्यामी पूर्ण कीजिए काज। तुमको रखते सबकी लाज, सबके स्वामी अंतर्यामी पूर्ण कीजिए काज। बरकतों का पैगाम मिले कहने से, ला इलाहा इल्लल्लाह। बिस्मिल्लाह 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 तेरे नाम पे खत्म लिल्ला मुश्किलें आसान हुई सारी आफत टल गई ओ अल्लाह नेमतें नाजिल हुई मरती ख्वाहिश पल गई तेरी मिल जाए पना मेरे कहने से बस बिस्मिल्लाह 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 बिस्मिल्लाह
एक ओंकार सतनाम करता पुरख निरपौ निर्वैर अकाल मूरत अजूनी सैभं गुर प्रसाद जप आद सच जुगाद सच है भी सच नानक होसी भी सच बेड़ा पार लगा ले तू बंदिया सतगुरां दे लड़ लग के कुछ नाल न जाना है सब कुछ रह जाना है जग ते
भुल्ला बख्श दे बख्शण हारे मैं बलहारे मेरे साहिब दे रंग न्यारे मैं जावा मारे
जी मेरे मालिक दे रंग न्यारे मैं जावा मारे सतनाम सतनाम जी जप ले वाहिगुरु जी सतनाम सतनाम जी जप ले वाहिगुरु जी सतनाम सतनाम जी जप ले वाहिगुरु जी सतनाम सतनाम जी जप ले
Every day through the night, yeah, you're everywhere I go. Every step you were there in the valley of the shadow. I know I never walk alone, not even for a minute. Wherever I'm in, I know that we're in it together. You're the God who never leaves. When life is hard, we all need Jesus. We fall apart and you're putting the pieces together. Thank you, Lord, you hold all things together.
Through the highs and the lows and the bends in the road, Lord, I know whatever life brings, you're the calm in the storm, and I know that for my good you're working all things together. You're the God who never leaves. When life is hard, we all need Jesus. We fall apart and you're putting the pieces together. Thank you, Lord, you hold all things together. You hold all things together. Yeah, you hold all things together. You hold all things together.
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि संघं शरणं गच्छामि बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि संघं शरणं गच्छामि
त्याग मूर्ति तू शांत चित्त तू योग रूप संसारी दया प्रेमान मानवतेचे प्रतीक तुझी ईश्वरी सिद्ध मूर्ती सिद्धार्थ गौतम सकलांचा स्वामी
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
सर्वश्रेष्ठ बुद्धि से प्रतीक सिद्धार्थ गौतम स्वामी। ज्ञान योगी तो ध्यान मूर्ति परमात्मा अंतर्यामी। बुद्धाच्या शिक्षेने पावन झाली चराचर धरणी।
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि, धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि, संघं
एक कर दे हृदय अपने सेवकों के हे प्रभु। एक कर दे हृदय अपने सेवकों के हे प्रभु। निज महान उद्देश्य उन पर कर प्रकट मेरे विभु। निज महान उद्देश्य उन पर कर प्रकट मेरे विभु। एक कर दे हृदय अपने सेवकों के हे प्रभु। दृढ़ रहे तेरे नियम पर, तेरी शिक्षा पर चले। बन सहायक शक्ति देवे, तेरी सेवा में ढले। एक कर दे हृदय अपने सेवकों के हे प्रभु। सेवकों के हे प्रभु। सेवकों के हे प्रभु। ईश्वर अल्लाह वाहे गुरु, चाहे कहो श्री राम। मालिक सबका एक है, अलग अलग है नाम। ईश्वर अल्लाह वाहे गुरु, चाहे कहो श्री राम।
ईश्वर अल्लाह वाहे गुरु, चाहे कहो श्री राम।
मालिक सबका एक है, अलग अलग है नाम।
मालिक सबका एक है, अलग अलग है नाम।
सबसे प्रभु का प्यारा नाता, वो ही पिता है, वो ही है माता। मंदिर मस्जिद या गिरजा घर, सभी प्रभु के धाम।
मालिक सबका एक है, अलग अलग है नाम। मालिक सबका एक है, अलग अलग है नाम।
गीता बाइबल या कुरान है, मालिक कष्ट तमाम।
मालिक सबका एक है, अलग अलग है नाम। मालिक सबका एक है, अलग अलग है नाम।
ईश्वर अल्लाह वाहे गुरु चाहे कहो श्री राम।
मालिक सबका एक है, अलग अलग है नाम। मालिक सबका एक है, अलग अलग है
It's rightly said, Malik sabka ek hai, alag alag hai naam. What a divine, soul awakening and heart-touching performance that was. In those few moments, the talented teachers from Rajendra Nagar Campus 1 and 2 wove together the fragrance of every faith, the colors of every tradition, and the essence of one eternal truth, that we may pray in different ways, but we are all children of the same Creator. The all-religion prayer is not merely a performance. It is a celebration of the spirit of humanity, a garden where every religion blooms like a beautiful flower, adding its own fragrance, its own beauty to the world. And today, our talented teachers, with their grace, devotion, and unity, have painted this stage with the colors of peace, harmony, and divine love. Their every gesture, every movement, and every expression reflected the message that when hearts unite, miracles happen, and peace flows like a gentle river across all boundaries. A heartfelt thank you to our dedicated teachers of Rajendra Nagar Campus 1 and 2 for reminding us that respect for all faiths is not just a tradition. It is the highest form of prayer. And today, you have offered that prayer through your art, your spirit, and your boundless love. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a 5-minute pause because our esteemed chief guest and our esteemed members of the management will now be interviewed. And so we need a 5-minute break before we begin with the World Unity Prayer. Thank you very much. I request you all to kindly maintain silence in the auditorium. And for that, I request the in charges and coordinators to kindly stand up and take rounds. Thank you. Thank you, dear in charges and coordinators, for being on rounds and for ensuring discipline in the auditorium. And gratitude to the media team as well, who was here to interview our esteemed chief guest and also the members of the management. And now it's time to witness the World Unity Prayer. In a world where borders divide, languages differ, and flags change color, there is still one common thread that binds us all: humanity. Sadly, today we witness growing discord across nations. But do we really belong to divided lands? The young space enthusiast, our very own CMS alumnus, Shubhanshu Shukla, who recently had the incredible opportunity to see Earth from space, shared a profound thought. He said, "One doesn't get to witness borders or boundaries from space. The Earth appears united, one beautiful shared home. It is only when we come down to the ground that boundaries, walls, and wars appear." It's rightly said, true unity is not just about words. It must reflect in our minds and in our actions. No war, no witty games of politics, no silent conflicts should ever be allowed to break the spirit of global brotherhood. And so, to remind us of this higher calling, we now invite the teachers of Aliganj Campus 1 and 2 to present the World Unity Prayer, a heartfelt appeal for peace, togetherness, and universal understanding. Let's all rise in spirit as the teachers invoke unity, not just as an idea, but as a way of life. Over to the teachers of Aliganj Campus 1 and 2 for the World Unity Prayer.
It's betrayal. Not all wars are silent. Some forests fall, some oceans rise, and the skies plead for breath. Yet she waits, she forgives, and she tries to heal. But we wound Mother Nature every single day. What do we give her in return? Wars, continuous terror attacks, nuclear emissions, and taking our planet to World War III. Is that all that we have to offer to our Mother Earth? Is that all the love that we carry for our Mother Earth? Is that all?
Some call me nature. Others call me Mother Nature. I've been here for over 4.5 billion years. 22,500 times longer than you. I don't really need people, but people need me. Yes, your future depends on me, When I thrive, you thrive. When I falter, you falter. Or worse. But I've been here for eons. I have fed species greater than you, and I have starved species greater than you. My oceans, my soil, my flowing streams, my forests, they all can take you or leave you. How you choose to live each day, whether you regard or disregard me, doesn't really matter to me. One way or the other. Your actions will determine your fate, not mine. I am nature. I will go on. I am prepared to evolve. Are you?
Just one person, but I'm also a world citizen. And that means I have the power to make a difference. I can reduce, reuse, and recycle. I can save water, use less plastic, and switch off what I don't need. I can walk instead of drive, plant trees, eat mindfully, and choose what helps the planet, not harms it. Every small action matters. And when millions of us act together, the earth feels it. This is my prayer, and this is my promise to live wisely, gently, and responsibly on this planet we call home. I pray for the happiness of all the people of this world. May unity and peace prevail in all the countries of this world. May unity prevail on earth.
North America is burning. The wildfires of 2024 have scorched forests, destroyed homes, and taken lives. Heat, wind, drought, and climate change have turned flames into monsters. The Klamath fire alone had burnt over 150,000 acres. Bootleg, Santa Fe, Hawaii, all in flames. Smoke fills the skies, families flee, nature suffers in silence. Today I pray for the land, for the people, for the planet. Before the last tree burns, may we come together to protect what remains. I pray for the happiness of all the people in this world. May unity and peace prevail in all the countries of North America. May unity prevail on earth. vanishing, melting faster than ever before. These are not just frozen giants, they are lifelines. Their loss brings water scarcity, disasters, and broken ecosystem. Rivers dry, species disappear, people struggle. Today, I pray for the mountains, for the waters, and for all those who depend on them. Let this melting ice be a wake-up call, not just for South America, but for all of us. I pray for the happiness of all the people of this world. May unity and peace prevail in all the countries of South America. May unity prevail on earth.
Africa's forests are falling, cleared for farming, cities, timber, and mines. With every tree lost, we lose life, water, and balance. In just 5 years, over 30 million hectares vanished. This isn't just Africa's crisis, it's the world's. I pray for the wildlife, for the forest, and for the wisdom to plant more than we cut. Before the green turns to dust, let us act. I pray for the happiness of all the people of this world. May unity and peace prevail in all the countries of Africa. May unity prevail on earth.
Europe is hurting. Heat waves, floods, wildfires, and storms have claimed over 300 lives this year alone. 13 billion in damages. Hospitals overwhelmed, cities drowning, and forests burning. This is not tomorrow's crisis, it's today's reality. I pray for the lost, the grieving, the brave, and I pray we act before more skies are darkened and more lives are washed away. Climate change has no borders. Our unity must have none either. I pray for the happiness of all the people of this world. May unity and peace prevail in all the countries of Europe. May unity prevail on earth.
Oceania's turquoise waters now carry plastic instead of life. From sea turtles swallowing waste to coral reef wrapped in plastic. The crisis is real. Small islands suffer the most. Rising seas and dying ecosystems. I pray for clean ocean shores, for ocean life, and for a world that learns to reduce, reuse, and respect. For even a small wave can carry the weight of a big change. I pray for the happiness of all the people of this world. May unity and peace prevail in all the countries of Oceania. May unity prevail on earth.
Plastic chokes the waters. Oil stains the waves. Pollution poisons the air we breathe. Sea life vanishes. The food we eat turns toxic and the people suffer. But today, I, Asia, speak and I pray for oceans that heal, for skies that breathe, and for choices that protect, not destroy. Let every hand that pollutes become a hand that restores. Because the damage we cause together, only unity can undo. I pray for the happiness of all the people in this world. May unity and peace prevail in all the countries of Asia. May unity prevail on earth.
As a global citizen of the United Nations, I stand for the planet we all share. Through the UN Environment Programme, we work to fight climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss. We guide countries, set global standards like Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Agreement, and unite the world in action. Because protecting the earth isn't just a mission, it's our shared responsibility. So let us teach, let us learn, let us unite. I pray for the happiness of all the people of this world. May unity and peace prevail in all the continents. May unity prevail on earth.
My dear friends, let's look around us. There's so much happening in the world. So many borders, so many divisions. Yet, if there's one thing, one place that can truly unite each one of us, it's our classrooms. We as teachers don't just teach lessons, we share values, we shape hearts. We carry such a powerful tool in our hands. Our students, if we guide them with the right heart and vision, they grow up becoming not just facts and figures, but values. They learn values that shape the entire world. They bring values that brings each one of us together. And today, let us take a moment to celebrate someone who truly reflects the magic that we inculcate in our students. Shubhanshu Shukla, my dear friends, a proud alumnus of City Montessori School, Aliganj Campus 1, who is right now looking at us from space. And from up there, he has shared a powerful message coming straight from his heart. Let us all witness it.
और पृथ्वी को बाहर से देख के जो पहला ख्याल और पहला जो थॉट मन में आया वो ये था कि पृथ्वी बिल्कुल एक दिखती है, मतलब बाहर से कोई सीमा रेखा नहीं दिखाई देती, कोई बॉर्डर नहीं दिखाई देता। और जो वननेस की फीलिंग है, पृथ्वी की वननेस की फीलिंग है, जो हमारा भी मोटो है कि अनेकता में एकता, वो बिल्कुल उसका महत्व ऐसा समझ में आता है बाहर से देखने में कि लगता है कि कोई बॉर्डर एग्जिस्ट ही नहीं करता, कोई राज्य नहीं एग्जिस्ट करता, कंट्रीज नहीं एग्जिस्ट करती। फाइनली हम सब ह्यूमैनिटी का पार्ट है और अर्थ हमारा एक घर है और हम सब के सब उसके सिटीजन्स हैं।
Like CMS is a big institution, right? But CMS Aliganj happens to be the best branch of the entire institution, right? So,
Isn't that beautiful, ladies and gentlemen?
I passed out of CMS Aliganj in 2002. During my times, it was the school prayer, the pledge, the thought, the activity, and everything. And I used to dread it. I used to feel it never ends, right? Much later in my life, I realized that even though when you are there, these things seem painful, but somewhere they are conceived in your mind and they help build your character. That one thought every day, that one activity every day, that option of coming up on stage and speaking to a group of people or kids, this all adds to your character. So I owe this founding years of whatever it is that I turned out to be to this school, to this very building, to this hall, and to all the teachers and the kids who were there with me at that time.
Wasn't that just beautiful, ladies and gentlemen? Our very own Shubhanshu has become a voice of vision and a torchbearer of the ideals of our beloved founder manager, late Dr. Jagdish Gandhi. He is spreading Sir's message of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, reminding us that the world is one family and we are not bound by borders but by shared responsibility. So, dear friends, let us all teach in a way that we create many more Shubhanshus in the coming future. Let us all pledge to leave a brighter, kinder, and a much more beautiful world for the younger generations and the generations yet to come.
Let all the world be united. Let all the world be free. Let all the world be united. Let all the world be free. Let all the world sing together. Sing the song of unity. Sing the song of unity. Let all the world be united. Let all the world be free. Let all the world be united. Let all the world be free. Let all the world sing together. Sing the song of unity. Sing the song of unity. Let there be unity on earth. Let there be unity on earth. Listen to the sound of the ocean. Listen to the sound of the breeze. Listen to the sound of the ocean. Listen to the sound of the breeze. Listen to the sound of the chirping birds. They all live in harmony. Let all the world be united. Let all the world be free. Let all the world sing together. Sing the song of unity. Sing the song of unity. Let there be unity
What a moving and powerful reminder by the teachers of Aliganj Campus 1 and 2. Dear teachers, let's applaud not just their performance, but the message they have awakened in all of us. We often forget that beyond the borders on maps, beyond the divisions created by politics or conflict, we all breathe the same air, walk the same earth, and share the same sky. Unity is not about ignoring our differences, it's about rising above them. It's about recognizing that humanity is one family, and when one part of the world suffers, we all suffer. When there's war in one country, peace everywhere is disturbed. We must see each other not through the lens of division, but through the eyes of shared belonging. And unity must not remain a dream. It must become our daily practice in our words, our actions, and our choices. Thank you once again, dear teachers of Aliganj Campus 1 and 2. You haven't just performed, you have inspired us to believe in a better, more united world. And now, let's prepare to engage in a conversation that goes far beyond academics, a conversation about the true essence of education, which is happiness in the school system. We often speak of marks, achievements, and excellence. But what is the foundation that allows all of these to flourish? It is happiness. Happiness that brings confidence, creativity, and emotional well-being into our classrooms and our lives. As educators, when we consciously create an atmosphere of happiness, we lay the foundation for stronger character, better learning, and a positive school culture. It is said, a happy child is not only more likely to succeed, but more likely to spread that success to others. The same applies to every teacher and every individual within the school community. Today, to guide us through this thought-provoking and essential subject, we are privileged to have among us our esteemed chief guest, Mr. Alok Ranjan, retired IAS and former Chief Secretary, Government of Uttar Pradesh, who will be sharing his insights on how happiness can truly transform the school environment for both learners and educators alike. I now invite respected sir to kindly grace the stage and enlighten us with his thoughts on building happiness within the school system. We welcome you, respected sir, and we look forward to your words of wisdom and inspiration. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our esteemed chief guest, Mr. Alok Ranjan. Thank you.
If I was to ask, is there anybody here who does not want to be happy? I won't ask you to raise your hand, but I think probably the answer would be that everybody wants to be happy. And so we're very privileged today that somebody who's done a lot of research on and thinking about happiness and what constitutes happiness is here, a person of great distinction himself, and who's dedicating his years, his time to bringing more happiness into the lives of all of us, all people in society. So it's a great privilege, sir, that you're here. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Respected Dr. Bharti Gandhi ji, I think she was here when I entered the hall. Dr. Geeta Kingdon, Dr. Roger Kingdon, the great teachers of CMS, and of course all the distinguished guests here today. Well, I'm really happy to be here with you all today, and it's a great honor to be here with you. And though I've been asked to speak on something which is very dear to my heart, which is the topic of spreading happiness in society, but I'll start by, the moment I entered this hall, I've come here on so many other occasions, and when Mr. Jagdish Gandhi was alive, and what I was telling Dr. Geeta Kingdon when I saw his photograph out here, I said I can feel his presence here, very much so. And in every activity, in everything out here, I could feel that Dr. Jagdish Gandhi was very much with all of us here today. And I think I remember him very warmly on this occasion for his great contribution to the field of education in India. I would say not only Lucknow or UP, but all over India, by setting up this CMF school system and inculcating the kind of values that he's brought into the entire school system, and to bring out children who are contributing in their own way to the development of the nation. I remember Jagdish Gandhi, I still remember he was such a simple soul, always so simply dressed, always living so simply, always talking so humbly. At the same time, his thinking was very high, noble thinking, noble thoughts. And whenever he spoke from the stage, I remember, he always used to give that spiritual input into every aspect of life, how life is not just about material things, life is much beyond that. And his passion was about unity, what your teachers have just given, the show out here, I saw. Unity of mankind, the oneness of humanity. He always used to talk about Article 51 of the UN Charter, I still remember. And there's so many functions which he held. He used to call Chief Justices from all over the world for a function, and I, as Chief Secretary, I remember hosting all the Chief Justices and, having a discussion with them. The idea of Article 51 is that humanity is one. Let there be international peace and cooperation. Let there be justice for all. I think he represented that so very well. So on this occasion, I will pay my heartfelt tribute to Dr. Jagdish Gandhi. His vision is being taken forward by Dr. Bharti Gandhi ji, by Dr. Geeta Kingdon, by Roger Kingdon, and by all of you who are sitting out here, the teachers. And that is how it should be. Whatever he has built has to be taken forward. That message has to be taken forward continuously to the entire humanity. I was also very enthused and impressed by the entire event about Subhanshu Shukla that we saw. All of us were so proud of Subhanshu. And yet, you should be even much more proud, and you are, because he is your product. And of course, he said CMS Elegance is the best, but I think all the other CMS will be feeling as proud of him as CMS Elegance would be feeling. But that's nice, the kind of, connection that he has with his school. That is how it should be. And he is where he is because the school made him what he was. The value system that was given to him, the sense of discipline, the knowledge, the innovativeness, the creativity, the critical thinking, the personality traits, that made him develop. He became an Air Force officer, and then now he's at the International Space Station. And he's talking with our Honorable Prime Minister, and he's talking about the space journey of India. He's talking of Gaganyaan, talking of going to the moon. This is the beginning of the space journey for the entire country that he's talking of. And I think we all should be proud of him today. Well, CMS has produced one Subhanshu Shukla, but I'm sure you have produced many such brilliant people, many such other people, boys and girls who have contributed in their own way to the development of the society and to the development of the nation. And it's a great job that all of you have been doing. So just the colorful programs that were just put forward by the teachers. I've always enjoyed CMS events, CMS events are so full of joy. So I'm here to talk on happiness, but joy is already here. Happiness is already here. Whenever, the moment I entered from the main gate, there was that pipe band, and there was that another band, and children playing that band so beautifully and welcoming, and then marching me down up to this place. All of them looking so excited, so full of happiness, so full of joy. And then I saw the teachers performing out here, the theme of oneness of humanity, that there are no difference among nations, no difference among religions, all religions are one. And they were all looking so full of joy and happiness that I felt that there is no need really for me to talk about happiness to this audience, because they are already feeling so very happy. But even then, when I'm here, I must do talk about it, because that is a passion with me, to spread happiness wherever I can and as much as I can. I'll just mention one thing out here. All of us, I'm here standing here, do remember our teachers the most. Whatever we become in life, in anywhere, whether it's a civil servant or a pilot or a teacher or an engineer or a doctor or anybody, we remember our teachers who taught us in the beginning. We may not remember it feel it that way initially, but later on we always remember them, because the value system that is becoming a part of our life has been inculcated in us by the teachers. And so it is a great role that they perform. I'll just share with you a small story, I thought I must share today. because all the teachers are out here. I was, in the 90s, I was secretary for school education in Uttar Pradesh. And at that time, we were grappling with the issue of lack of schools in the rural areas, lack of teachers, so universal enrollment, universal, attendance, and all kinds of things. There were issues at that time. And we brought a World Bank project to UP for school education. And when the World Bank team came, we had a meeting with our chief secretary. And they made a presentation about how many classrooms we'll build, how many schools we'll construct, drinking water and toilets and blackboards and other teaching aids and teachers and whatnot. He listened. The chief secretary was a very fine man, but he had come up from the village level, with very humble origins. And he was a very realistic person. So he listened very intently. And at the end of it, when we asked him to speak, I still remember, I'll never forget that. He said that, I wish you all the best, whatever you're doing, constructing schools and buildings and this and that, infrastructure and everything. Do that. I'm all with you. But he said, remember that the most important thing in the school or education system is the teacher. This is what he said. And what he said after that was most important. He said, I come from Basti. There's a district called Basti in Uttar Pradesh, in the eastern part of UP. A very, and that way, not very well-off kind of a district. And at that time, when he was there, it must have been very poor at that time. And from a village. And he said there was no school building in that village. And we used to study under the tree. And whenever there would be rain or too much of heat or too much of cold, no classes. But he said, I became an IAS officer. And how I became an IAS officer, he was saying, I became an IAS officer because of my teacher. He said, my teacher out there, he used to take so much pains in teaching us. Not only sitting under the tree, but in the evening he would visit our homes and then talk to us and see what we are doing, whether the homework or not, what are we doing, guiding us at each stage. And not only did he teach us the subjects, he taught us a value system. The value of hard work, the value of sincerity, the value of integrity, all that. So he remembered his teacher at that time. And I think that's how it's so very important, the kind of role that teachers play. The most important part of the school system or education system is the teacher. And if teacher is so important when you talk of happiness in the school system, which I'm supposed to talk of today, I think happiness has to come from the teachers. If they're happy teachers, there'll be happy students. There'll be a happy atmosphere. And if they're happy students, there'll be a happy society, there'll be a happy nation, and there'll be a happy world. The message out there in all the functions preceding my talk, was all about the oneness of humanity, about conserving and preserving nature, about doing away with wars. Why? Why are people fighting with each other? Why is there so much of unhappiness? Why is there so much of bitterness? Why is there so much of feeling of, I am versus you. I am different, you're different. Why should there be this feeling? After all, humanity is one. So that message you were giving today, and I think that is so very important for happiness, and you talk of, to spread all across humanity. Now, why I am talking of happiness these days is because I found in my own experience that, which you all will share with me, that everybody, if you ask what do you want most in life, they'll say, we want to be happy. But I realize that sometimes, or even more often than not, even though we choose or we want to be happy, the choice that we make is we choose unhappiness. It is a very strange thing you will find that I'm saying, something very different. But if you just think and reflect on your lives, you will find that the thing that we start valuing, or the thing that we start running after, or the things that we give more importance to in lives, or the external factors of life, the material factors of life, which you start giving much more importance than the real important inner being of yourself, you find that you're actually not searching for happiness, you're actually making a conscious choice of things which will make you unhappy. So that is the first thing. Happiness is a choice. And unfortunately, we do not make that choice. We make the choice to be unhappy. That is the first. Second thing I want to make a statement is that happiness is a skill set. When I say the skill set, again it may sound strange, but just as somebody can learn computers or artificial intelligence or history or mathematics or physics, same way somebody can learn to be happy. It's not easy. You have to learn to be happy. So you have to see what skills are required to be happy. How to have a positive attitude, how to respond to things in life, how to respond to pain in life, how to respond to pleasure in life, how to take success, how to take failure. That is all part of your inner system. So that is what is a skill set to handle life. Most people are not prepared to handle life. You find they I found so many people who are brilliant students who even got very good jobs, but thereafter they did not perform well in life and they became upset, unhappy, and they led unhappy lives. Why? Because that skill set to consciously be happy in life, that not evolved or not developed or not learned in the school system. Now, when I say these things, it sounds easy. Why? What is it then when I'm saying, what is the meaning of happiness? Well, you'll be surprised, and why I'm saying this, that Harvard University, they have a course on happiness. And that course on happiness, when it was started by a psychologist, positive psychologist called Tal Ben-Shahar. And he, to his utter surprise, found that it was oversubscribed. So many students opted for that course, and it became the most popular course in Harvard University. So then, this just shows that anywhere, whether India, USA, even countries which are richer, people having a higher per capita income, they're all searching for genuine happiness. That is what it shows. Yes, that is why that happiness course becomes so important. And Harvard University has been doing a research study for the last 75 years. They've taken a group of individuals and they followed their lives all through. Right from the time they were children, students, right up to they became adults, did a job. One of them, they said, became a president, somebody became a criminal, somebody became a doctor, somebody became a professor, so on and so forth. But they followed their lives to find out what has made them happy or unhappy in their lives. And that Harvard study is very interesting. It came out with a conclusion ultimately was that the thing which made people happy was not money. The first thing that comes to everybody's mind is money, isn't it? Greater the income, greater the material comforts. That has given me happier. That was not so. Money may be a factor, yes. Health was also a factor. Other things were there. But it was social relationships which came out as a major factor for happiness in that Harvard study. And social relationships of what kind? Quality social relationships. Not toxic social relationships. Social relationships can be toxic also. But quality social relationships which bind people together as humanity, which is a message out here, the message of love. I was reading just in the morning newspaper somewhere that why don't you, that's your circle of love, keep expanding it. Just today I read in the morning as a part of an editorial in a newspaper. He said, you first love yourself, then love your family, love your friends, love your community, love your society, and go beyond and love the entire humanity. So if you keep widening your cycle of love or circle of love, how much more peace would be there, how much more happiness would be there, how much more joy would be there in your hearts. So that is what social relationships is. Human beings have to live together and they like to live together. If you remember the time of COVID, when we were all shut up in our homes, they caused so much of unhappiness. Many people developed mental health issues at that time because human beings are not supposed to stay alone. They relate with each other. So that is so very important. We have to value relationships. We have to value how we relate with other people in this universe. And the most important thing is, as I said, the spreading of love, affection, warmth, all these things are so very important to keep you happy. Now, when I say it's a skill set, how do you acquire it? There was a book I just read very recently called Together. It's written by ex-Surgeon General of the United States, Dr. Vivek Murthy. He starts the book by saying that there is an epidemic in the United States, he says. So I also wondered what that epidemic was all about. I thought it might be cancer. It might be heart disease. It might be something else like that. And he says, no, nothing of that kind. The epidemic that is plaguing the United States today, he says, is the epidemic of loneliness. That's the biggest thing. And his entire book, Dr. Vivek Murthy, the Surgeon General, is written on the topic of loneliness. And the title of the book is Together. How people should come together. How loneliness is the biggest scourge which is, impacting the happiness of humanity today. Even no matter how much you've earned, no matter how much material benefits you've got, no matter where you have reached in life, ultimately, if you are lonely inside yourself, if you're not finding somebody with whom you can share or care your experiences or daily things which affect you, your pains, your pleasures, then you're not happy. And that is what the entire book is all about. And it is a disease, actually. It's an epidemic, he says. So many people are dying of loneliness, or dying lonely and dying of loneliness. That's the kind of thing. So I think that's why it's so very important that we consciously talk about developing happiness in society. How can we develop happiness? Well, now if you see, I'll just go a little beyond, even when we talk of nations, Dr. Geeta Kinder herself has done research on this aspect of economics of happiness. Because happiness is something which you can look at it from the point of view of psychology. That's positive psychology. Or you can look at it from the point of view of economics. or the economics of happiness, or you talk of the spiritual aspect of happiness, the various aspects of happiness from which you can look at it. So if you look at the economics of happiness also, I'm sure all of you must be knowing, and this is a very surprising finding, that the World Happiness Reports, which have been in circulation since 2011, have consistently ranked India at the bottom of the World Happiness rankings. Somehow, why is it that our country somehow is at the bottom 5 percentile of the happiness rankings? And why is it that certain countries are happier and always ranked high? And when I say happiest, you might think it will be USA. No, it is not USA. The countries that are ranked happiest last 5-6 years has been Finland. And it is the countries in the Scandinavian countries like Finland, Norway, and others which have been consistently ranked high on this index of happiness. So now we have to analyze what makes a particular country happy and what makes a particular country not so happy. Is it relative issues? Is it the issues of inequality, social inequality, or economic inequality, or lack of empowerment, or not having a sense of decency, or in life, not feeling that you're living according to your own self-worth? So many things can contribute to a feeling, or you're not being looked after. There are many things like this which can contribute to a sense of happiness of nations also, and must need to be analyzed. Now, what are the skill sets? Very simple things are required to make one happy. Things like gratitude. If you can feel a sense of gratitude, the very fact that you're living today, thankful to God for being alive today, the very fact that you got so many things which others have not got in life, you should express that gratitude. If you feel that gratefulness and gratitude at each stage of life, it will make you feel happy. Otherwise, you'll always be wondering that somebody else has got more than me. Somebody else has got a better car than me. Somebody else has got a better house than me. Somebody else has got a better job than me. And you'll feel unhappy because of that. But if you start being thankful for what you've got and grateful for what you've got and keep expressing it. In fact, that's why it is recommended that you keep a journal and write down what all you're grateful for in life. And if you can do that, it will make you feel so much happier because so much God has given to you. If you realize at that moment, and so much life is given to you. Each person, if you ask, will not say, I will want to exchange my life with somebody else. They will not want. Because when you realize something has been given to you, which is specific to you. Things like kindness, practicing acts of kindness. This is also a skill set. When I say happiness is a skill set, expressing gratitude, practicing kindness, do 3 acts of kindness every day and jot them down somewhere. Nothing else. Sometimes an act of kindness is just by smiling and talking to somebody is an act of kindness. Sometimes, even if an old person is sick and infirm and feeling unhappy, sit down, hold his hand or hold her hand and just listen to her and talk to her. That will make her feel so happy. These are small, somewhere in the beginning of the function, somebody said that it's not big gestures or big things. It's the small things, and these small things which lead to happiness. I was in the civil services in the IAS, and I remember from my example that, yes, Dr. Geeta Kindan was so kind, and she did mention the building of the Lucknow-Agra Expressway, the building of the Lucknow Metro. All these things were achievements which gave me a lot of happiness. Also, the literacy experiment in Agra, we made 5.5 lakh people literate in the course of a year through adult literacy program. That was indeed very, very satisfying and everything. But more than that, if I remember, and I go back into my career of 38 years, what gave me moments of greatest happiness was when somebody came to me with a genuine problem, a poor person came to me with a problem. He was feeling hopeless. He thought the problem was intractable. And I listened to him. And I could do something which helped him and resolved his problem. And the smile on his face that came after that, the satisfaction that came on his face after that was the biggest source of happiness for me in my service career. That gave us joy. So I think this is what it is. When you can give something to the other human being, that's very important. Life is not all about taking. We are okay, let us take whatever we can from life, no harm in that. But what do we give back to others, to society, to every person with whom we come in contact with? That's very important. It's more we can give, the more we will gain, and the happier we will be in life. So let us try and cultivate that thought process. Let us try and respond to life in this manner that we are getting the habit of giving rather than taking. And if we can do that, then, lot of difference we can make to society. That's why my first book which I wrote was Making a Difference. I gave that a title because my entire IAS career I thought I was devoted to only this one thing, that I should somehow make a difference to as many lives as possible or touch as many lives as possible. And if I could do that, that gave me the greatest source of happiness. And today, I've retired for 10 years and I'll share with you that sometimes I feel very happy when people who have not met me for 40 years, they come and meet me now. And they have no work from me. And they know I cannot do anything to help them really because I'm out of the system now. But they come and I said, why? They said, just you helped us at that time and that helped us a life so much. And so we've come here to say thank you. And that is great, no? After so many years, when people come to say thank you. You know, thank you is another word which you never say. The two magical words which lead to happiness are thank you and sorry in life, which somehow we are very shy of saying. One day I was addressing a class of students just a few months ago, and I was talking on this subject of happiness. And then I asked them, how many of you have told your parents that you are thankful to them for what they've done to you? And they were shell-shocked. नहीं साहब, हमने तो नहीं बताया, कुछ नहीं कहा, कभी नहीं कहा. And why? Why have you not said? Your parents have sacrificed so much for you. They've done so much for you. Don't you once just tell them that. I said, okay, you tell them. You know, very interesting thing happened. When they started messaging their parents on the mobile, you know, that we are thankful to you for all that you've done for them. The parents were taken aback. They thought, what's gone wrong with this boy or this girl? Some of them said, कि बेटा कुछ पैसा ऐसा चाहिए क्या बात है? Do you want some money or something, you know? They were thinking that some more pocket money or something is on. That's why he's trying to message. But then most of them were really overwhelmed by that, you know. And many of them, you know, they almost tearful. They became emotional about it because they don't expect it. They have done something on their own for you, for their children. But if a child goes back and says to the parents that I'm thankful to you for the sacrifices you have made for me and what you've done for me, I think we never do it. It's a very difficult thing. We find the words don't come to our mouth. But if you can just say it, see how much of a difference it will make. Same thing I think for teachers it will come through. I think the students should also go back and remember the teachers and say, thank you so much for having made me what I am today. I think all the teachers will also love it, you know, when the students come back. They don't want the students to come and say, I'm a great physicist. They don't want the student to come back and say, I'm a great mathematician. But they want to come back and say, I am a happy human being. I'm living my life with joy and happiness. And it's all because of what you taught me at school and what the school system made me. I think is very important. That is why I'm saying happiness in the school system. Because it is from school that this happiness value system will be inculcated. So, as far as my message to you teachers is this, yes, teach them everything, all the subject matter. But subject knowledge is not the only thing. Teach them how to live life. Teach them how to be good human beings. Teach them, you know, like your prayer out here, that all religions are one. That all human beings are one. That all national boundaries, as Subhanshu Shukla said, have been created by human beings. There are no national boundaries. The entire humanity is one. There's nobody who's superior and there's nobody who's inferior. Everybody is the same and everybody must share and love each other and move together. That is the happiness which I am talking about. And that happiness comes from each individual. If each individual is happy, she will make the family happy, she will make the community happy, and the society will be happy. So this is the kind of thing which we must work for. And if we can do that, then economic progress and other things will come of their own accord. You don't need to really say that we are going to work on that specifically. They will follow. Everything follows, and the thing is, some people think that I will be successful, then I will be happy. But the question is, it is only happy people who become successful. That's what I want to tell you. So it's first inculcate happiness. In any organization you find, if there's a happy organization, that organization will be doing very well. I think CMS is a very happy organization, I can see that. So that's why you're doing so well. So, even in government I found that. So, the more you can inculcate this feeling of happiness in people, the more successful they will be and the more successful that organization will be. I give talks to various organizations. I tell them how effective organizations are those organizations which are happy organizations. Then again, what kind of work-life balance is there, how you treat your employees, how you look after the employee as a human being. All these things matter, Don't just take him as a resource, as a machine and use the employee. But treat that person as a human being with emotions, with thoughts, and look for his emotions, respond to his or her emotions. That kind of thing creates a happy organization. These are some of the general precepts of happiness which I wanted to share with you. It's a continuous, lifelong endeavor. You have to keep, because it's very easy to fall into an unhappiness trap, Because life is full of challenges and life is also full of pleasure as well as pain. There's nobody sitting in this hall who can say that his life has not faced pain. There have been moments of great pain, moments of great sorrow. And how you respond to those moments of pain and sorrow, how you cope with those moments, how you come out of these moments and then still take your life forward with a sense of happiness and well-being. That is the essence of good living or right living. Of course, having a spiritual bent of mind, having a sense of purpose in life, having a sense of meaning in life, that makes life much more, worth living, much more enjoyable. So I think these are some of the thoughts I would want to leave you with, because in schools, when you teach your children, consciously tell them about how to be happy. Consciously see they're stressed because of examination. They're stressed, somebody doesn't like mathematics, somebody is not good in a particular subject, somebody is feeling that he's not getting high marks, so they're getting stressed. Somebody is bullying somebody else, or somebody is not able to come out because his personality is such that he's an introvert, or somebody is feeling sad about something. Something you can see, or even in the school system, relationships are happening and breaking up. So there somewhere the teacher, I think, has a great role to play in, understanding what the student is going through, giving him that kind of counseling or her that kind of counseling, and enabling her to handle her problems on her own and realize that life is not something just related to something small happening out here. You can handle everything if you have the right attitude, the right approach, the right thinking, and live in the present and live mindfully. Enjoy each moment, give joy to each moment of your life. Sometimes we don't even enjoy each moment of our lives. I've seen so many people, even when they're eating food, they're scrolling their WhatsApp. So when they don't even enjoy the food they're eating. So at least enjoy each moment of life, whatever you're doing at any point of time. Give importance to it, enjoy that moment, and you'll find that happiness will come to you. So that's all I have to say for you today. So happy teachers will make a happy school system, and happy school system will come out with happy children, which will make a happy nation. Thank you very much for calling me today. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, respected sir, for your enlightening words and for your valuable presence. Your thoughts have truly added value to this occasion and have left us with much to reflect upon. Respected sir, you very rightly mentioned that the more we will give, the more we will gain, and the happier we will be in life. You also mentioned about the importance of using thank you and sorry, as these two words have a magical effect in uplifting our souls as we learn to acknowledge the importance of gratitude and also the importance of realizing our mistakes, thereby getting a chance to right the wrong and improve our karmas, which is so very important. Respected sir, your words truly reminded us that happiness is not a byproduct of success. It is the very foundation upon which success, growth, and meaningful learning are built. In the rush of our daily routine, we must always try to remember that a happy child learns better, a happy teacher inspires more, and a happy school environment shapes not just educated minds, but emotionally strong individuals. We are grateful for this reminder that happiness is not just an abstract idea. It is a daily responsibility woven into every interaction, every classroom, and every corner of our school. Thank you once again, respected sir, for enlightening us and inspiring us to create happy spaces for all. And now it's time to witness an ethereal and uplifting musical performance. Music, a divine gift, a language that doesn't belong to any one land, yet touches every soul. It flows beyond boundaries, beyond words, straight into the heart, reminding us that we are all connected by one rhythm, the rhythm of life. Our next segment features a unique and heartfelt blend of musical traditions from around the world: Western classical, contemporary, and Indian devotional music, brought together in harmony by our choir and orchestra. We will begin with the Ave Verum Corpus by Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, a short yet deeply moving choral work composed in the final year of his life. It reflects serenity, reverence, and the timeless beauty of sacred music. Next, we will witness Hallelujah by Leonard Cohen, a modern classic loved across generations. With its poetic lyrics and simple, powerful melody, it speaks to the human spirit, touching themes of love, longing, and grace. And finally, we will witness the performance on O Palanhare, a Hindi devotional song. It is a prayer for strength and protection, expressing deep trust and surrender. Together, these three powerful pieces will take us on a journey across cultures, across centuries, united by the power of music to uplift and connect us all. Please join me in welcoming the very talented team of music teachers, led by the immensely talented Mr. Shamim, as they grace the stage with their uplifting performance. truly uplifting and divine experience that was. It is believed that music has the power to awaken the soul, to lighten the heart, and to lift us beyond the ordinary. And today, our very talented music teachers and children, led by Mr. Shamim, did just that. Can we please give them a standing ovation and also a huge round of applause? Dear teachers, we were transported into a different world, I believe, and all of us experienced goosebumps. It was a truly divine and ethereal performance. Each note, each harmony wasn't just heard, it was felt in every heartbeat, in every smile, and in the ethereal atmosphere around us. A heartfelt compliments to the entire super talented team of teachers and children for bringing us joy, energy, and also soul to this stage. And a special resounding applause for Mr. Shamim, the guiding force behind the beautiful performance. Dear sir, your passion, dedication, and musical brilliance reflected in every moment. You didn't just make the teachers and children perform, you transported us to a space of pure happiness and unity. Thank you for reminding us that music isn't just sound, it's an emotion, a celebration, and truly divine blessing. And now I would like to invite my co-compare, Ms. Khyati Lamba, for further proceedings. Thank you.
Good afternoon and Jai Jagat, everybody. Thank you, Nupur ma'am. Some days are ordinary and some are meant to be written in golden ink. Today is one such day. We gather not just to honor achievements, but to celebrate the spirit of perseverance, determination, and excellence that defines CMS. Let's begin this day of glory with hearts full of pride and gratitude. The spark within you is meant to set the skies ablaze, not just light a corner of the world. It is with immense pride that we now honor the brilliant stars of class 12th Jai Jagat section who have qualified the NEET examination. Their journey is a testament to grit, resilience, and sleepless nights of hard work. At this proud moment, I humbly invite our esteemed members of the management to kindly grace the stage and recognize our meritorious students. I would now request Dr. Mrs. Bharti Gandhi ma'am, respected founder director of City Montessori School. I would also request Professor Geeta Kani Kingdon ma'am, honorable manager of CMS. I would also request Mr. Alok Ranjan, IAS, retired ex-Chief Secretary, Government of Uttar Pradesh, to kindly grace the stage and honor our students. I would humbly request Mrs. Shushmita Ghosh ma'am, Superior Principal and Head Quality Assurance and Innovation Department. May I request the management, respected sir and Basu ma'am, to kindly come forward to bless and honor our achievers. May I request the backstage team to kindly unfurl the curtains? As we wait, dear audience, may we give them a huge round of applause. Dear audience, this is no ordinary achievement, this is extraordinary achievement. And we begin with class 12 Jai Jagat section, students who have qualified NEET examination. I have just been informed that we have 152 achievers from CMS. However, we cannot honor everybody today. So we are just honoring the top 5 percentile from India. First up, we have Ibrahim Mohammed from Mahanagar campus, AIR 6,606 with a percentile of 99.68, and he's getting a cash prize of 1 lakh rupees. May I please request Dr. Kalpana Tripathi ma'am, Principal, CMS Mahanagar campus, to accompany the child. Next up, we have Gaurika Luthra from Mahanagar campus with an AIR of 8,880 and a percentile of 99.58%, and she's getting a cash prize of 1 lakh rupees. Next up, we have Yuvraj Mishra from Rajichipuram campus 1 with an AIR of 15,895 and a total percentile of 98.99, and he's getting a cash prize of 10,000 rupees. May I please request Mrs. Nisha Pandey, ma'am, Senior Principal, Rajajipuram Campus 1, to kindly accompany Yuvraj on the stage. I would request both the principals, Kalpana ma'am and Nisha ma'am, to kindly be there as there are more students from their respective campuses. Next up, we have Shreya Verma from Mahanagar campus with an AIR of 35,799 and a total percentile of 98.37, and she's getting a cash prize of 10,000 rupees. I believe she's absent today. Next up, we have Prashansa Tripathi from Rajajipuram campus 1 with a percentile of 97.66, and she's getting a check of 10,000 rupees. Next up, we have Garima Jain from Mahanagar campus, and she scored a percentile of 97.24, and she's getting a check of 10,000 rupees. Last but not the least, we have Avantika Avasti from Rajajipuram campus 1, and she scored a percentile of 95.7, and she's also getting a check of 10,000 rupees. Mahanagar and Rajajipuram 1, I do not feel your presence here today. Come on, give them a standing ovation. They truly deserved it. That's it, Mahanagar. Thank you so much for paying attention. I kindly request Geeta ma'am and Alok sir to kindly move for a group picture. I would request Basu ma'am, Kalpana ma'am and Nisha ma'am to kindly join for the group photograph. This is a priceless memory. This is a snapshot which will be cherished forever. While they are making arrangements, up next we'll be honoring the IGCSE section from Gomti Nagar Extension Campus. They say excellence is not measured by applause, but by the battles silently won. I would request Geeta ma'am and Alok sir to kindly rejoin us on the stage. I would also request Basu ma'am to please be up on the stage for the next honoring. We will now be honoring the students from IGCSE and A-level sections whose stellar results have raised the flag of CMS high on the global platform. I would now like to invite Shubh Manotra, who scored a 4A and 1A in physics, chemistry, mathematics and biology, and he's getting a cash prize of 50,000 rupees. I would request the senior principal, Miss Manjeet Batra, CMS, Gomti Nagar Extension Campus and Cambridge section to kindly accompany the child. Gomti Nagar Extension, yes, this is exactly what I want. A standing ovation for your leader and the students. Shubh Manotra, dear audience. Next up, we have Pavni Agarwal. She is absent today, I've just been informed. And next up, we have Aditya Kumar Gupta from 7A level, and he's getting a cash prize of 10,000. I would also request Mrs. Shushma Rajkumar, Ma'am, Dean, Cambridge campuses to kindly accompany the students and the management on the stage for a group photograph. I would also request Ma'am Masira, Cambridge Coordinator, Gomti Nagar Extension Campus to kindly join for the group photograph. I would request Geeta ma'am, Alok sir, Batra ma'am to kindly join for the group picture. Ma'am, they'll be honored later on. Next up, we have the JEE Advanced Qualifiers. That's a golden moment up there and faces glowing with joy. A huge round of applause for our achievers. Next up, dear audience, we'll be honoring the JEE Advanced Qualifiers, and I would request Reena Soti ma'am, Head School Reform, to kindly join us on the stage for the honoring ceremony. Dreams don't work unless you do, and these young minds chose to hustle. We will now be honoring the JEE Advanced Qualifier students who ranked up to 10472. First up, we have Prashas Chaturvedi from Gomti Nagar Campus 1. Praharsh Chaturvedi, my bad, I'm so sorry. I would request Abha ma'am to kindly join on the stage for the honoring ceremony. Next up, we have Tarun Triwari from Kanpur Road Campus. Tarun is also absent. I would request Anand Agarwal to kindly join us on the stage from Rajajipuram Campus 1, and he ranked 4216. I would request Nisha ma'am to kindly be there with Anand. He's all right, he's absent today. Next up, we have Shikhar Raj Saxena from RDSO Campus. And I do not see Jyotsna ma'am. If we have the section in charge or his teacher guardian, I would request sir to kindly be up on the stage with him. Next up, we have Shresh Porwal from Gomti Nagar Campus 1. All right, he is also absent. Next up, we have Soham Tripathi from Gomti Nagar Campus 1 and Shivang Kumar Shukla from Gomti Nagar Campus 1. Both the boys have done extremely well, where Soham scored a 5,449 rank, Shivang scored 6,649 rank. Next up, we have Aryan Verma from Station Road Campus with a rank of 6,874, and I would request Dipali ma'am, Principal Station Road Campus, to kindly join Aryan on the stage. Next up, we have Ansh Nalin from Rajajipuram Campus 1. Though he is absent, we have the section in charge receiving the book on his behalf. Next up, we have Athar Vesh from Aliganj Campus 1. And I would request Senior Principal Jyoti ma'am and Principal Shivani ma'am to kindly join Athar on the stage. Though Athar is absent, the respected principals will be receiving a token of appreciation on his behalf. Next up, we have Yasharth Shukla from RDSO Campus. I would request the teacher guardian to kindly accompany him on the stage. Last but not the least, we have Risha Maurya from Gomti Nagar Extension Campus. I would request Senior Principal Manjeet Batra ma'am to kindly accompany him on the stage. I will now be announcing the names from Kanpur Road Campus. All these kids are absent today, but we have the section in charge who will be receiving a token of appreciation on their behalf. We have Shresh Manotra, Atharv Sinha, Mohammad Faizan Khan, who unfortunately passed away. And we have Tarun Tiwari and Kunwar Utkarsh. I would request the section in charge of Kanpur Road Campus to kindly receive the honor and token of appreciation on their behalf. thank you to all our dignitaries on the stage. I would request Geeta ma'am. All right, right now we are honoring the students from Kanpur Road campus. Though all of them are absent, the Vice Principal is receiving the honor on their behalf. I would request Geeta ma'am, Alok sir and all our respected principals to kindly join for the group picture. Abha ma'am, Vice Principal ma'am from Kanpur Road, Nisha ma'am, Teacher Gajan from RDSO, Abha ma'am, Dipali ma'am, Jyoti ma'am, Shivani ma'am and Batra ma'am to kindly join for the group photograph. Basu ma'am, I would request you to kindly join them for a group picture. The backstage team is requested to kindly provide a gown for Basu ma'am. Thank you. And the camera captures it all, beaming faces and memories in the making. Next up, we'll be honoring our NEET qualifiers from the non-Jai Jagat section up to 95 percentile only. I would request Geeta ma'am, Alok sir and Basu ma'am to kindly rejoin us on the stage for the honoring. Success doesn't ask where you come from. It honors those who chase with courage. I would now like to invite the NEET students from the non-Jai Jagat section. And first up, we have Zoya Khan from Rajajipuram Campus 1, an AIR of 3,834 and a total percentile of 99.82. I would request Nisha ma'am to kindly join Zoya on the stage. Next up, we have Ikra Faizi from Aliganj Campus 1, an AIR of 4,309 and a total percentile of 99.79. I believe she is absent today. All right, we move ahead. We will now be calling Saria Khan from Mahanagar Campus and Atif Ansari from Mahanagar Campus. And I would request Dr. Kalpana ma'am to kindly join us on the stage. I do not see the students coming, so I'll move ahead. Next, we have Aditya Vasi from Rajajipuram Campus 1. All right, we have Aditya here. He's scored a 99.41 percentile and an AIR of 12,669. Let's give it up for Aditya. Next up, we have Shivangi Yadav from Gomti Nagar Extension Campus, and she scored a total of 99.05 percentile. I would request Senior Principal, Gomti Nagar Extension Campus, Ms. Manjeet Batra ma'am to kindly join Shivangi up on the stage. Next, we have Palak Yadav from Kanpur Road Campus, and she scored a 99.02. Next, we have Talib Ali from Rajajipuram Campus 1 and a total percentile of 98.95. I assume Talib is absent today. Next, we have Rashi Yadav from Kanpur Road Campus 98.99 percentile. Kanpur Road, can you do a little better than this? Next, we have Arushi Sharvasa from Station Road campus, and she scored a 98.96 percentile. I would request Dipali ma'am to kindly join Arushi on the stage. Next up, we have Vagisha Verma from Aliganj Campus 1 and a total percentile of 98.37. Next, we have Achitya Patel from Rajajipuram Campus 1 and a total percentile of 98.2. I would request Nisha ma'am to kindly receive the honor on her students' behalf. We see the section in charge being honored. Next up, we have Surya Vikram Singh from Gomti Nagar Campus 1, and he is absent. Next up, we have Manasvi Chaudhary from Gomti Nagar Campus 1. Again, she is absent. Next, we have Abhay Chaudhary from Station Road Campus. Next, Arush Kumar from Kanpur Road Campus. All right, we have Arush here. And Arush has scored a 97.91 percentile. Again from Kanpur Road Campus, we have Abhishek Gupta with a 97.76 percentile. Next up, we have Utkarsh Kanodia from Mahanagar Campus with a 97.56 percentile. And I would request Dr. Kalpana ma'am to kindly join Utkarsh on the stage. Next, we have Aviraj Duggal from Kanpur Road Campus. And I see the Vice Principal coming up to receive the honor on his behalf. Next, we have from Station Road Campus, Zoya Naushad, who scored a 97.06 percentile. I would request Dipali ma'am to kindly accompany Zoya on the stage. Next up, we have Shaivya Rastogi from Rajajipuram Campus 1, who I presume is absent today. From RDSO Campus, we have Anamika Yadav with a percentile of 96.77. Next, from Chowk Campus, we have Daksh Gupta, and he is here. He scored a 96.65 percentile and an AIR of 72,796. I would request Aditi ma'am to kindly accompany Daksh on the stage. Next up, we have Arush Upadhyay from Gomti Nagar Campus 1, who is absent today. Anas Ahmad from Station Road Campus. All right, we have the section in charge receiving the appreciation on behalf of Anas, and Anas scored a 96.53 percentile. Next up, from Gomti Nagar Campus 1, we have Nakshatra Singh. From Rajajipuram Campus 1, we have Nitya Patel. Again, all the students are from Rajajipuram Campus 1. If you are here, dear kids, kindly move up on the stage. Nitya Patel, Atif Ali, Divyanshi Pandey, and Shambhavi Gupta. I would request Nisha ma'am to kindly receive the honor on behalf of her students, Nitya Patel, Atif Ali, Divyanshi Pandey, and Shambhavi Gupta. I would request all the campuses to kindly give a thunderous applause for these hard-working students. Rajajipuram 1, Aliganj 1, Mahanagar, Gomti Nagar Extension, Kanpur Road Campus, RDSO and Station Road. And Chowk Campus as well. I request Geeta ma'am, Alok sir and Basu ma'am to kindly move for a group photograph. I would request all the principals of their respective campuses for the non-Jai Jagat section to kindly join the kids on the stage for a group photograph. Next up, we'll be honoring the IGCSE results from various campuses, and the kids are already ready. I would request the section in charge of the Cambridge sections to kindly be ready along with their kids for the honoring ceremony. They say true achievement lies in constant, silent efforts that finally speak through results. And this is the result of their hard work. Dear audience, let's give them a huge round of applause. Dear audience, you're not doing your job well. These are your students, and ultimately this is your efforts that has paid off today. I would request Geeta ma'am, Alok sir, Basu ma'am to kindly rejoin us on the stage. I would also request the presence of Mrs. Shushma Rajkumar ma'am, Dean Cambridge sections to kindly join us on the stage. We will now acknowledge the shining stars of the IGCSE section results. And first up we have Anusha Singh, who scored a perfect 5A. She will be honored with a garland, medal and a book. Next up we have Ritik Das, who scored a 4A and a 2A. Next up we have Varchas Pratap Singh, who scored a perfect 3A and a 2A. Later on, I'll be asking Shushma ma'am to kindly explain the same to our dear audience, what this means. And next up, we have Sharanya Agarwal from Gomti Nagar Extension Campus. I now invite Aishwarya Singh, Janvi Agarwal and Adya Khanna to kindly join us on the stage. Next up, we have Anantya Shrivastava, Achyutam Agarwal and Shaurya Chauhan. The audience seems busy chatting away. Dear audience, you have a job to do. I now invite Arish Haider and Akshay Singh Baghel These, dear audience, are our Cambridge achievers. Let's give them a huge round of applause. Audience, you can do much, much better than that. It seems as if we have some very less number of teachers. But this auditorium is full. I see Gomti Nagar Cambridge section standing there. Thank you, thank you to our management. I would request Geeta ma'am, Alok sir, Batra ma'am, Masira ma'am and Shushma ma'am to kindly join for a group picture. Next up, we'll be honoring our checkpoint perfect score results from the Cambridge section itself. I would request Basu ma'am to kindly join us for a picture. I would request the backstage team to quickly provide a gown for Basu ma'am. Thank you, dear students. Thank you to our management. Thank you, dear students. Thank you, management. I would request Geeta ma'am and Alok sir to kindly rejoin us on the stage. And we shall now be honoring our young achievers. And first up, we have Aliganj Campus 1. I would request the Senior Principal Jyoti ma'am and Principal Shivani ma'am to kindly join us on the stage. First up, from the lower secondary, I would also request Manisha ma'am from Aliganj Campus 1 to kindly join us. Jyoti ma'am, your presence is required on the stage. And first up, we have Ishan Singh. And he's got a perfect score in English and mathematics. This is not an easy feat, dear audience. He has scored a perfect 50 on 50. And all the achievers are going to be from Aliganj Campus 1. Next up, we have Arav Kumar Singh for mathematics. Gunta score, mathematics, and Anay Singh for mathematics. Aliganj Campus 1, can we give them a huge round of applause, please? Up on stage, we have Arav Kumar Singh. Next up, we have Gunta Score. Next up, we have Anay Singh. And from the primary grade, we have Athar Ved Singh, who's got a perfect score in mathematics. These are the young achievers from Aliganj Campus 1, dear audience. Next up, we'll be honoring the students from Gomti Nagar Extension Campus, and I would request the presence of Senior Principal Ma'am, Miss Manjeet Batra, and Section Coordinator, Ma'am Masira, to kindly be up on the stage. Beginning with the lower secondary grade, we have Akshita Verma, who scored a perfect 50 on 50 in English. I would request our Superior Principal and Head QAID, Basu Ma'am, to kindly join for a group picture. In the meantime, I request Gomti Nagar Extension Campus to kindly be ready. Another Kodak moment for Aliganj Campus 1 and their young achievers. Backstage, we are required one medal over here, please. If you could kindly arrange for it. Gomti Nagar Extension is already ready. Thank you to the students and teachers from Aliganj Campus 1. Next up, we have Gomti Nagar Extension Campus, and I would request the presence of Manager Ma'am, Ma'am Geeta, and Alok Sir to kindly rejoin us on the stage. I would request the presence of Senior Principal Ma'am, Miss Manjeet Batra, to kindly accompany her kids on the stage. And first up, we have Kapish Malhotra from Gomti Nagar Extension Campus. He has scored a perfect 50 on 50 in English. Next up, we have Noora Inayat. Next up, we have Shukti Sharvasa from the Cambridge section of Gomti Nagar Extension Campus. I would now like to invite Syed Azan Hassan, and he has scored a 50 on 50 in mathematics. Next up, we have Anjane, and she has scored a 50 on 50 in science. Next, I would like to invite Syed Muhammad Akhtar. I would also request the teachers from Gomti Nagar Extension Campus to kindly join their kids on the stage. And last but not the least, we have Mohammad Shayan Siddiqui. Dear educators, you're requested to kindly be up on the stage. I would request the management, Alok Sir, Batra Ma'am, Shushma Ma'am, and dear educators to kindly join the kids for a group photograph. I hope Rajajipuram Campus 1 is ready. I would request Geeta ma'am, Alok sir, Batra ma'am, Masira ma'am and her team to kindly join for a group photograph. I would also request Superior Principal and Head QAID Basu ma'am to kindly join them for a group picture. Let's give them a huge round of applause. Dear audience, these are our young achievers from Gomti Nagar Extension Campus, Cambridge section. Thank you to the management, students and dear teachers. I would request Geeta ma'am and Alok sir to kindly rejoin us on the stage. And now we shall begin with the Cambridge section of Rajajipuram Campus 1. From grade 8th we have here Rahul Trivedi, and she has scored a perfect 50 on 50 in English as well as mathematics. I would request the presence of Senior Principal ma'am, Ma'am Nisha, and the section coordinator, Sana ma'am, to kindly join us on the stage. Next up, we have Arjun Yadav, who has scored a perfect 50 on 50 in mathematics. Next up, we have Musharraf Ali, and he has scored a perfect 50 on 50 in mathematics as well as science. Next up, we have Yashi Singh, and she has got a perfect score in mathematics. These are the achievers of grade 8th, dear audience. Next up, we have Atharv Sachan, and he has got a perfect score in science. Rajajipuram has understood the assignment. Yes, you need to give a standing ovation to these achievers. Next up, from grade 5, we have Mandeep Singh, and he has scored a perfect 50 on 50 in mathematics and science. Last but not the least, we have Avnaya Yadav, and she has scored a perfect 50 on 50 in mathematics and science. These applause do not only go to our students, but to our teachers as well. I would request the educators from Rajajipuram Campus 1 to kindly join us for a group picture. I would also request Superior Principal and Head QAID Basu ma'am to kindly join us for a picture. A Kodak moment for Rajajipuram Campus 1. And let's give them a huge round of applause, dear audience. Thank you, respected Geeta ma'am, Alok sir, Basu ma'am, Nisha ma'am, students and educators from Rajajipuram Campus 1. I have been told that the backstage team needs at least 10 minutes for the next setup. And dear audience, our chief guest for today, Mr. Alok, he's leaving, so can we give him a huge round of applause? A standing ovation, dear audience. Thank you so much for your presence, sir. We were truly honored to have you here with us today. Thank you, Geeta ma'am. Dear educators, CMS has always believed in growing with grace and purpose. I would request all the teachers to kindly be seated. I would request the coordinators and in charges to kindly look into the discipline. Thank you so much. City Montessori School has always believed in growing with grace and purpose. Let us now take a glimpse into the remarkable infrastructural developments that have recently transformed our campuses. This film is a reflection of our commitment to providing world-class learning spaces for our children. May I request the media team backstage to kindly play the film. truly inspiring. These developments are a testament to the vision that drives CMS forward. Dear audience, can we give a huge round of applause to our construction team? After all, this has been done for you all. So this is my cue to announce the next presentation. When teachers sing, they don't just strike chords, they inspire hearts. Let's now welcome our talented music teachers as they present a melodious Western musical performance, filling this auditorium with rhythm and harmony. This delightful presentation is a joint venture of all our music teachers, harmonizing voices and hearts as one. This presentation has been prepared under the guidance of Mr. Suresh Mungara. Let's give them a huge round of applause, dear teachers. I now welcome Mr. Suresh and his team. Thank you to Mr. Suresh and his team. What a scintillating performance. Let's give them a huge round of applause, dear teachers. And as told by the management, we will now be breaking for lunch. So dear teachers, kindly listen to this announcement very carefully. All the gentlemen will move from their right-hand side, that is my left, and all the female staff members will move out from my right and your left. We shall meet Ma'am, she needs 10 minutes for prep. So ma'am said that announce it after lunch. I would request the teachers to kindly move for lunch and kindly be back by 2:15. So you have 25 minutes break. Kindly be back by 2:15, dear audience. Thank you.
सारे धर्म 7,500 वर्ष पूर्व राम आए, मर्यादा की शिक्षा दी। 5,000 वर्ष पूर्व परमात्मा ने कृष्ण को इस धरती पे भेजा, न्याय की शिक्षा को लेकर के। और कृष्ण की मृत्यु के 2,500 वर्ष के बाद बुद्ध को भेजा इस धरती पर, सम्यक ज्ञान लेके सब बराबर है, ऊंच नीच गलत है, ये ब्राह्मण, क्षत्रिय, वैश्य और शूद्र। और इसके बाद अनेक उपजातियां बनी, ब्राह्मणों में अनेक उपजातियां, क्षत्रियों में अनेक उपजातियां। बुद्ध की मृत्यु के 500 वर्ष के बाद, यानी आज से 2000 वर्ष पूर्व यीशु मसीह को भेजा कि मानव जीवन पत्थर होते जा रहे हैं, करुणा और दया उनमें नहीं है, तो करुणा और दया का सागर तुम बहाओ, लोगों को करुणा की, दया की शिक्षा दो। और यीशु मसीह को जब कीलें ठोक करके मार रहे थे लोग, बड़े बड़े हथौड़े ले आए, कीलें ले आए और यीशु मसीह के शरीर में हथौड़ों से कीलें ठोकने लगे। तो यीशु मसीह कहते हैं, हे परमात्मा, तू इन्हें माफ़ कर दे जो मुझे सूली दे रहे, क्योंकि तो अबोध और अज्ञानी है, ये अपराधी नहीं है। इनके माता पिता ने, इनके वालिदैन ने इन्हें ईश्वर का ज्ञान नहीं कराया, इन्हें रूह का ज्ञान, आत्मा का ज्ञान नहीं कराया। ये अपराधी नहीं है, ये तो अज्ञानी है, इन्हें आत्मा और परमात्मा का बोध ही नहीं है। और परमात्मा ने ईसा के कहने से उन सबको माफ किया। और ईसा की मृत्यु के 600 वर्ष के बाद हजरत मोहम्मद इस धरती पर आते हैं। मोहम्मद को भी 13 वर्षों तक मौत के साए में जीना पड़ा, मक्का में, अरेबिया में, क्योंकि 12 वर्ष जंगली ट्राइब्स ऑफ अरेबिया उन्हें मारना चाहते थे, कबीले जुल्म करते थे। तो मोहम्मद साहब को जैसे ही पता लगता, वो बचाने जाते थे। तो ये कबीले कहते थे, तुमने क्या गरीबों के मदद करने का ठेका लिया है? तुम कौन होते हो? हम तुमको, हमारे बीच में आओगे तो हम तुम्हें मारेंगे। 13 वर्षों तक मोहम्मद को मौत के साए में जीना पड़ा। 13 वर्षों के बाद इन्होंने, मक्का में जो लोग थे, उन्होंने 12 वर्ष जंगली ट्राइब, उन्होंने तय किया कि मोहम्मद को आज मारना है, आज रात को मार देंगे। तो डेड ऑफ द नाइट में मोहम्मद अपने कुछ साथियों को लेके मक्का से मदीने की तरफ गए। और जब इन लोगों ने देखा कि मक्का में कहीं भी मोहम्मद नहीं है, तो उनकी तलाश में बहुत सारे लोग इधर उधर गए। एक बहुत बड़ा दल मदीने की तरफ गया। तो मोहम्मद साहब के संग जो लोग थे, उन्होंने देखा कि बहुत सारे कातिल नंगी नंगी तलवारें लेकर मारने के लिए आ रहे हैं। तो अबीसीनिया वो भाग गए। इन लोगों ने अबीसीनिया तक उनका पीछा किया। तो बहुत मोहम्मद को सताया, दुख दिए और बहुत तकलीफ़ों में मोहम्मद साहब जिए।
करके दिखलाया नहीं है आसा काम जो तुमने करके दिखलाया नहीं है आसा काम
तुमने अपने साथ किया हम सबका रोशन नाम
जो तुमने करके दिखलाया नहीं है आशा का जो तुमने प्रमाणित करता हूँ तेरे अतिरिक्त कोई ईश्वर नहीं है। तू संकट मोचन सर्वव्यापी है। तू संकट मोचन सर्वव्यापी है। हे मेरे परमात्मा मैं साक्षी देता हूँ कि तुझे पहचानने तेरी ही पूजा के लिए तूने मुझे उत्पन्न किया है। तूने मुझे उत्पन्न किया है। तूने मुझे उत्पन्न किया है।
Hope you enjoyed the soulful rendition. And now we're going to present a famous musical composition from the opera Prince Igor by Alexander Borodin. Holbostian dances known for its exotic and energetic rhythms. This piece showcases a blend of Eastern and Western musical influences. Our talented altos and sopranos will perform a movement in two-part harmony, highlighting their musicality and vocal range. Guided by Ms. Genus Jagan, let's enjoy the performance. So this was one of the movement from Provosthean dances in two-voice harmony. And now we're going to present Sing Gently by Eric Whitker, a soothing song performed in four-part harmony, featuring gentle melody that highlights the blend and balance of vocal parts. It's a beautiful piece that demonstrates the musicality and cohesion of the choir. Over to my friends.
What a serene and soulful offering that was. Let's give them a huge round of applause. Thank you to our music teachers and students for invoking such divine calm. Next, dear audience, is a choreography. Dance is the hidden language of the soul. And today, we invite you to feel that unspoken language. Get ready to witness grace, strength, and storytelling in motion. This performance is not just a dance, it's a journey, a battle, and a victory within. Presenting before you, Checkmate, The Rise Within, a powerful choreography that celebrates resilience and the triumph of the spirit. This dynamic presentation is brought to life by our very talented dance teachers and coordinated by the ever-inspiring Miss Lakshmi Manotra. So sit back and let the rhythm awaken the warrior within you. There has been a slight delay, dear audience, but hold your breath. Dear audience, they'll just take 2 more minutes and then we'll be witnessing a powerful dance performance by our own very dance teachers. Dear audience, let's give it up for Miss Lakshmi Manotra and her team.
In a world divided, not by color, but by strategy, 2 forces step onto a battlefield of rhythm. One side cloaked in white, the other in black. Not enemies, but opponents. This is not just a dance, it's a game of minds, moves and moments. The board is set, the pieces are alive. Welcome to the dance of pawns and knights. But not all games end in glory. Sometimes the best fall, not because they are weak, but because they are tested. The white team has lost, their spirits shaken, their strength questioned. In the silence after the storm, a coach rises.
You think this was about winning? No, this was about being better than before. You're not lost, you're learning. Every great warrior stumbles. Now it's time to rise together. You lost, yes. But let me tell you something. Real champions aren't the ones who never fall. They are the ones who fall, break, cry, and then get up anyway. Because every bruise is a badge, every stumble is a step, and every defeat is just fuel for the comeback. They say practice makes a man perfect. I say relentless practice makes you unstoppable. Perfection is not a point, it's a pursuit. And you, my team, you are born to chase it. So now ask yourself, are you done? Or are you ready to rise? This is not your end. This is your beginning. This is you.
I am not a stranger to the dark. Hide away, they say, 'cause we don't want your broken parts. I've learned to be ashamed of all my scars. Run away, they say, no one will love you as you are. But I won't let them break me down to dust. I know that there's a place for us, for we are glorious. When the sharpest words wanna cut me down, I'm gonna send the blood, gonna drown my mind. I am brave, I am bruised, I am who I'm meant to be. This is me. Look out, 'cause here I come. And the marching on to the beat I drum. I'm not scared to be seen. I'll make no apology. This is me. When the sharpest words wanna cut me down, I'm gonna send the blood, gonna drown my mind. This is brave, this is bruised, this is who I'm meant to be. This is me.
They began as opponents, but ended as one. This is not a game. This is life. And in life, we rise not by defeating others, but by discovering who we are. This is strength. This is courage. This is hope. And this is our belief.
can move the highest mountains, cross the greatest oceans, and walk across the water, the water. You feel defeated, falling on your knees and looking up for some hope tonight. You try to stand up, but you throw your hands up like you no longer have the strength to fight. 'Cause you've seen too many sunsets, too many days ending in the darkest night. But on your own you'll never know, you'll never know. If you believe you can move the highest mountains, cross the greatest oceans, walk across the water, the water. Believe you can move the highest mountains, cross the greatest oceans, walk across the water. If you believe, if you believe, you can do anything, you can do anything, you can do anything if you believe.
Why is the auditorium so silent? Can we give them a huge round of applause, please? What an electrifying performance that was. A flawless blend of rhythm, grace, and fierce expression. The story of inner conflict and ultimate triumph was beautifully portrayed through each movement. Thank you to our dynamic dance teachers for this vibrant display of energy. And a special appreciation to Miss Lakshmi Manotra for weaving such magic on the stage. This performance truly reminds us that every challenge can be checkmated when the spirit rises. Let's carry that inspiration forward as we move ahead in today's program. The seed of Jai Jagat blooms in classrooms where dreams take root. It's now time for a light yet reflective session, Jai Jagat Section Pe Charcha, where we will delve into the journey, challenges, and triumph of this special section. May I most respectfully invite Mrs. Reena Soti, Head School Reform, to throw some light on the same. May we please have the curtains?
Jai Jagat everyone. Before we actually start that charcha, let's celebrate the achievements of our students in the 2025 competitive examination. So I have with me Nitya from the data department who has put together a small presentation and she'll be taking us through it. Nitya, can we start? Can we please have the presentation up on all three screens, please? We want it to be visible to all the staff members from extreme sides of the auditorium. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon and Jai Jagat to one and all. We have a small presentation to celebrate our students' successes and in turn your own successes. The numbers that are gonna spring up are the milestones that you have achieved over the past year, and these are the benchmarks for your new successes. So let's get to it.
So we in the JEE mains, can we have the next slide please? We had 141 qualifiers for JEE mains, 43 for JEE advanced, and 154 NEET. Now we must remember that this is the data which we have received from the campuses. There might be more, but this is the information we have got.
Moving on to, these are the results that we have got for JEE Mains 2025. We can see overall CMS, we have 141 qualifiers in JEE Mains.
So out of those 1 qualifiers, Gomti Nagar 1, Kanpur Road and Rajajipuram have led the way with 31, 28 and 28 qualifiers respectively, accounting for a significant percentage of the total. Next slide please. In JEE Advanced, there are 43 who qualified in total, and we see Kanpur Road campus contributed highest with 10 students, that is 23.3%, followed by Gomti Nagar 1 with 8 students.
We should remember this is one of the toughest exams.
Yes.
In compared to JEE mains.
Thank you, Nitya, for adding that piece of information. For NEET, we had 154 qualifiers in total. Mahanagar had the highest number with 36 students, 23.4%, and Rajajipuram 1 followed closely with 35 students, that is 22.7%. Next slide, please. So here we will showcase the distribution of our top performers by percentile for JEE Mains and NEET, and score ranges for JEE Advanced.
Which
Yes,
is
Nitya,
above
ma'am.
95 percentile. We have overall in CMS, we have got 19.9 percentage of students who have got more than 99 percentile, and 25.5 percentage of the students who have scored between 97 and 98 percentile, and 20.6 percentage of students have got 95 and 96.9 percentile in JEE Mains 2025.
For JEE Advanced, can we move on? For JEE Advanced 2025, out of the 43 qualifiers, 6 students, that is 14%, scored between 150 to 200 total marks. 16 students scored between the range of 100 and 149. Can we move on? In NEET 2025, from our 154 qualifiers, 8 students, that is 5.2%, scored greater than or equal to 99 percentile. 19 students scored between 97 to 98.9 percentile, and 10 students scored between 95 and 96.9 percentile, and 17 students scored between 90 and 94.9 percentile.
Now we are moving on to Jai Jagat section qualifiers in JEE Mains and NEET.
So in JEE Mains for Rajajipuram, we already know that there were 6 students who qualified, and they had already received the award, if you remember, in the 10th of May function. So, yeah. please go
Apur
on.
Mishra, Yuvraj Mishra, Shreyas Malik, Utsav Agarwal, Svecha, Akash Kumar Singh. These are the students who have qualified in JEE Mains 2025 from Rajajipuram 1.
So this is the percentile distribution, visual representation of the percentile distribution of the JEE Main students of Rajajipuram 1. Can we move on? Next slide, NEET. For NEET, we had total 35 qualifiers from Jai Jagat section, 25 from Mahanagar, and 10 from Rajajipuram campus.
And from Rajajipuram, Jai Jagat section qualifiers for NEET 2025 are Yuvraj Mishra, Prashana Tripathi, Avantika Avasti, Parth Mishra, Vartika Kapoor, Ojas Rawat, Harshika Singh, Vanshika Kapoor, Udit Rai, Anshal Gautam.
Okay, I just want to add can we go back again to this slide? Yes, Yuvraj Mishra, his name figured in JEE Mains as well. So he's appeared in JEE Mains, there he scored 96.9, then he appeared for NEET examination, and there you can see he scored an incredible 98.9 percentile. That is, he's in the percentile category, yeah. That's the percentile category we are talking about, yeah.
Yeah. Next, we move on to Mahanagar, Jai Jagat section qualifiers for NEET 2025. Ibrahim Mohammed, Gaurika Luthra, Shreya Verma, Garima Jain, Anya Jain, Ishma, Amol Sagar, Parol Prakash, Shifa Fatima, Samar Kumar, Anshika Singh, Ivan Khan, Veena Verma, Anshika Soni, Ritika Sharma, Tulika Mishra, Shubham Kumar Rai, Swasti Jaiswal, Jasmine Kaur, Ananya Srivastava, Rishima Upadhyay, Faud Rayan, Shambhavi Srivastava, Shreya Kapoor, and Anshika Verma.
So we just saw today morning some of them being awarded. Abraham and Gorika both received a check of 1 lakh rupees each. So, yes.
So this is the percentile distribution for the scorers. We have got in CMS 5.7 percentile, 5.7 percentage of students above 99 percentile, and 11.4 between 97 and 98.9, 2.9 percentage in 95 and 96 percentile, 14.3 percentage in 90 to 94.5 percentile.
Next slide, please. And the journey continues. It's just the start.
Thank you all.
Yes. So thank you, Nitya, for that. May I now invite Basu ma'am and Geeta ma'am to do the conversation with our pioneer principals of Jai Jagat, Kalpana ma'am and Nisha ma'am. Please do come, ma'am. Ma'ams, please be on stage. We request Kalpana ma'am and Nisha ma'am as well for their presence. Please come.
Yeah.
Well. So here we are having a chat. And I have to tell you, audience, that I had no idea that I was, going to be asked to do this.
Yeah.
But
But I think to begin with, our heartiest congratulations to the two of y'all, the pioneer and the follower. But the
good point.
The pioneer got the idea, and the follower is a near pioneer herself because she took it on. She absolutely latched onto it and took it on.
Ran off with it.
So, yeah, and ran off it. So, to begin with, Kalpana ma'am, what inspired you to take this up? Because it was quite a task and quite an experiment. It's not, making a little small change, but a paradigm shift, I would say, in the entire process of school education as it is.
So before we ask that question, maybe we'll just give a bit of context because some of the teachers, particularly those who are not senior section teachers, may be wondering what this Jai Jagat section is all about. So maybe Kalpana ma'am could, basically it's like the idea is that at grade 11 and 12, a lot of children after that they want to go and do the competitive examinations and they want success in those exams. And they're not particularly looking for success in the board. They would love to have success in the ISC exam, of course, but their big prize is not so much the ISC exam performance, but the competitive exam performance. And for that, a lot of children are leaving school and going to dummy schools, and they're getting maybe sometimes false attendance of studying in a school which they're not because they're only going to coaching classes and so forth. So we thought that that's not a very healthy, wholesome practice. It's not how to run an education system for a country as a whole. It seems like it's subterfuge. It is, it's not a proper way of, and why should schools not cater to this need of children to do well in competitive examinations? Anyway, we all thought of that later. Somebody had already done all that thinking. And that one person who did all that thinking, and she was very sly about it, I will have you know, and that was Dr. Kalpana Tripathi.
And she didn't tell us herself, we came to know through someone else.
She never told us that she started this.
And we couldn't believe it because it was almost 3 months or 4 months since she had started it, and we had no...
Ma'am, it was a year. It was a year. We got to
know after a year. In the next year we got
Yeah.
to know. And when we came to know, we couldn't believe it. And when we asked her, in her very casual way, manner that she's known to have. She said, oh, I'm doing something like that.
So please, what inspired
One,
you?
I would like to say thank you for giving me an opportunity, but I am very nervous because when I started, my whole reason why I didn't share with you, because I thought that immediately you will ask for results. And I thought, because coaching centers, I find that they get one selection and all over the city, that one child, they are roaming around with that name. And here we are starting something for the first time with the same teachers who've been teaching for board classes. So I said, let me first show something, then I will be able to discuss and ask you to follow this. But I had a little discussion with respected founder manager. Sir always motivated when I had a discussion. He used to come to see my building, then I had some time with him, and he said, go ahead. Sir, I said that when there is some result, then we will follow. Yes, Didi, you go ahead with it. So the sly word I will not accept. I wanted to prove myself and then tell you. So that confidence I also got in my children have given good results. Number one. Second thing is that what made me in 2022, actually online classes started during this COVID time. After that, children were not willing to come to school. So they got a chance to join dummy school. So dummy school culture suddenly started in 2022. And I had lost many good biology students to Akash coaching, and they had joined some school. So that was very difficult, and I had my number of children were there, but the good ones who were the promising candidates had left. So what was the next step? I told my next batch that I am starting NEET here, you don't need to pay so much. And even Ibrahim, this child who's got such a good rank, Ibrahim Muhammad's father met me, he was taking him to dummy college, but I am very happy and obliged that he had a discussion, he listened and he agreed to keep him there. And every NEET child who was in my school, I had to convince the parents. So after a lot of convincing, they agreed and they stayed. So that year, we had children of biology, good ones, staying. Then before starting this, I had talked to my teachers. None agreed, very few agreed. It was Dr. Tripathi, Mr. Abhay Tripathi, Mr. Siddharth Singh, who agreed to take up challenge. I said, it means long hours of study every day, preparing material. They said, yes, ma'am, we are ready to do it. So with the team of teachers, because it is actually, they are in the field, they are doing it. I can only visualize, but who is going to work on the ground? It is the teachers. So the teachers worked. Then after 1 year, I got a chance to get professional teachers when you got to know. So I put 2 professional teachers in physics and chemistry in those classes. So that also worked very well. So these 5 teachers worked very hard with these students, and that is how the result is. But I myself never expected to have a good number.
36 qualifiers in NEET from one campus.
From a section of 45.
From a section of 45. Now, how can it get better than that? And I always believe that CMS teachers are the best. And they themselves didn't believe it. And then Kalpana ma'am went and showed it quietly. I'll call her sly, but she doesn't like it. But it's the nicest spirit of not telling, wanting to first, show the results and then say, rather than, yeah, so that is amazing.
And then we have our very own Nisha Pandey ma'am, who for Rajajipuram had a dream, and she also followed. The surprising part is that she was willing to take it up even for a year. And she took up the challenge for her JEE and NEET for class 12 when they had only 1 year, and she did prove herself there.
And in fact, not even 1 year, because they started roughly in July.
Yeah.
And the exam
so it
was
would be about 8-9 months.
Yeah, 9 or 10 months.
So what inspired you to take it up, and how did you do it?
How did you get the courage to do it in class 12?
You all are the source. So it all starts from here. Thank you, Kalpana ma'am, for planting that seed of Jai Jagat section, and for the management for taking it up. I plucked the fruit, and the management proposed that we begin Jai Jagat section in class 11 across all campuses. And what of late the concerns were being raised about children leaving school and joining the dummy school. And also we at the same time saw some of the brightest students join SIP programs. And I was not satisfied with the SIP programs. So what I wanted to prove is that within the framework of the school ecosystem, we can create the possibility of having children clear JEE and NEET examinations. There was nothing to lose, ma'am. There was only win that I saw for my children, for the school specifically. I was wanting to give that kind of a privilege to my class 12 students also. I thought, why to not give them that kind of a privilege, the facility which was being given, and especially to our average students. Most of the students by then, because Jai Jagat section began last year, and just before the summer break, I think we decided for it. So I thought that why not give this privilege to class 12 and especially to the average students?
And as you said, why not give it a try, because you had nothing to lose.
Also,
Only today.
it is quite clear. When we do something, we may do something, but people believe in results. I wanted to show the results to the children. I was eyeing class 10 students. I wanted that they know that this program is going to be a success. If I only adhered to class 11, then my children would have cleared JEE or NEET in 2026. So which meant a very long time.
A long wait.
A long wait.
Years.
So I thought that
You are a very impatient lady.
Yes.
You didn't want to wait.
Yes.
Right? So now, one thing is that, when you say that you thought, what is there to lose? There was a lot to lose. You might have lost face. You might have thought that, oh, my children, of grade 12 didn't do so well, so, it's a bit of a risk. But you didn't think that. And instead you thought, no, why should they miss out and let them have it? Was it that, I'm trying to imagine, what was it that you thought that it would be a win for them? I think I know what you may have meant, but I'd like to hear from you. What do you think, what was the winning in it for them? If they didn't make it, would they still have won? And if they didn't do well in the competitive exam at the end of grade 12, having done it prepared for it only for, let's say, 9 months or something like that, would it still have been worth it for them, and why?
Our children had very little time, but there was one faith I had, and that was in my senior middle level leaders and my teachers. They are my strength.
Whoa!
When I tell them something, they go all out to make things possible. We were not ready either. We were not ready like everybody else, but we had the conviction. We knew there were a lot of challenges. SIP programs takes 2 years to prepare children, class 11 and class 12. And here we had children who had already stepped into class 12. And mind you, the brightest ones had already taken admissions into the
SIPs
dummy schools, they'd gone, or they had gone for the SIP programs. So it was a second layer of students that were available for us. And initially, there was a lot of hesitation. There was withdrawals that we had to see.
I'm sure there would have been a lot of skepticism.
Yes,
because,
of course.
Because, there is an aura about, those test prep companies, and especially because when a child has to pay lakhs of rupees to go to a SIP program, to have those integrated programs, a child has to pay lakhs of rupees. So a lot of parents would have been very, one can imagine that they would well have thought that, well, how come these children can, how can these teachers teach our children? It's only those teachers who have been prepared for that, who have got experience of teaching for the competitive examinations, only they can, do it. But, our teachers proved them wrong. They proved them wrong, and one of the things I understand, I want you to tell me, what happened to the SIP company that was there, for whom several of the children had been paying lakhs of rupees to attend that SIP? Is it running this year? And why?
No,
why
they
not?
are not. I have just discontinued them. The NEET result says it all. In fact, if we check the data of the Jai Jagat students and the scores of the Gravity students, so our Jai Jagat students did better. And also we did a comparison between all the subjects.
Amazing.
All the subjects of the children of the Jai Jagat section and of the Gravity. What we saw was in every subject, Jai Jagat students had done much better. Much better.
Even though the children who had gone to the coaching company, the integrated program where they had paid lakhs of rupees, they were typically some of the brightest children who had gone there. And there would also have been some others who are able to pay, perhaps not so bright, some of them, but it would have been a mixture of both those two types of children. Those that are ambitious, who are bright, and who are able to pay, plus those who may not necessarily be very bright, but who were able to pay. So that would have been a mixture of those. And yet, your JJ section children, who were the second rung of ability, etc., you gave them that opportunity, and just in a few months, they were able to show better results than the children who were paying lakhs of rupees in somewhere else. So that is a tremendous, tremendous achievement, both by the children of Mahanagar and by the children of
Ma'am, can I just add a...
Yes, please, sorry.
Yes.
And this clearly shows that our teachers are the best.
They are the best.
Absolutely. I think you all should clap for yourselves. You are the champions. All teachers of CMS are champions. Please, everybody clap, because you're all amazing. You take on something and you make a success of it.
Because we mustn't forget that these teachers are supposedly, churning out batches of children and who are performing well and all. But when we compared it with our CMS students of the JJ section who were taught by our very own teachers, we found that not only in the competitive exams, but even in the subjects, physics, chemistry, maths, and biology, they scored far better.
Even in the other non-core subjects also, they scored much better.
So this is, I was going to say that when you say that you took it on in grade 12 because you thought that what is there to lose, the children can only win. It's a win-win situation. So I thought that the reason why you would have said that is because the preparation for JEE and the preparation for NEET requires the children to study at a higher level than that which is required for preparation for the ISC board exam in those subjects, right? So if a child is learning more, how can it harm them in their board exams?
They should have done better from the SIP students.
So I just wanted to say, ma'am, what was the consequence of this, which was a very pleasant one. We got maximum admissions for class 11.
Whoa.
And also for the Jai Jagat section, just wanted to add here that when the major test was conducted for the Jai Jagat students of class 11 and of class 12, remember class 12 students were again the second layer of students, because by then Jai Jagat was not introduced. So what we noticed, ma'am, was the major test of class 11 was much better than class 12, which means that the best minds were retained in CMS. And thanks to the teachers of Jai Jagat section.
Well. This is amazing news and this is fantastic. Ma'am, did you want to ask the next question? Because one more round of questions and I think we have to finish then.
Beyond just entrance exam scores, what do you believe is the most significant, lasting impact of the Jai Jagat section?
I had a question for Kalpana ma'am, because you mentioned that you have retained the children better, much better.
Ma'am, because I did feel that, I'm not trying to answer, but I did feel that these students, they became more confident. They were, so you can tell us, what was the impact? It's not just those scores. It's much beyond that.
It was a belief that was created in the school system children began to repose, I remember taking admissions of children who had passed out class 10, and we were taking admissions. So I asked each child, why are you taking admission? Because I wanted to draw answers for them. And each one said, specifically in the Jai Jagat ma'am, so they said that because we trust our teachers and this is a safe environment for us. In fact, one of the child, he went and sat for 3 days in Allen and then came back. One of my brightest boy, Umar, I think Archana and all my teachers must be knowing. He said, I couldn't sit there any longer because school provides you a holistic experience.
So much more.
So much more. So I think our students have started understanding the value, and trust me, ma'am, I think these SRP programs will not last long. I'm in the face of Jai Jagat section. I promise you that.
Retaining children, of course, I retain students, and my good students, the good ones, have stayed with us this year also. And the SIP programs are dying the natural death. We hardly are any student takers. Those who had studied, maybe paid the money for 2 years, are there, but they are every day I'm getting applications that I want to change. So this has created a faith among the parents that you are working hard with the students. Of course, safe environment. Even the mediocre or average students, when they want, they become above average. They said, even if I can't crack, I may not crack IIT, but I will get admission to NIT or any good college. So keeping all that in mind, parents have more faith in you. And of course, CMS teachers are the best. I always felt that is why I started. And of course, it needs a lot of hard work, at least 2-3 hours of study every day, personal study that the teacher has to do.
I have a question. You know, your bright biology students leaving was clearly very painful for you. And I know that you are a doctorate in biology itself. Yeah? So that would have hurt you even more, that how come these children are putting their trust in these other companies and willing to pay lakhs and leave me? And I'm myself a fantastic educator. So it's okay for a principal who has a biology background, to feel that she can start a NEET section. What would you say to a principal who doesn't herself has an engineering or mathematics or physics or biology background? Can she feel confident in starting it?
My principal is an administrator. So I have to see every subject. I may know one subject, but other subjects also I have to understand. So principal has to have an eye for attention to detail. So she can see any subject. It's not only we are running IIT, I mean preparation for IIT, for CLAT, anything. So principal has the ability, and principals of CMS are mighty principals. They have so much of, experience. Even if the new principals have been teachers for so long, so here subject expertise is not required. A follow-up, feedback, connectivity to students, connectivity to teachers is required. Data analysis, as ma'am is doing.
Yeah, I wanted to add the data analysis because the data that we source from major tests that we conduct and the DRTs, I think absolutely they feed on to our strategies. We get to know topic-wise where the strengths and weaknesses of the students are, and we work upon it. We create immediate remediation programs for the children, one-on-one mentoring.
It's also not just your campus, but the JJ section across, we do the ranking across campuses. So that really helps in, plus the JJ section has their self-study groups. So peer study is a very impactful way of learning, I think.
Also, I wanted to add that I was having a conversation with my teachers. So they were mentioning, one of them was mentioning, ma'am, we are lagging behind in syllabus. Ankur Dubey, where are you? So I said, why are you lagging behind in syllabus? He said, we are not the same teachers now because we are doing a lot of in-depth, teaching. So I think teachers also have grown. That's such a beautiful thing. And in fact, they know how to handle even the average students. For example, Ashutosh, I would like to mention, he once said that when I'm talking to my students or giving them problems in mathematics, I don't tell them that this is a JE problem. I let them solve gradually, and they make an effort, and once they've done it, then,
That sense of achievement
yes,
is there.
they have a sense. So teachers have been very gentle and hand-holded the children very, very beautifully, even the average ones. So my message to all of you is that there is nothing which is impossible, even for the average students. If we have the conviction, if we monitor very closely, I think it can be a game changer.
That's absolutely fantastic. I think Reena ma'am will murder us if we take it any further. So we shall probably have to end it here. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we hope to have many more JJ principals here in
Yes.
the next round.
Next round
because
they'll
we
be
know
others.
y'all are going to be victorious, just like these two. And as we venture into the Jai Jagat program more and more this time, we have more students, more sections, and of course, we are also getting experienced. We are more experienced than last year. So definitely all the best, dear teachers. And only one thing I can say in the end, you are the best.
Absolutely. Please clap for yourselves, and thank you so much. Please clap for Kalpana ma'am and Nisha ma'am, these Amazons.
Thank you, ma'ams, for the successful implementation of the program and the strong early results. And like ma'am said, I'm sure next year around, we'll have even more qualifiers, even better results coming in from Jai Jagat section, not just from Mahanagar and Rajajipura, but from other campuses as well. I take this opportunity to thank the Jai Jagat teachers across campuses. Thank you for the hard work you have put in the first year of implementation. Thank you so much. Can we do the honoring, please, for the NEET results of the Jai Jagat section teachers?
Most definitely, ma'am. Thank you so much. A heartfelt thank you to our esteemed panelists for sharing their insights and reflection with us. The Jai Jagat sections, dear teachers, are specially curated with the vision to prepare students for competitive examinations through a competency-based exam approach, nurturing them as future-ready learners equipped to take on the challenges of the evolving world. We are truly grateful for your continued guidance in shaping this vital world. Next up, we have the honoring of our teachers. Behind every shining star is a sky full of guiding lights. And I would request the presence of our Honorable Manager, ma'am, Professor Geeta Gandhi Kingdon, ma'am, Superior Principal and Head Quality Assurance and Innovations Department, Mrs. Shushmita Ghosh. I would also request Mrs. Reena Soti, ma'am, to kindly join them on the stage. And now, dear teachers, it's time to honor the teachers of the Jai Jagat section. I would request our pioneer principals, Dr. Kalpana ma'am and Nisha ma'am, to also be on the stage. First up, we have Mr. Abhay Tripathi from Mahanagar campus, and he's getting a cash prize of 12,000 rupees. Next up, we have Mr. Akhleshwar Nath Pandey from Mahanagar campus, and he's getting a check of 8,000 rupees. Mahanagar campus, you know exactly from where you need to take your treats. Next up, we have Miss Richa Singh from Mahanagar campus, and she's getting a check of 11,333. The fourth teacher from Mahanagar campus is Mr. Siddharth Singh, and he's getting a check of 17,000. Last but not the least, we have Dr. Subhash Chandra Tripathi from Mahanagar campus, and he's getting a check of 28,333. Let's give it up for these educators. From Rajajipuram Campus 1, we have Mr. Anurag Bhushan, and he's getting a check of 8,333. From Rajajipuram Campus 1, next up we have Mr. Ankur Dubey, and he's getting a check of 10,000 rupees. And I see Rajajipuram 1 giving a standing ovation to their teachers. They are waving back at you because they want a treat. I would request all the educators to kindly line up on the steps for a group photograph. All the teachers from Mahanagar, those who have received their checks, kindly line up on the steps. Thank you so much. And last, we have Mr. Shreyas Kumar Shrivastava from Rajajipuram Campus 1, and he's getting a check of 5,000 rupees. I would request Ma'am Geeta, Ma'am Shushmita Ghosh, Nisha Ma'am and Kalpana Ma'am along with Reena Ma'am to kindly join the educators up on the steps for a group picture. After that. Dear audience, hold your breath because I have something exciting for you. Our founder director ma'am initiated something this morning. Can you take any guess what it was? It was in fact related to all of you. Any guesses? Okay, you're not audible. So, Dr. Bharti Gandhi ma'am decided that she will be giving a cash prize to the campuses who come up with the best march past. And I have the results with me. This result is related to the branch-wise march past. And as I call the branch's name, I would request the respected principals to kindly come up on the stage and receive the honor from our manager ma'am, Professor Geeta Gandhi Kingdon ma'am. Ma'am, if you could kindly do the honors of honoring our principals. Their respective branches are getting a cash prize for the best march pass. So we'll begin from the bottom. The consolation prize has been shared amongst 3 campuses. First up, we have Nagar Campus 1, and they are getting a check of 3,000 rupees. May I kindly request Kanika ma'am? May I request Kanika ma'am to kindly join us on the stage? The next consolation prize goes to Aliganj Campus 2. And they are getting a cash prize of 3,000 rupees. May I please request Ma'am Samvida Adhikari to join us on the stage. Next we have Kanpur Road Campus, who's also getting a consolation prize. May I request the Vice Principal from Kanpur Road Campus to quickly join us on the stage. In the meantime, I would like to inform that the third position has been bagged by 2 campuses. And it's a cash prize of 5,000 each. So, treat is on the way for tomorrow, and you need to request your principals to give you a good treat. On the third position, we have 2 campuses. First, we have the Pioneer Principal from Mahanagar, Dr. Kalpana Ma'am. And another Pioneer Principal from Rajajipuram Campus 1, Nisha Ma'am. May I request the Pioneer Principals to kindly be on the stage and receive their award. They are sharing a lot today. Jai Jagat Pe Charcha and now a cash prize. The second position, dear audience, has been bagged by any guesses? Come on, shout out your campus names at least. All right, it goes to Station Road Campus. And they are getting a cash prize of 7,000 rupees. May I please request Dipali ma'am to be up on the stage. And the first prize is of 10,000 rupees. And I already see Shivani ma'am taking a guess. And your guess is right, Shivani ma'am. It goes to Aliganj Campus 1. May I please request the presence of Senior Principal ma'am, Ma'am Jyoti, and Principal ma'am, Ma'am Shivani to be up on the stage. They are not just acquiring space, but they are acquiring hearts, our hearts as well. A huge congratulations to our respected principals for steering the campuses to their success. And also, congratulations to our PETs, our campus coordinators, in-charges, headmistresses, and of course, you dear teachers, for exhibiting discipline during the march. Thank you so much, respected Geeta ma'am, and to our respected principals for receiving the honor. Thank you so much, Geeta ma'am. Next, dear audience, is a very emotional moment for all of us. Today, when Mr. Alok was giving his speech, he said that in his address, he mentioned that during our lifetime on earth, we remember our teachers the most. And in our case, it's going to be our gurus, our school leaders, and our most respected principals. A good principal plants seeds of wisdom. A good principal plants seed of wisdom that blossom long after they depart. And today, with heart full of gratitude and emotion, we bid a fond farewell to our most cherished leaders. Each one of them has left an indelible mark on our hearts, our students' hearts, and of course, the CMS family. Through their vision, compassion, and tireless dedication, they have nurtured generations of learners and leaders as they move on to a new chapter of their life. Their legacy of love, wisdom, empathy, and service will forever remain a part of CMS. At this special moment, I most respectfully invite our revered management to kindly share a few words for our outgoing principals, whose contribution will always be cherished in the annals of CMS history. May I request Dr. Mrs. Bharti Gandhi ma'am, Founder Director CMS, Professor Geeta Gandhi Kingdon ma'am, Manager CMS, and Mrs. Shushmita Ghosh ma'am, Superior Principal and Head, Quality Assurance and Innovations Department, to kindly grace the stage. Can we please get a hand mic for Geeta ma'am?
We're just waiting for my mother, founder director of the school, to come, but I would like very much to read out a short citation to summarize very briefly a small part of the achievements, the towering achievements of these colleagues that we are bidding farewell to today. City Montessori School, Lucknow, with profound respect and admiration, we present this certificate of honor to Mrs. Jyoti Kashyap, Senior Principal, CMS Aliganj Campus 1. In recognition of her extraordinary 46-year odyssey in education, a journey defined by visionary leadership, principled living, and tireless service to the mission of City Montessori School. Beginning her career in July 1979 at CMS Mahanagar Campus 1, Mrs. Jyoti Kashyap quickly distinguished herself as a teacher par excellence, combining academic rigor with rare emotional intelligence. Her compassionate mentorship and unwavering discipline inspired generations of students and educators alike. She went on to lead with distinction as headmistress of CMS Mahanagar Second Campus and was appointed principal of that campus in the year 2002. In 2011, she assumed charge as senior principal of CMS Aliganj Campus 1, where she ushered in a golden era of academic achievement, moral education, and co-scholastic enrichment. Even after her superannuation in 2019, Mrs. Jyoti Kashyap continued to serve for 6 more years, an act of sheer dedication that reflects her deep-rooted commitment to shaping young minds and nurturing the soul of her institution. With a BSc, MA, and B.Ed, she exemplifies lifelong learning. A passionate reader and eloquent writer, her guiding maxim, quote, "For excellence to rise, mediocrity must fall," became a clarion call for aspiration and integrity across her campus. Under her stewardship, CMS Aliganj 1 consistently ranked among the top schools of India and Uttar Pradesh as per the Education World rankings. Among her many accolades are the Ideal Principal Award for Ethics-Oriented Management, Best Principal Award by the ICWESSAR, by the Brainfeed School Excellence Award, and with multiple commendations from organizations such as the TIME, the Amar Ujala, and the Save Food Foundation, all affirming her stature as a leader of national repute. Today, as Ma'am embarks on a well-earned new chapter, we salute Mrs. Jyoti Kashyap, a paragon of grace, wisdom, and quiet strength. Her legacy is not just etched in awards and rankings, but in the lives that she has uplifted, the values that she has championed, and the excellence that she has fearlessly pursued. With abiding gratitude, management, my mother's name and mine, and ma'am, I know today that Papa is also here in spirit, and it's beyond words what he would have said, but thank you for gratitude for a lifetime of service. Friends, 46 years.
कुछ पाकर खोना है,
कुछ खोकर पाना है, जीवन का मतलब तो आना और जाना है, आँखों में समंदर है, आशाओं का पानी है,
जय जगत CMS, जय जगत. I seriously believe that we are all on a spiritual journey. People say that we are on a human journey. But then we are on a spiritual journey in human form. And I think God chose me to serve CMS. So right from the age of 20 till now, I have been serving CMS. Day in and day out. I think all the time we were only eating, drinking, sleeping CMS. We are not able to think anything beyond. So dear friends, I would like to thank each one of you for all the support, for all the guidance, the cooperation which we received, which I personally received from all of you. Spending these glorious years in CMS, I think that has been something which will always be there, which cannot be separated from me and my memory. It has been a wonderful experience. Everything I know today, everything which I do today, that's all taught by CMS. I have to tell you that when I joined CMS, I just joined on a leave vacancy, which was only for 1 month in the pre-primary section. One of the teachers from CMS Mahanagar, she had gone on vacation to South, used to go every year. I saw the advertisement in Pioneer, the newspaper, and I just went to Mrs. Govil in CMS Mahanagar. That time I was staying in Secretariat Colony where my father was undersecretary. And I just saw and I thought, because the results were not out of the B.Ed and all, I just thought I can just go, and there is 1 month's time before I do something else. I can just go and take some experience there. I went there, and believe me, when I went to the classroom and I saw the children there, I had never seen a classroom like that, where small children are sitting of 4 or 5 years of age. I got nervous because I had no experience, I had no idea, I did not know anything. And to top it all, the principal's room was next to the classroom. So Mrs. Govil was there, and most of the time, she used to keep sending me reminders through an ayah. बहुत शोर हो रहा है class में. And they're small children, and if you go out of the classroom for anything, then and when you return, they will be all manually correcting the copies of all subjects, everything. I just got totally involved in 1 month's time. Can you believe that? Anybody else would have thought, ek mahina karna, it's okay, you know. So I used to carry, I used to have a basket in which I used to carry notebooks, copies for corrections at home. And my father used to say, Bhai, you are doing it for 1 month, no? Are you sure about it? I said, yeah, I'm doing it for 1 month. So after a month, I saw the teacher had come, Mrs. Nair came back. And I was very relaxed. I went to Mrs. Govil and I told her, I said, now, since the teacher has come, from tomorrow I don't have to come, ma'am. I hope this is right. She's saying, ye kisne kaha tumse, that you don't have to come? So I said, what will I do now from tomorrow? She said, you will become the English medium in charge, believe me. So, 1 month of experience. And I said, what? I said, such old teachers are there, such experienced teachers are there who will listen to me. I have no experience. I cannot control my own class. How will I see the entire wing? And we had just opened the English medium section that time. And it was just up to class 8. Later on, we shifted to ICSE and all those things. And believe me, I could do it. She said, how will they listen to me? मैं तो हूँ तुम्हारे साथ. That trust. She said, why will you not be able to do? I am there for you. No, you will do. So I carried on as an English medium in charge for quite some time. Till in 87, ICSE section was opened and we shifted to another building. So there was a different principal for some time. I had mistress, Mrs. Seema Khanna, but I think in a very short span she left. And then Kalpana Singh ma'am became the principal, and with her I was the vice principal. And when she left, again Mrs. Govill came up to me and she said, we have seen you enough and I think we can now take you as the principal of this section. So from then, from the 2001, 2002 batch till now, I was the principal first for 10 years in Mahanagar and then of course almost 15 years in CMS Aliganj. So I feel it has been a very, very long journey, and at every moment there have been challenges, and those challenges were very beautifully met because of the supportive management, especially I would say Mr. Gandhi. And of course, Badi Didi, because Geeta Didi came in a little later. But from the time she has come, she has also been very, very supportive and cooperative and guiding all through. But I still remember when, if you all remember, in CMS Mahanagar teachers are also sitting here. Once it so happened that there was, they said that now that we are going to somehow those people, they wanted to just bring down the building, and because it was illegal construction or things like that. So it was, I think, around 4:30 in the evening when this crane comes and they say कि आप खाली करिए, building खाली करिए, otherwise हमें नहीं पता, मैं पूरी गिरा दूँगा. So I called up sir, and sir was a very strong person. He was very, very strong. He said, दीदी कोई बात नहीं, होता है. लेकिन मैं आपको ये बता दूं कि मैं CMS अलीगंज में एनुअल फंक्शन में जा रहा हूँ. मैं CMS महानगर में थी तब. He was going and he said, Nakul Dubey is the chief guest. दीदी मेरे को तो वहाँ जाना पड़ेगा, आप दीदी को बताइए. I told बड़ी दीदी. दीदी saying कि ज्योति तुम गिराने मत देना, तुम खड़ी रहो वहीं. तुम्हारे ऊपर थोड़ी लगा देंगे, तुम अपने teachers. And every teacher had gone home. They all came back immediately. If all these teachers are sitting here, Vinay, Abhay and all, they all came back immediately. They managed so many students to come back immediately. But then, Prakash Singh, he was the IPS and all, he was next door. He did not, listen. Probably he said कि नहीं कुछ नहीं, ये लोग बहुत वो करते हैं, माइक लगा लेते हैं, सुबह से असेंबली कराते हैं, पूरे दिन फंक्शन कराते हैं, पता नहीं क्या क्या कराते हैं, whatever. So nobody listened. And just in one touch, the whole thing came down. All the walls, the labs were there, no electricity, everything went down. It was almost around 6:30. Didi came, and can you believe, she has been such a strong support. She came, she was there with me till 2 a.m. 2 a.m. in the night. And we vacated all the labs. If you all have seen the structure that time, now it does not exist. And many students keep telling, ma'am, to building hi nahi hai, jahan hum log padhe the, it's not there anymore. All the instruments, everything was taken away from there. We put it in the rooms that side. Now at 2 a.m., Didi was absolutely exhausted. She was lying down in the office. Gandhi ji, as his persona was, came smiling, haste hue, just like he used to do. He came and he said, Didi, ये सब होता है ज़िंदगी में. I was so tense. हमने कहा क्या हो गया सर को भाई? Like we were, literally we didn't know what was going to happen the next day. हमने कहा सर कल का क्या करना है? कल दीदी स्कूल चलेगा आपका? हमने कहा स्कूल चलेगा कल? कहते हैं हाँ दीदी, अगर आपने नहीं चलाया तो ये तो आपकी हार हो गई. Can you believe this? अब now, see the situation. Pura rubbles outside. Pura kooda, mitti, all that. Or, heaps of that outside the gate. Children are calling up. Teachers, half of them were there only. They say, ma'am, how can we run the school tomorrow? How will the children enter only? If you have seen that building, it's a small thing. So, he said, nahi, didi, aap pareshan na hoiye. And I would like to thank Basu ma'am. She came, I think, at 2:30 a.m. in the night with Sunita didi, if they are there. She came with them and she said, now you please go home. Same time, Mr. Gandhi, he called all the JEs of all the campuses that time. And you know what he said? He said, सुबह तक ये सब कुछ क्लियर हो जाना चाहिए. सारे ईंटें वीटे आप जितने ट्रक लगवा दीजिए, आप कुछ भी कर दीजिए, सब कुछ सुबह तक क्लियर हो जाना चाहिए. और सुबह तक ये दीवार बन जानी चाहिए. दीवार टूट चुकी है, गिर चुकी है, 2 बजे रात का. सब कुछ हो जाना चाहिए, पेंटिंग हो जाना चाहिए, बाहर से लगना चाहिए, कुछ नहीं हुआ. Can you believe that? It always gives me goosebumps when I think of those things. How we managed at every stage of life. So, when I reached, then I said, sir, आप दीदी को लेके जाइए, इनको ले जाइए प्लीज, और हम सुबह सुबह आके देख लेंगे. अब तो आपने इनको जेईस को बता दिया, ये लोग कर लेंगे. खैर सर ने कहा चलो चलो भारती तुम चलो, तुम क्या आप कर रही हो, बहुत देर से तुमने काम कर लिया. Somehow he took her away. So 8 o'clock the school starts. I went around 2:30, came back at 7 or 7:15, and guess what? Any guesses? Wall was made, everything was there, no rubbles, and to top it all, Badi Didi is standing there before me. She was standing there. She said, Jyoti, sab ho gaya hai, pareshan na ho, school chalega tumhara. So that is the type of support we have always got, and that is why I think the school has grown to such great heights. And I really wish that it continues. For the teachers, I would say, I think I sent a mail and all my teachers have received that mail, and most of them have replied also. I think there has to be some sort of work-life balance which you need to somehow manage well. Because how the time will pass, you will not get to know. Your small children, your family, your parents, everybody, keep them also in mind, because I know myself, we get so involved that everything else takes a backseat. So work-life balance is something which is very important, and that will help you remain healthy. That's something very, very important. And when you are healthy, you can give in your best. So managing time, how you manage the time, that will make all the difference. Every minute, how you utilize that time. And this training also needs to be given to our children, because they also don't know how to manage time. Because every minute counts. Little drops of water, little grains of sand, make the mighty ocean and the pleasant land. Thus the little minutes, humble though they be, make the mighty ages of eternity. So please ensure that you have taken time very seriously. That's something very, very important. I always also feel that maybe our management can look into this, that we have some sort of social security once we leave the portals of CMS. And maybe you can start working on that from now, so that you know that you have to keep a little aside to carry on later in life. And also certain policies can be looked into which may help the others so that things, they don't come to you all of a sudden, and you know that, yes, this is going to happen, and we are aware of that. CMS is really doing wonders. Once again, we feel so elated to be a part of this institution. Shubhanshu has made us all proud. It has been so historical. It will ever be embedded in the history of CMS, of India, and of the world. Last year also, you know that in UPSC, CMS Aliganj got a topper, Aditya Shrivastava. So that was also something very great. And in all the campuses, I think all the campuses of CMS, there are such big, huge achievements. We can really go on saying about these, and there is no end to it. And this type of empire has been created by our founders, Dr. Mrs. Gandhi and Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, sir. I remember one thing once when I got extension, and that time, sir came to my campus, and I just happened to ask him, sir, ये तो बताइए कि extension कब तक है? Any answers to that? जब तक मेरा जीवन है, तब तक आप यहाँ हैं. So now he is not there. I'll not be there. Thank you very much, Jai Jagat. God bless you.
आप यूँ समझिए कि जब लड़की विदा होती है, खुशी खुशी कर दो विदा कि मेरी बेटी राज करे, खुशी खुशी कर दो विदा कि मेरी बेटी राज करे, लेकिन लगता नहीं है हम राज करेंगे, हमें लग रहा वनवास हो रहा है। लेकिन एक शेर है मेरे को सब्र के लिए, मैन विल कम एंड मैन विल गो, रिवर के लिए कहा गया है, मैन विल कम एंड मैन विल गो बट आई विल गो फॉर एवर। हमारे संबंध प्रिंसिपल्स के साथ ऐसे रहे हैं कि जैसे अपने बच्चों के साथ। पता नहीं ये सब विदाई विदाई क्यों होती है, होना ही नहीं चाहिए, लेकिन कुछ रूल्स हैं वो बीच में आ जाते हैं, दिलों को तोड़ देते हैं, रोते रोते विदाई हो जाती है। खुशी कोई नहीं है, ना बच्चे खुश हैं, ना हम और आप लोग खुश हैं, बस कुछ हो रहा है, देख रहे हैं। हम भी क्या कहते हैं, दृष्टा हैं, सृष्टा कोई और है। और जहाँ तक ज्योति दीदी हैं, इन्होंने तो हमारी कभी फील ही नहीं होने दिया कि ये कोई गैर हैं, परिवार की सदस्य की तरह हम लोग काम करते रहे। अब तो संस्था बड़ी हो गई है, थोड़ी मुलाकातें कम होने लगी हैं। पहले हम लोग ज़्यादा मिलते जुलते थे और आप ही ने ये संस्था बनाई है। जब यूनियन बनी थी तो कौन सामने आया था? ज्योति दीदी सामने आई थी, हमारी प्रिंसिपल सामने आई थी, और स्कूल बंद कर दिए थे हमने को ने सबने कि अब स्कूल हमेशा के लिए बंद। उसमें भी खुश। ये हैं विलक्षण व्यक्तित्व, गणित में नंबर 1, इंग्लिश में नंबर 1, मुस्कुराने में नंबर 1, संस्था चलाने में नंबर 1, और आज विदाई के क्षण में भी नंबर 1। दिल सबके रो रहे हैं। इन आंसू भरे जो आंखें हैं, इनसे हम आपको विदाई दे रहे हैं। फिर विदा कहाँ हो रही हैं? आप तो लखनऊ में ही रहेंगी, हम और आप मिलते रहेंगे। जय जगत।
Could we have Sangeeta ma'am? Basu? Friends, it is my distinct honor to read out the commendation of Mrs. Sangeeta Banerjee. हम चाहेंगे कि फोटोग्राफर जो है वो यहाँ से भी फ़ोटो ले, क्योंकि ये जो सीन है ये देखने वाला सीन है। आप यहाँ पर से भी लीजिएगा। Look at the affection, the respect, the feeling. The hall is heavy with emotion. With profound respect and heartfelt gratitude, we present this certificate of honor to Mrs. Sangeeta Banerjee, Principal, City Montessori School, Gomti Nagar Extension Campus, in recognition of her outstanding 29-year journey in education, including 17 glorious years of committed, compassionate, and exemplary service at CMS. Mrs. Banerjee began her CMS journey as an assistant teacher at the Station Road campus. In the year 2010, she brought her deep insights and empathetic touch to CMS Gomti Nagar Campus 1 as a counselor, where her exceptional understanding of child psychology left a lasting impression on both students and colleagues. In 2014, she was entrusted with the leadership of the CMS Gomti Nagar Extension Campus, a responsibility which she carried with vision, dedication, and distinction. An erudite academician with multiple postgraduate degrees, MSc in Counseling and Guidance, MSc in Ecology and Environment, MA in English, and a B.Ed from Lucknow University. Mrs. Banerjee's intellectual depth has always been matched by her emotional intelligence and moral clarity. As principal, Mrs. Banerjee led by example transforming her campus into a vibrant hub of academic achievement and holistic education. Under her stewardship, the campus won many prestigious accolades, including the Adhyan National Gold, the Wipro Earthian Award, and the Paryavaran Mitra Award. Mrs. Banerjee is admired for her meticulous attention to detail, unwavering integrity, and sincere devotion to every student's growth and well-being. Beyond CMS, Mrs. Banerjee has contributed richly to the field of education and social service, addressing B.Ed students at Amity University, supporting the differently abled through Spark India, and advancing women's empowerment with SEVA, the women's rights group called SEVA. Her personal passions, reading, calligraphy, and music reflect her creative spirit, while her upbringing as the daughter of an army officer is evident in her poise, her strength, and her discipline. As she embarks on a new chapter in life, we honor Mrs. Sangeeta Banerjee not just for her achievements, but for the indelible legacy of love, wisdom, and inspiration that she leaves behind. Her contributions will remain a cherished part of the CMS story for generations to come. With deepest appreciation, Dr. Bharti Gandhi. And we have a short film for Banerjee ma'am for everybody just to see a little glimpse of her in various different roles that she has performed with such distinction.
No matter where I go, every time I look back on this road, you'll always be a part of who I am. Everything I've known, every seed of greatness you have sown, through good and bad, your love has watched me grow. You teach me right from wrong, inspire me to be strong. You care in every way, in my heart you will always stay. In this moment let me say how I'm grateful every day. You are here to guide my way. When I'm lost beside me, stay. In this moment let me say you turn my little into great. There's no fear, my dreams are awake with you. All that I can be means so much 'cause you believe in me. You show me how to live with dignity. When the lessons end, I can share with you just like a friend. Your loving smiles and frowns keep me safe. You teach me right from wrong, inspire me to be strong. You care in every way, in my heart you will always stay. In this moment let me say how I'm grateful every day. You are here to guide my way. When I'm lost beside me, stay.
Good evening and Jai Jagat, everybody. Thank you very much for capturing such beautiful memories and moments that I have shared with all of you all here in CMS. No speech, only thank you, a lot of love, and best wishes to each and every one of you. Thank you very much for letting me be a part of your lives. I think I've cherished always and deeply every moment that I've spent here and will always continue to do so. GN2, where are you sitting? Okay. That's, please. So, at the risk of being a little repetitive, may I once again quote Umar Khayyam? Okay. So basically, when we think about life, we always have to think of the supreme force, the supreme power, the master planner, where each and everybody's roadmap is already done. We don't need Google Maps. He has charted it all out for us. And that just gives us an idea of how huge, how humongous his power is. And it tells us about our nothingness. We are nothing. We may not even be a dot in the universe. So keeping that in mind and remembering that each one's journey is charted out. Destiny, yes, please believe in it. So Umar Khayyam's, from his Rubaiyat, these lines are, the moving finger writes, the moving finger writes, and having writ, moves on. Nor all thy piety, nor all thy wit can ever change even a single word of it. So destinies are written. Our journeys and the duration of each one's journey predetermined, easier for us to follow his roadmap, makes things so easy for us. Thank you very much, each and every one of you all. It's been a very enjoyable journey. Love you all immensely. And like I said the other day, home and heart, always open and ready to welcome you and everybody else with a very nice, warm cup of tea. God bless you all. Jai Jagat. Thank you.
लोग कहते हैं कि टीचर जो होते हैं वो ब्रह्मा विष्णु महेश तीनों होते हैं, भगवान का रूप होते हैं, माता पिता से भी ज़्यादा पूजनीय होते हैं। तो आज आपने अपने वचनों द्वारा भी हमें मार्गदर्शन दिया। हमारे अंतर में जो भक्ति की, परमात्मा की जो आज्ञा पालन है, उसकी ओर हमारा ध्यान आकर्षित किया। आप एक महान मानव हैं। जो काम मैं अपनी ज़िंदगी में नहीं कर पाई और मैं शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में आ गई, वो काम था जो मेंटली अनईजी बच्चे हैं, निराशा की ओर बढ़ गए हैं, उनको जो व्यक्ति आशा दिला सकता है वो आप हैं। आप एमएससी मनोविज्ञान में और मनोविज्ञान में भी काउंसलिंग में आप हैं। मैं भगवान से प्रार्थना करती हूँ कि आप ऐसे बच्चों का जिनका कोई सहारा नहीं होता है, आप सहारा बनेंगी और उनके जीवन में आशा ही नहीं लाएंगी, प्रकाश भी लाएंगी और वो बच्चे आजीवन आपके पुजारी रहेंगे। मैं इन शब्दों के साथ आपको अपने नई रास्तों पे चलने के लिए, आप उनमें से नहीं हैं जो घर जाके आराम करें, तो मैं बहुत कुछ आशा के साथ, आश्वासन के साथ आपसे ये आग्रह करती हूँ कि आप कृपा करके बच्चों की राह को कष्टों से कम करिए, उनकी राह को मूल्यवान बनाइए, जीने लायक बनाइए, उनके जीवन के दुखों को मिटाइए। मैं भी उन्हीं में से एक रही हूँ। मैं 10 साल डिप्रेशन में रही हूँ। मैं जानती हूँ इन सब को मिटाने के लिए आप जैसे महामानव की ज़रूरत है। धन्यवाद। विश यू ऑल द बेस्ट। यू आर विद अस, वी आर विद यू।
And last, although Dr. Kamran is not with us today because she's traveling, she's not in Lucknow, I would like very much to read out her citation. We are privileged to confer this certificate of honor upon Dr. Vinitha Kamran, Senior Principal, Kanpur Road Campus, in recognition of her illustrious 34-year journey in education, marked by visionary leadership, unwavering commitment, and a legacy of transformative impact. Dr. Kamran joined CMS in August 1990 as an assistant teacher at the RDSO campus. Her brilliance and dedication soon saw her rise to the post of vice principal in January 1991 and principal by July of the same year. In 1996, Dr. Kamran began steering the CMS Kanpur Road campus, that is just 5 years later, officially becoming its principal in March 1997. Even post-superannuation in June 2019, she continued to serve as senior principal for 6 remarkable years, an enduring testament to her love for CMS and its mission. With a PhD and MPhil in English, a B.Ed, and a facilitator skills training certificate from the QCI International, USA, Dr. Kamran exemplifies academic brilliance and lifelong learning. She is the pioneer of the Students' Quality Circles movement in India, authoring the nation's first SQC training manual and founding the International Convention on Students' Quality Circles in 1997. Under her dynamic leadership, CMS Kanpur Road campus blossomed into a nationally and internationally acclaimed institution known for excellence in academics, sports, innovation, and inclusivity. Her pioneering initiatives for the specially abled and the underprivileged have brought CMS international acclaim, and her service on prestigious bodies such as the CISCE, the Quality Circles Federation of India, the QCFI, and the WCT-QEE reflects her influence on Indian education at large. Among her many accolades are the De Rosio Award, the Helen Keller Award, the Kaizen Lady Award, and a Lifetime Achievement Award, a testament to the extraordinary breadth and depth of her contributions. As founder of the International School Cricket Premier League, ISCL, she has also nurtured sporting talent that now shines on national and global stages. With rare moral clarity, intellectual depth, and a heart that is full of compassion, Dr. Vinita Kamran leaves behind a legacy that is not only written in the record books of CMS, but etched in the hearts and futures of the thousands of lives that she has touched. With profound appreciation, Dr. Bharti Gandhi. Thank you for honoring Dr. Vinita Kamran, who has served the school for 34 years. And I'd like us to show the film that we have made on Dr. Kamran, please.
This song is for those who inspire us today, who always lend a helping hand to help show us the way. This song is for those who see their students through the tough times in their lives. For that we say thank you. You have made a difference. You have shaped our minds. You have changed the world, one child at a time. You have always been there in everything you do. I hope that you're as proud of me as I am proud of you. This song is for those who heard the silent cries, who stepped in to wipe the tears from the children's eyes. For those who gave us a safe place to grow, a place for us to call our home. Forever we will know that you have made a difference. You have shaped our minds. You have changed the world, one child at a time. You have always been there in everything you do. I hope that you're as proud of me as I am proud of you. This song is for those who taught us right from wrong, who taught us much more than their craft to help our minds grow strong. This song is for those who guide us through and through, so that we can make a life. For that we say thank you. You have made a difference. You have shaped our minds. You have changed the world, one child at a time. You have always been there in everything you do. I hope that you're as proud of me as I am proud of you. As I look back on my life and to the path within my reach, I hope I can change the life of those that I teach. I can make a difference. All I do is try to see a different world through the children's eyes.
आपकी जैसी प्रिंसिपल कहाँ ऐसा मोटिवेटर याद करेगा CMS आपका अफसाना
This deserves a standing ovation, dear audience. Yes, ma'am.
प्यारे भाइयों बहनों, डॉक्टर कामरान ने सबसे बड़ा स्कूल बनाया। 9,250 के ऊपर बच्चे हैं और मैंने पाबंदी लगा दी है कि 9,000 से ऊपर नहीं होने चाहिए, तो भी उफान आ रहा है। वो बॉर्न टीचर थी, उनकी मदर भी टीचर थी, प्रिंसिपल थी, उन्होंने किताब भी लिखी है, लेकिन डांसर भी होते हुए, अच्छी स्पीकर भी होते हुए, लीडरशिप की क्वालिटीज़ में और संस्था को आगे बढ़ाने में जो उन्होंने अपना योगदान दिया है, हम चाहते हैं कि वो आकर के गांधी जी का स्थान लें और जो चीफ जस्टिस कॉन्फ्रेंस होती है उसको करना है, तो उसमें कोई व्यक्तित्व भी ऐसा होना चाहिए जो डॉक्टर कामरान जैसा हो, तो वो उसे आके संभाले। आना और जाना तो लगा ही रहता है, पर काम नहीं पिछड़ना चाहिए। हम में योग्यताएं अनंत हैं और स्कूल को एक विश्व में शांति लाने वाला, विश्व की सरकार बनाने वाला जो सपना है वो ही पूरा कर सकती हैं। उन्हें आना ही है और हम प्रतीक्षा करते ही रहेंगे, वो आके ही रहेंगी। धन्यवाद। जय जगत।
Thank you, Badi Didi. I now invite Vikhyat Ahuja, who is an ex-student of Aliganj Campus 1, and he's a pass-out of class 12th. He wishes to speak something about Ma'am Jyoti. Vikhyat, would you please join me on the stage?
Good evening, respected dignitaries. I am Vikhyat Ahuja from Aliganj Branch 1. I'm an alumnus of Aliganj Branch. And I wanted to say something for my respected Principal Ma'am's farewell. It is indeed the rainy season, and the sky is weeping. So am I, silently sobbing, though unseen, yet witnessed above. These times carry the truth that I stand at the closing doors of a golden era, and a principle into presence more divine than defined, an era that shaped futures with grace. There was a time dark and unkind, when I stood marked by failure, looked down upon by society and even its watchful petty politicians. I was dismissed, discarded, and forgotten. But then, Ma'am gave me a voice. I believe in you. You're going to do wonders in life. With these, her words became my reassurance, my resurrection. From rejection, I rose to face society, to face the truth, to fight back, and to lead an initiative, a student initiative, born of my passion for linguistics, for cultural diversity, and for the cause of religious tolerance, promoting harmony and peace, the very legacy CMS aspires to echo across the world. Schedules were shifted, timetables were amended, adjustments were made not just to include me, but to embrace me, to allow my uniqueness to breathe within this institution. The kind of support is rare and can only come from a figure, not just motherly, but grandmotherly. She would even ensure we had eaten, that before examinations we weren't hungry or anxious. And as the dates drew near, she would walk into every classroom, leading us in special prayers, not as a formality, but as a blessing. She made sure we entered every exam hall, not just with preparation, but with peace. To those who stood beside her, I bow to you for your support. Madam Sunita Pandey, Madam Raina Singh, Madam Shweta Singh. In those gloomy days, you carried me in your hands, your right hands, and I am eternally grateful for them. I have never seen God in my life, but I once heard a poem about footprints on the sand. When a girl asked, "Where were you in my hard times?" and God replied, "It was then that I carried you." I came to believe that there exists a force unseen yet undeniable. But I never saw God with my naked eyes. What I did see were the messengers, and I saw them in my lovely teachers. When halls filled with silence, her greetings would lift them, while we peeped out the windows, eager to know who spoke. And there she was, that sweet voice ringing, "A very good morning, dear children." And just like that, we listened, as if our grandmother had begun telling us a story. She stood in meetings not to defend, but to take stance for her children. She led with strength, but walked with quiet sacrifice, the kind only the divine ever noticed. This is not the last time I call you ma'am. You remain eternal, revered, and unforgettable. To respected Dr. Bharti Gandhi ma'am, we owe the blessing of your choice. You did not appoint a principal, you entrusted us a gem. And to Sir, wherever he may be, I hope he sees this moment. He would have smiled. Ma'am, I would like to conclude this by saying one final statement. Aapke bina ho nahi pata. Thank you all and have a very blissful evening ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Vikhyat. Well, he said it all that I wanted to say. Nevertheless, gratitude itself is not enough, because what our remarkable leaders have done for our institution, our students, and each one of us far surpasses what words of thanks could ever convey. They came not just as administrators, but as visionaries, as gentle yet firm hands that guided countless hearts and minds. They gave more than their duty demanded, loved more than their roles required, and built futures beyond what even they may have projected. Dear principals, your presence has been a blessing, and your absence will be profoundly felt. You leave behind not just a school, but a family forever grateful to you. Thank you for everything and more. After this emotional segment, I believe we need some music to lift our spirits. Yes. Don't say no. I can hear you. Okay, give me 10 minutes, and I promise we'll leave you. Yes. 10 more minutes. I just asked for 10 more minutes. Music lifts the spirit and strengthens resolve. Okay, ma'am has said that we'll just do one song. So 3 minutes. I'm bargaining. Right. Thank you so much. 3 minutes, one song, but I want everybody to join in. And it's a beautiful song called Kabhi Alvida Na Kehna. So in the meantime, they are preparing. I would request you to quickly pack up and be ready because 3 more minutes is what I asked for. I also request all our senior principals to kindly join us up on the stage. This presentation, dear audience,
इकट्ठे हो रहे हैं, मैं अपने 2 धन्यवाद के वचन बोल दूं। इतने ये लोग इकट्ठे हो रहे हैं, मुझे ये कहना है, lives of great men all remind us we can make our life sublime while departing, leave behind us footprints on the sands of time. मिस्टर गांधी के लिए हमें ये लगता है कि वो अपने फुटप्रिंट्स छोड़ गए हैं। आप लोगों को जब मौका मिले तो उनकी इन बातों को याद कर लेना। जरा देना भैया वो कागज, प्लीज वो कागज देना नीचे जो रखा है। मतलब ये है, गांधी जी ने कहा था, श्री जगदीश गांधी जी ने तिल तिल करके जिया था अपना जीवन स्कूल के लिए। उनकी हर सांस स्कूल के लिए होती थी और जब जब स्कूल पे संकट आता था तो उन्हें न बुखार रोक पाता था न और कोई बड़ी बीमारी। उनका सारा का सारा जीवन दर्शन, स्कूल का जीवन दर्शन इस चार्ट में लिखा है। मैं नई टीचर्स के लिए बोल रही हूँ, जरा हाथ उठा दे नई टीचर जो उन्होंने ज्वाइन किया है, या खड़ी हो जाएं। किसी ने ज्वाइन नहीं किया है या मेरा चश्मा नहीं देख पा रहा है? आप लोगों के पास ये चार्ट होना चाहिए, यहाँ पे रख देंगे सब तरफ, बाहर गेट पर भी आप ले लीजिएगा। इसकी मुख्य बात यह है कि ये 21वीं सदी का स्कूल है जिसमें कि न्यू मॉडल ऑफ एजुकेशन दिया गया है और वो क्या है? इस्टेब्लिश वर्ल्ड पीस। गांठ बांध लीजिए आज ही। जो प्रिंसिपल साहब का क्लास होता है वो मॉरल एजुकेशन का जो वो संदेश देती हैं असेंबली में, उसमें मुख्य बात यही होती है। 21st century to establish world peace। कौन करेगा? कहते हैं do not busy yourselves in your own concerns. Let your thoughts be fixed upon that which will rehabilitate the fortunes of mankind and sanctify the hearts and souls of men. This can best be achieved through pure and holy deeds, through a virtuous life and a good behavior. Thank you very much. ये रख दो बाहर, बाहर रख दो ये और यहाँ नहीं, यहाँ भी रख दीजिए। जो लोग लेके खड़े हो जाए, कोई लेना चाहे। इनके साथ जाओ।
check, check. Check, check.
CMS की इस दुनिया में हर जुबां पर है जय जगत, जय जगत समझ के जो मैं आगे बढ़ूं तो इसमें क्या गलत, मैं गलत हूं तो फिर कौन सही, फिर कौन सही।
मर्जी से आगे बढ़ने की जो हम सबको मर्जी दे, मतलब की गीता दीदी का
Everybody together.
हमसे भी ज्यादा
CMS, everyone. One, two, three, four.
Sadalat, CMS, 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 na 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 na.
Louder. Na 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 na. Hey, गांधी जी के सपनों को हमें सारी दुनिया में सच करके दिखाना है।
विश्व की संसद हो, विश्व में शांति हो, सारी दुनिया में एकता लाना है। मन बोले कि सारी दुनिया को समझाना, आपस में हो क्यों बेगाना, इन्हें समझाना।
मन बोले आगे बढ़ना, बढ़ते जाना है।
Sadalat, CMS, Sadalat, CMS, Sadalat, CMS, Sadalat,
CMS, Sadalat, CMS, Sadalat, CMS, Sadalat, CMS, Sadalat, CMS, na 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 na. जिंदगी एक सफर है सुहाना, यहाँ कल क्या हो किसने जाना। जिंदगी एक सफर है सुहाना, यहाँ कल क्या हो किसने जाना। हंसते गाते जहाँ से गुजर, दुनिया की तू परवाह न कर। हंसते गाते जहाँ से गुजर, दुनिया की तू परवाह न कर।
मुस्कुराते हुए दिन बिताना, यहाँ कल क्या हो किसने जाना।
Everybody join us. जिंदगी एक सफर है सुहाना, यहाँ कल क्या हो किसने जाना। CMS, come on. जिंदगी एक सफर है सुहाना, यहाँ कल क्या हो किसने जाना। यहाँ कल क्या हो किसने जाना। यहाँ कल क्या हो किसने जाना।
Thank you for that energetic performance, Mr. Sachin and his team. I would request everybody to kindly rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you everyone. Good evening and Jai Jagat.